ABC News, good afternoon. I'm Mike Lorrigan. Homicide detectives are working to figure out how the body of a woman ended up at a waste facility in Melbourne's north. Police say staff at the Cooper Street facility in Epping discovered her body while moving green waste on Wednesday. Investigators believe the woman was put in a bin and left outside a property in the suburb of Coolaroo on Tuesday before being conveyed to the waste facility. Detectives are canvassing the Coolaroo area for CCTV footage and have asked anyone with information to contact police. Dozens of Frankston locals have gathered in Melbourne's outer southeast this morning to remember a father of three who was allegedly murdered last weekend while fishing. 45-year-old Andreas Puncha was found injured and unresponsive at Frankston Pier on Saturday morning. A 36-year-old man in custody has been charged with murder. Frankston local Kathleen says the death has shaken the community.
What an awful loss when he was out doing something just so peaceful. And I'm also sad for the fellow who committed this awful act. It says something to me about the people who aren't being supported in our mental health system and their levels of despair and distress that something like this happens.
The state opposition says the rate of Year 7 students in Victoria missing school has risen dramatically since 2019, and the number of absent days each student takes climbing almost 40%. Department of Education data shows children in Year 7 missed over 1 million days of school in 2023, with each student being absent for about 25 days on average. Chronic absenteeism has been reported around Australia and in countries like the US. Shadow Education Minister Jess Wilson says staffing shortages and school curriculums can make a difference.
I think it's particularly concerning that we're seeing it at such a young age. We're seeing it Year 7 students that have just come out of primary school already skipping school and not attending class. And what that means is it's not a good track record for the future. Absenteeism does tend to grow in the later schooling years.
The state government says Victoria has the best student attendance rates of any state or territory. Overseas now, US President Joe Biden has dismissed concerns about his mental and physical capacity, insisting he's the best candidate to contest this year's presidential election. North America correspondent Jade McMillan reports.
Joe Biden sat down for his first major TV interview since his disastrous performance in last week's debate against Donald Trump. Asked by ABC News America host George Stephanopoulos whether he'd take a cognitive test, the president said he'd never been told by his doctors that he needed one.
Every day I have that test. Everything I do. You know, not only am I campaigning, but I'm running the world.
Mr. Biden disputed opinion polling suggesting Mr. Trump had extended his lead in the race and argued there was no one more qualified to take on the former president than him. Jade McMillan, ABC News, Washington.
Sport now. Carlton will look to continue its strong run of form in the AFL as the team heads to Sydney to take on the Giants. The Blues sit second on the ladder, having won their past 5 matches, while GWS sit 2 points outside the top 8. The Giants have named debutant Joe Fonte amongst their inclusions, while Carlton will welcome back ruck Tom de Koning and Matthew Cottrell. In today's other games, North Melbourne takes on the Gold Coast at Docklands Stadium. The Western Bulldogs travel to Adelaide to take on the Power. Geelong hosts Hawthorn at Cardinia Park, and Fremantle will be at home against Richmond. Now to the weather. 3 rain bands sweeping across the country from the east to west coasts are likely to bring rain to every state during the coming week. Ali Crew reports.
3 separate cloud bands sweeping across Australia during the coming week are likely to drop at least a few millimetres of rain on every patch of ground south of Brisbane in Queensland to Geraldton in WA. The rain will end the recent southeast cold snap and should bring solid falls in excess of 25 millimetres to key farming areas through the Murray-Darling Basin, South Australia and Western WA. The development of the first rain band over the interior coincides with an update of Bureau of Meteorology's seasonal forecasts, which now tip a wetter than normal winter and spring across most of Australia.
The weather today for the state: a sunny afternoon ahead in the south, mostly sunny in the north. A dry day, cool in the south, tending mild in the north with temperatures close to average. For Melbourne, a mostly sunny day ahead. A top of 12 degrees is on the way. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, a top of 15. Right now, it's 8 degrees. This is ABC News.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game, every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can!
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Brad Scott era outshines the Collingwood aura as the Dons withstand a Collingwood comeback after pulling off one of their own. The result will be felt on the ladder come the end of the weekend, but does it change our opinion of either the Bombers or the Pies in season 2024? More players are putting pen to paper to stay with their current club rather than exploring free agency. What is with the growing trend of players deciding to stay put? Meanwhile, what kind of reception will Ken Hinkley get back at Adelaide Oval today? Has Adam Simpson lost the locker room? And do the 2024 Saints remind Mick Malthouse of one of his own teams? All of that to come on AFL Saturday right here on ABC Sport.
They've held their nerve under extreme pressure. We're waiting for the siren. The sweetest sound that Bombers fans have heard all year. The biggest win for 2024 Essendon. The biggest win under Brad Scott's era. And they have taken a giant step to playing finals this season.
Oh, there's a lot to pull apart out of last night. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. As you heard in the title, the whole gang's here. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon, and the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball. The Bombers up to third on the Premiership table. Bally, it was a good night to be an Essendon supporter last night. Nice to see you today.
Good to see you, Corb. Happy Corb, as we always say, after a good Bombers performance. Yeah, they were good, weren't they? They were, they were challenged really early. The game was on the Pies' terms in that first quarter, and they steeled themselves. And it was a good day in the coach, or good night in the coach's box, I thought, for Brad Scott. And in the end, they were just too consistent across the board, and the Pies came at them a bit late, but you just felt, at three-quarter time, that the Bombers had them under control. So it's the scalp that people have been talking about that they needed. And as you say, they settled themselves nicely into that top four. And really, it's still in their own hands, isn't it, for the rest of the season? They've got some winnable games ahead, so exciting times for Bombers fans.
So up to third, as we touched on. The loser will fall right back into the pack and potentially outside of the 8, Collingwood. By the end of the weekend, you were part of the broadcast last night, Mick Malthouse, on ABC Sport. Zach Merritt starring. You gave him top votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. And one of the hardest things they say to do in footy is to turn around momentum. And there was a stage probably late in the first quarter where you thought, oh, the Dons could get blown off the park right here. And they worked their way back into it.
Hello, Corby. Hello, Bally. And our listeners. I was most impressed in Essendon last night. I must say, before the game, I was tempted to tip them, because Collingwood's form hasn't been great. It's been a bit patchy. Got over the line against North Melbourne and lost last week. The team, particularly with players coming back from long-term injury, and I'm saying about Pendlebury's back, he is okay. To go, he went missing the second game back. They're always interesting when players have been out for a while to bring them back. Essendon, on the other hand, they would have been stung by the previous week, albeit the fact that they just lost momentum, and I think too much was said about the gap at the end of the game. I didn't think they were anywhere near that bad against Geelong. The only thing about the Bombers, they're third. I'd have to go back a long, long way to find a side that's third after 16 rounds that still haven't got 100% in their what do you call their percentage, and that tells you that they're not dominating sides, they're winning games of football. That's an art in itself. To be 10 wins, 10.5 wins, that's a pretty good result compared to where they were last year and the expectations. So full credit to Brad, full credit to Essendon, and having David in before the game, I thought was... He can say what he likes. He looked very, very nervous, and I was really happy for him to see him after the game. It just seemed something had lifted off his shoulders. So, well done to the Bombers.
Did it answer a few questions about the Dons last night? So, Caddy plays. Feels like the Essendon faithful's been screaming out for it. Picked out in last year's draft, young, precocious key forward, or at least a tweener at 193 centimetres. And again, the numbers improve. So when they play one ruck, there's 7 wins, 2 losses. When they both play together, being Goldstein and Draper more often than not, they're 3 wins, 3 losses and a draw, so exactly dead average. Interestingly, out of that 7-2 record, one of those losses was up on the Gold Coast, where it was actually Nick Bryan. So if it's either Draper or Goldstein, they're 7-1. And again, last night, it felt like they had a better mix with Peter Wright, Bawley as the second ruck.
Yeah, I like it better. Yeah, I think, I mean, the part of it's been to this point, the fitness of Sam Draper. We know he's coming from a long way back. So I thought he looked like he was covering the ground really well last night. He went back, he impacted, he drifted forward, he impacted on the scoreboard as well. So for me, the asterisk is Sam Draper. If he's fit and moving as well as that, then I think it does relegate Big Goldie to the backup. And Caddy does look exciting, doesn't he? Yeah, you're right, he's athletic. And I think the other part to that is Harrison Jones moving up to the wing, because you probably can't squeeze Caddy, Jones and Langford as those mid-sized forwards in the same. I mean, you can, but I think Jones going to the wing and showing his athleticism has been a big part of that as well. So, yeah, I know Bomber supporters love the look of Nate Caddy. He's a high draft pick. Now, he's going to have his moments, and in big games and in finals perhaps, where, that's a different kettle of fish. But for now, it just did look a better balance, didn't it? But it was predicated on the fact that Draper, I thought, was really good last night and moved really well. Looked like he was back to his best from a movement point of view.
Talkback number 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Paul and Mick Malthouse. Couple of quick ones on the Bombers. Cole Langford's about to join us. Did they shut the game down too early last night, the Dons?
They either shut the game down or they feared what was in front of them.
Or did they throw something in? We might ask Kyle as well. Or did they just fatigue a bit? Were they entitled to it? They'd worked pretty hard to get themselves back in front in that second and third quarter, and they really dominated the third quarter.
That's an outball.
Yeah, potentially. But so why? You can ask Collingwood the same question. They were terrible in that third quarter. So why were they? Why did they enable the Bombers to play the way they did? So I think we'll ask, and I think that's part of their learning. Potentially in years gone by, maybe they would have even frozen up a bit more. But
I guess if
I look at the positive side of it, I think there's potentially moments where they could have, but I think they were entitled to be a little bit more fatigued as that game went on.
The other issue is if you don't shut the game down or try and put numbers back, you almost play into Collingwood's hands in a way. If you keep trying to attack and they prey all over that. But clearly they didn't execute
that's the reverse.
As much as they wanted to.
No, I think that's a total reverse. Because I think when you start to go into a shell, Collingwood eat it.
Wow.
Because what Collingwood prey on is a mistake in their forward half. So by definition, if you've got the football and feel safe by going backwards, they'll keep squeezing you up. And when they squeeze you up, at some stage you'll turn the ball over, particularly if their pressure is applied. And that's when last year they were brilliant at it. If you attack them, you're going to get them out the back. And Essendon left the game that they had behind.
Brad Scott was asked about the last 10 minutes and what happened as Essendon tried to close out that game last night.
We didn't execute perfectly, but I think that the players' view is that they didn't want to give Collingwood a chance to win the game. So if that's a choice of winning by 50 points or making absolutely sure that the result would go our way, I'd certainly take the latter. So, it wasn't perfect, but it was pretty good.
It didn't feel like, as good as Collingwood are in that situation we know, I don't know about your thought. I mean, you would have been a nervous Bomber supporter, whatever they had on at that stage, Core, but Mick, it didn't feel like they were going to overrun them last night. I didn't think.
Not with the same form as last year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So I think, and potentially, I mean, what had served them so well up to that point, 109 contested marks to three-quarter time. So, and that made Collingwood defend and pulled their defence apart a little bit. So potentially, as you fatigue a bit as the game goes on, that the execution side that you're talking about can come undone a bit, and then Collingwood get a bit of a sniff and get going. But to me, I felt like they were never really in danger of losing.
Lorraine from Ballarat is the first of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Lorraine.
Oh, hi, Corby. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Right. I just want to, I was really pleased to hear Mick say that he was, quite pleased with Essendon. So I've been going to ring for weeks because I just want to get their opinion. I've been following them for 65 years now, so a die-hard supporter, but unfortunately I don't get to games much because of my health anymore. But I'm not on the band, I'm not quite raising the flag yet, but there's still got a long way to go. But I just feel that, all these years, the drug problem and all the supporters we've been through so much, but they are just playing so well as a team. They're cohesive, and that's taken years. And Brad Scott, he's in 2 years he's just doing an amazing job. I just really think he's the man. I really do. I think Zach Merritt has matured so much as a person, and he's a brilliant footballer. We all knew that, and not everyone was up to his standard. And I used to get frustrated with him, but at times over the years you'd see some of the players getting annoyed with each other, but it just doesn't happen anymore. They're just so they're just really together, and I just feel that, okay, not premiership material, but I really do feel that they will make finals. I think they're surprising everyone, but they're not surprising me, that's for sure.
Thanks, Lorena. Appreciate your call. And there is something in that, isn't it? I mean, you think about where Essendon have been over the last 20 years. They're a team that you can go to the footy and be proud of and sort of walk away thinking, yeah, I'm really happy that I barracked for that team, which sounds like a little thing, but for Essendon supporters...
well, you don't see selfishness. Because Brad won't stand for that for a start off. But you don't see the selfish. And the other thing, Corby, I only noticed it once last night, and I think that it would be, I reckon, to be highlighted. Very few players, well, only one last night that I saw, when something didn't happen right, he turned around quickly to sort of look at his teammate and go, well, what have you done? Whereas that was so common with sides that were nearly there, and Essendon were one of those sides. So, yes, there's giant strides taken by the Bombers.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. They were a little shaky at the end, conceded the last 3 goals, threatened to get blown off the park at the start, conceded 5 of the first 6, but in between, the Bombers dominated the game, 12 goals to 4 in that middle stretch, and as a result, they sit pretty on third spot on the premiership table this morning, and I'm pleased to say we're joined by a man who was on the fringe of the All-Australian team last year, was their leading goal kicker in 2023, and what a player he's become. Cole Langford from the Bombers joins us on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Cole, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
What was the best part of it last night?
When the last siren went. No, it was great. It was, obviously Collingwood got off to a great start, and it was just great that we're able to work our way into the game, and obviously that third quarter kind of gave us a bit of a jump in the last quarter, and it's just great to get that result and win the way we did.
What were you thinking in that last sort of 10 minutes or so? It certainly looked from our vantage point that it looked like you tried to shut the game down as best you can, and you're a little shaky doing that against Adelaide earlier in the year, and felt like there were a few nervy moments again last night. What happened down the stretch?
Well, you know how good Collingwood is. They've done it time and time again in terms of just coming from behind. So we knew they were going to come, but obviously it was our opportunity to kind of stand up against Collingwood in that moment, and I thought we did a pretty good job in the end. They scored a couple, but we were able to get enough of a head start and control the game in the last quarter that we were able to get the win.
Congratulations on your game for a start off and the Bombers game. But let's go back to revisit what you just said then. Is it more the aura of how the media have built Collingwood up, and that puts a worrying sign on you guys as you enter into a last quarter, or just when you've got your nose in front, or in this case you kicked the first couple of goals in the last quarter? Is it the worry about what Collingwood have potentially been able to do, or have they got the aura about them that just says they're going to keep fighting back? And are they the only club that do that?
I think they've got the evidence there. I mean, they've done it. There's so many teams have done it to us in the past that I just feel like Collingwood have such a belief that no matter how many goals they might be down or where they are in a match, that they have the willpower to almost win, and it's not so much an aura or anything. I think it's just the way Collingwood play. They play a really good offensive brand of football that, when momentum's their way, they can score really easily. So they've obviously got the proven evidence over a long period of time.
Do you think that's a Russian roulette effect, whereby you guys could actually counter that if you're steady enough to go, right, we know that there's going to be all offence and it's going to really open up gaps behind them? It just seemed the sides, and particularly you guys, went backwards a little bit with the football, as opposed to early in that third quarter you just took over and went forward all the time and just put them under pressure.
Yeah, it wasn't anything that we really spoke about at three-quarter time at all. Okay. We wanted to really continue to play our way, but the way the game just kind of eventuated, I guess, was, to control the ball a little bit more and just take the sting off the game. And, if we're controlling the ball, then Collingwood doesn't have the ball. So, that time of possession is so important when a team is like that, really want to come. So if we can just hold on to the ball and, methodically move our way down the ground, then it's going to be advantageous to us.
What's the major difference between this time last year and right now? I'm talking mindset, physically, and also, ladder-wise.
Yeah, well, I think exactly what you just touched on. It's our mindset, it's the system, it's physically we're better. I think Scotty was very deliberate in his approach last year, where he wanted to, kind of see where the club was at, see where the players were at, see how players played and responded. And, we've implemented a lot of things in the pre-season in terms of our physical game, our mental game, as well as evolving our system. And I think what we're seeing is just the growth of the team coming through. And it's great. Like I said, it's great to be able to get a win like that because it really does instill that confidence in what we're doing is right. And it's tough when you lose those games, against Carlton last week, against Geelong. Not that you question it, but it just really helps you be like, yep, this is it. And you feel that winning feeling. And that's so important as well. And I just think we're a much more mature group than what we were last year.
You're building a deeper squad too, Langers. I think that's the other thing that's stood out this year. I think a lot's been said about Sam Durran going in and Jai Caldwell's emergence, and that's has kept players like Dylan Shield out. It was great to see him work his way back into the team last night, but he was made to earn it, wasn't he? We know that Parrish is still out of the team, and there's some high draft picks that are banging the door down that can't get in as well, with Sardis and Hobbs, and we haven't seen Zach Reid. So we know that the best teams have deep squads of 30 to 32, and that's something that's starting to be really built down at Tullamarine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think our depth is really good, and we're seeing some really good results in the VFL. And Shealy's put in a mountain of work over the last few months, and it's great to get him back in the team. I think he added real maturity to that midfield group, and it was great to see him get a really good reward for effort. But I think, we got a really healthy list. And like I said, we've put a mountain of work into kind of that physical department. And, we've still got Darcy Parish to come back in the next few weeks. And like you said, we got Hobbsy banging on the door. We got Sardis banging on the door. And we still haven't seen the best of Zach Reid. So it is positive signs. We just need to keep that going.
Down your end, down the forward end, it might be too soon before Bomber supporters start heading to the barber to get some tips in their hair, I think, with number 30 starting to emerge. You must tell us a little bit about Nate Caddy. I mean, what we saw last night, he just looks like, clearly the athleticism's there, isn't it? But also looks like a guy who's got great footy now, some forward craft as well, and knows how to get on the end of one.
Yeah, I think, Nate's a great northern boy like myself, and he's got a great head on his shoulders. And from day one, he's really just wanted to learn and get better and be a really good teammate. And like every first-year player, it takes a bit of teething, and that's what we saw throughout the VFL in the first half of the year. And now he is starting to get, the patterns and doing your homework on defenders and knowing how they're going to try and play you. And, I thought he was great last night, going for some really good contested marks and backing himself. And, he's a top 10 pick for a reason. And I think we're just going to see him grow each week that he gets to play AFL. And I think that's the thing. Like in VFL, it's very hard as a key forward to kind of learn your craft. But once you get to AFL, delivery's better, the system's better, you're playing better players. I think that's where we'll see him grow.
Him coming in's probably forced the dual ruckman out of the team. How do you see that? I thought Big Sammy last night looked really good. Looked like he was back to his best in terms of the way he moves. His follow-up, and he was getting back and then went forward and hit the scoreboard as well. And, as good as Big Gold he's been to this point in the year, with Caddy coming back and Harry Jones in good form as well. What's your view as you look up the field on whether you can play one or two rucks?
Yeah, it's probably not really a question for me to answer, but I think we've had a different mix each week, and sometimes it looks great, and then sometimes a bit of a room for improvement. But I thought last night looked really dynamic, and with Cads coming into the side, he had something different to how I play, to how Pete plays. He's just a different kind of athlete. So what it looks like moving forward, honestly, I've got no idea. But I'll leave that one to the coaches because it's a tough call.
Cole Langford with us from the Bombers on the back of their 12-point win over the Pies last night. Cole, at the end of last season, so following your last game, you were quizzed about what went wrong and why the dramatic fall in the last 8 weeks. And I remember you were quoted as saying at the time, look, I'm going to ask questions of the coaching staff as to why it happened, what changed so dramatically. What answers did you get, and how do you reflect on that particular time as to what went wrong?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that, if it didn't happen, would we be here right now? I think there was a lot of hard conversations that had to be had, and they were. And I think Scotty at the end of the season had some really honest conversations with a lot of players. Just where are they at professionally? Are they committed? All that kind of stuff. And I think, like I said, those conversations had to be had, and it's just great that we're able to have that and learn from it, because it's really easy to have that, not learn from it, and then go through this year and it's another year kind of thing. Whereas I think we've really been able to grow and actually reflect on that. And over the last probably month, Scotty's referred back to that constantly of, we have a great opportunity here. We're top 4. We've got 7 games to go. And he's really just employing us to be really committed, really disciplined in our approach towards the back end of the year. And as he said, the next 7 weeks are guaranteed and nothing is guaranteed after that. So to really lock in and make the most of this opportunity that is in front of us.
We've heard a bit about the self-funded training camp to Arizona. I understand you were one of the key parts of pushing that and making sure it happened. Is that part of what those Brad Scott conversations led to, that the playing group taking that kind of initiative?
Yeah, I think there was probably 6 or 7 players that were always going to go. It had already been booked, and Scotty was quite encouraging some younger players to really just come across with, the likes of Andy McGrath, Jordan Ridley, myself, and just learn, what an elite athlete can look like in the off-season. And, I was fortunate enough when I was younger, I had David Zaharakis take me across to Colorado, and you learn different things, and you're not necessarily going to get fitter or stronger in a 2-3 week period, but you're going to learn different things that you can implement into your routine. And I think that's what we found. And, some of the players that went over was Sam Durham, was Caldwell, was Perkins. And you can just have a look at their output this year. And you always wonder, okay, like I said, they're not necessarily going to be fitter or stronger, but no doubt they've learnt 1 or 2 things and they've been able to implement that. And again, that allows you to go into pre-season with a fresh mindset, into the season with a new mindset. And it's great to be able to see them grow. And it's definitely something that we're going to look to try and do moving on.
Cole, your time's appreciated. Congratulations on the win last night, and all the best the rest of the way.
No worries. Thanks for having me, guys.
Cole Langford from the Bombers on the back of their victory last night, up to 3rd on the premiership table. Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. What a player he's become too, leading the goal kicking again this year.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Yeah, although
dangerous.
I think really dangerous. Yeah, good. They missed a couple last night. He hasn't quite had kicking boots on, I don't reckon, this year as much as last year, Corb, but still very, very dangerous. Doesn't need too many opportunities. And in a lot of ways, he's a bit of a barometer for the team. I mean, he's starting to get some more support now. I think that's even players like Gresham, coming into the team and playing their role, and Wright coming back into it, now Caddy, and Stringer, obviously the year that he's having. So not as much reliance on him, which is a massive win for the Bombers.
We'll get to the Collingwood side of things in just a moment. There's a whole lot to discuss there, and the injury fallout again from last night and where it leaves them in the competition. But before we move on from the Dons, it is now time for Mix Messages
on AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Well, just talking about the moment of Essendon and Collingwood, just for the Essendon supporters. One is last night, it was a great victory, third on the ladder, percentage around about 100, which suggests close games, a couple of beatings, fight back. We had it all last night, and I suggest to the Essendon supporters, be aware that there's going to be ups and downs for probably this year and may even be next year. And not suggesting one moment you can't win a premiership in that time, but 3 or 4 goals down very quickly. The evidence there suggests to me that my theory on that is 2 goals in a row is a run-on. Essendon couldn't stop that onslaught by Collingwood and didn't look like it, and it took some time. So there's a little bit of growth, but the growth then came about by not only then getting back in the game and then getting into that third quarter where they completely dominated Collingwood to the point where they just brushed them aside. And Collingwood are a good physical, hard-running side, so no mean feat. But then we come to the last quarter, and this is where the growth's got to be. There was times when Essendon got to the point of 30-odd points in front, and then I believe they froze because of who they were playing and the aura of what we read in the newspapers about Collingwood, virtually suggested by Langford just before. So in that case, this is where leadership on the ground, off the ground, maturity of players has to come to the forecourt, if you like. If they can get that system right, where when sides have got that aura about them, or whether it be a falsehood or whether it be right or not, being able to meet it, counter it, and attack against it. And I thought Essendon last night, as much as they wanted to hold the football, they retreated into the back 50 and giving Collingwood every chance to pinch that game. I didn't think Collingwood were playing well enough to do it, but momentum's a funny thing. And if you allow a side to get that momentum, this is where Essendon's growth can be, to stop that momentum. Whether they score themselves or not is not an interest. It's more stopping the opposition from scoring. So good and bad last night, good, bad and ugly perhaps. Great 4 points to get. Be aware that the next 7 weeks will be similar. And final series, I think that's beckoning. I can't see Essendon falling out of the finals because there's not enough good sides. But that's not to say Essendon won't take a couple of jabs on the chin at times. But the growth is going to be being able to counter what we saw last night.
But you're seeing gradual improvement.
Absolutely.
Trajectory heading up.
And I'm seeing it because I think I'm a great believer in Brad Scott's coaching and discipline and game structure.
And you mentioned leadership there, and I think that's a big part. And I thought Ben Mackay was better last night. He's had a bit of a down 2 or 3 weeks, and he needs to assume. So when you're talking about leadership out there, you really need it across all three areas of the ground. And I thought Mackay, he needs to play that role from here on in. He's played enough footy now, and he's the big presence down there they haven't had, so he needs to play like that.
Langford on the forward.
Langford on the forward. And then we need to talk about, Zach Merritt, he's been, and I know the previous caller, and then we went to speak to Kyle, but Lorraine, I think it was, who was very effusive, and rightfully so, because I think he this year, it's not nothing out of the ordinary to say, is it? Has very much claims for the All-Australian captain at the moment, probably him and Patrick Cripps, and thought his game was unbelievable. Now, there's a Collingwood element to this as well. In that first quarter, he had 19 possessions. He ended up with 15 score involvements, kicked the goal himself, Mick. We know, at 80%, we know when he gets the ball in time and space. He had too much space. Every time he got it, there was no one near him. Now, I thought Brad coached well. He wasn't a sitting duck in the centre of the ground that often. He came off the square. He played half forward. And I get Collingwood's desire to back themselves in, and it's worked, and far be it for me to criticise. But I think at some stage, last night, Collingwood supporters are entitled to say, geez, who's on merit? Right now, halfway through this second quarter,
you flicked it over.
He's getting him back into the game, and then he was the difference in the end. Someone's got to go to him. So Merritt's had a magnificent year and deserves all the plaudits he gets.
Just to close out on mixed messages, the message at Essendon is top down. They're all lockstep. Dave Barham was with us pre-game last night, and he was asked about when the Bombers are going to contend for a flag.
When we've done everything properly, when we've built our list properly, when we've trained them properly, when we've developed them properly, when we've got the right amount of blokes on the list.
So you're not going to do a Brendan Gale and say 3 in the next 5 years?
I don't know. But what I do know is if we don't do everything properly and we don't get all the right processes in place and we don't do all this stuff properly, we'll never get there. So people kept saying we've got to do this and we've got to do that. I'm going, yeah, okay, but what we've got to do first is do everything properly. And that's the key to success for me.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball and myself, Corbin Middlemass. Robin is in Canberra, is the next of our callers. Hello, Robin.
Hello. I barracked for Geelong, so had no real interest in the game last night, except to say Zach Merritt was fantastic, better than I ever imagined him to be, watching the whole game. But I've got to ask the panel, what do you think about Nick Dacos being named in Collingwood's best when one of the stats given in the commentary was that 2 of his 11 possessions were effective, and overall I'd say he was actually given a bit of a bath by the Essendon players. Is the halo so strong that he's always going to be named no matter what he does?
It's fair question. It's interesting. No, I be very cautious about percentage, what they say is effective and ineffective, particularly a midfielder that sometimes scrubs the ball out of under pressure. And I can't honestly say that I come away thinking he wasted the football. The simple facts are they didn't go head-to-head, Merritt nor Dacos, which would have been interesting, but they shared the same ground. They sometimes share the same square, but very rarely they actually rub shoulders against each other. Merritt, he only had 2 positions in the last quarter, but I was more impressed in the last quarter than anywhere else because of his grunt work to push across, fill up gaps, tackle and chase. Take nothing away from Nick Dacos. I think if you have a look at Nick's overall stats, he's not just a receiver, he's a hard ball get player. Contested football, he's a great clearance player from stoppages, which is a very hard job to do. His accuracy was fantastic. He was by far and large the best Collingwood player by yards.
Well, I think there was a couple of things. Well, certainly wasn't one of his best games, but I just thought he kept working. So 17 of his 31 possessions contested, and as you said, Nick, that's hard work. He had a lot of the times he had Sam Durran, who's a tough opponent, hanging off him. So it wasn't one of his better games, but I think you talk about the halo effect. Sometimes you've got to be careful. The halo effect and the bar's so high that when he plays a game, to your point, he's still in Collingwood's best, you leave him out because it wasn't one of his best. It's more of a reflection on how good he can be. It was more, but I thought it was a good matchup. I thought it was clearly, it wasn't an out-and-out tag from Scott. He clearly recognised the fact that you need to stop Nick Dacos. And as I said before, it shone a light on the fact that Collingwood weren't able to do that to Zach Merritt in that first half in particular, going the other way. But I think the third quarter, in particular, they put the clamps on him a bit. He only had 1 possession until about the 25-minute mark of the third quarter, and that was the game. So I take the point, and sometimes you're right, Mick, we can look at the stats, and when you've got a player who, it's a bit of the tall pop, isn't it? People go, oh, and here we're talking about Nick Dacos again. Look at the disposal efficiency. I think you're right. I think sometimes
that's a falsehood.
The full context of the game. But there's no doubt, having said that, there's no doubt that Brad Scott and the Bombers supporters will walk away going, Durham v Dacos, that was a 50-50, and we would have taken that before the game.
Yeah, I don't reckon.
No goals.
Okay. I reckon it's long short of 50-50.
You gave him 2 votes.
I gave him 2 votes.
ABC Footballer of the Year last night, behind only Zach Merritt as the second best player on the ground. Thank you for your call, Robin. 1300 558 222 was the talkback number. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, and the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse. It's the fastest way through to us. 1300 558 222. All right, the Pies out of last night. First of all, Jeremy Howe was with us post game, and he provided an update in real time on Brody Myercheck, who unfortunately came off seemingly injured in the final quarter, and Jeremy Howe told us exactly what was wrong.
I don't think Check has received overly positive news on what's going on with him. So,
is it a torn pec, Jeremy?
I think that's what we're believing so far.
Later in the interview, we explored a little more as to what this is all going to amount to for the Magpies, who are seemingly in free fall down the table. Do you still feel like you can win it in season 2024 and defend your premiership?
Always. I feel like we need to click it into gear and get going. But like you said, you touched on our projection with our games going forward. I think we've got another 7 games or 6 games at the G out of our last 7, and it's really strong. Some strong teams in there on the run home. So if we want to make a push, we better get going ASAP, and we'll be playing some solid competition on the way through.
So had to overcome a slow start in the season, Bally. They pull it back together. Now they've seemingly hit a little bit of a road bump again. Same question to you. Can they still win it in 2024?
Oh, geez, I mean, it looks hard. The easiest thing to say is no. And as much there's a couple of things, isn't it? There's certainly a personnel issue, Nick, and for me, they've got real spine issues. With Darcy Moore not at his best, the pressure goes down to Frampton, who's, to me, just a good average defender. Solid. Yeah, that's right. And now Myercheck, who can't take a trick. I mean, that's a nasty one. Remember Alan Didak did that in 2011, the peck off the bone? And that's a nasty one. Dan McStay, hopefully he's getting closer to playing. But for me, it comes back to, and I cast my mind back to, I think it was round 2 where they'd had 2 pretty ordinary games to start the year, and they boiled it all back to pressure, and then they went up to Brisbane and had about 88 tackles
that's right.
and came out and won. So last night they had 18 tackles at half-time. But that's a hard game to play. So the question is, can they steel themselves, whoever, they need a bit of personnel back. I think Elliott's another one who hopefully they can get back. So as much of the good personnel back. But really it's, can they steel themselves? Do they have both the physical juice left in the tank and the mental? Because that's bloody hard to steel yourself.
The mental hunger.
Yeah, for 7 weeks of high-pressure footy, that's the question. And then they know they're in every game, but last night you saw what happens when it's not there. And Essendon kicked their, they played keepings off and was smart about it. But to only have 18 tackles at half-time.
It was their second worst pressure rating game under Craig McRae.
And the worst pressure quarter, that third quarter. And no, you won't talk about Darcy Moore being out of form. No defence is going to be able to hold up against that sort of lack of pressure up the field. So that's the question for me.
Is he a worry, though? I mean, he's the captain, and ordinarily your captain's your tone setter. Even last night we saw him flying for balls and spilling marks. Ordinarily, when he's at his best, he's that great interceptor that can start their counter-attacking play, and yet it's something just... I know the focus is on him, and it feels like he's copped a little bit of criticism externally, but how do you turn that around, Mick?
Yeah, that's very difficult. It's difficult because you're the captain. And it's difficult because you've won a premiership last year. You set yourself... So everyone goes to Darcy. His speech last year, the way he played last year, he's lost his wingman in his back pocket next door to him who covered for him a lot. Yep. They've lost a little bit of their dare, Collingwood. They were a very aggressive back line. They used to play 10, 15 metres off nearly every player because the forward line would squeeze it up. Now they're getting scored behind. He's always had goals scored on him. One's got to remember that even last year he had goals scored on him because he's anticipating where the ball's going to go as a forward. And it doesn't go there necessarily. So he's always then reacting to the lead so the player gets hold of him. I don't think his form is as bad as what they say because it's not dreadful. He's not getting a mass number of goals kicked on him. What's happening is they're not getting a lot of football from him. And if you expect a lot of football from a full back, then you're really in trouble. You've got to get your... Like, I would say, point the finger at DeGoey. Point the finger at Maynard. Maynard's not getting...
Quaynor's
Quaynor is...
Josh Dacos.
All this year, Quaynor has been steady, but he's 10 possessions short of what he was and run last year. Josh Dacos last night was pretty horrible too.
He played hurt and it clearly wasn't right to go last night. And Craig McRae mentioned afterwards that he was very close to not playing with that calf complaint. So obviously the personnel issues are mounting, and it's always a combination of factors. But how much do you put it down to personnel, and how much of it is their issues are actually deeper than that?
Well, I think one is the burden of a premiership side is can't be underestimated, and that's number one. Number two is if you start getting a couple of injuries that you might think they're not your top-line players, but they're players that are irreplaceable. Like, Myercheck is just a hard-working player.
Elliott.
He's in and out of his side. Elliott is a go-to player. Then you've got Tagoe was out in... you've got Murphy, he's out totally.
McCreary hasn't reached any
but I still think that their level has dropped off in terms of the daring, and that can be picked up by the opposition. They go, righto, we can knock this over. If you're going to keep bombing it in and Moore comes over the top and keeps spoiling it, or Murphy takes the mark, or Maynard's on the end of it. But the moment you start to change your game plan and change their angles, which we've seen now with Hawthorn did it against them, Adelaide did it against them. Not saying they've won these games, but it tests them. Essendon last night probably found themselves going too wide, but ultimately what it did, it forced Collingwood to go wide, and then it opened up the corridor.
Collingwood fans, 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222.
Well, we know last year they weren't that far ahead of the competition, so let's not kid ourselves and say they weren't this dominant team.
Won three finals by 12 points.
Exactly, yeah. So when you take that into consideration, then they become the hunted, as you said, Mick. So everyone tries to pick them apart, which Essendon did last night. And then you lose a few, and a few don't quite get to the level, because they might have had surgery over the off-season. It's just little things like that add up, and then when they're 5%, 10% off with their pressure, they're right back in the pack, aren't they?
Well, I said last year that it was the bottom 6 to 8 players at Collingwood were unidentifiable. You couldn't, because they would blend in with the top 8 to 10. This year, it's very evident who their bottom 8 to 10 are. 6 to 8 are.
Craig McRae last night was asked about the energy levels of his group. Here's what he had to say in the post-match.
It's probably not about the individuals, really. Because when you defend as a team, there's a system and an energy attached to that, and the same when we attack as a team. So it's really not about any individual. It's about a collective. So you take one person outside of a system, then the others fall down. So we'll be concentrating on that and really galvanising our group in terms of connection around the way we move and the way we defend. And I liken to you got to learn to dance together. We're not dancing, we're stepping on each other's toes at times. So we'll spend some energy around that.
I love his analogies, Craig McRae, the way he speaks. He's so pragmatic. He did, I wouldn't say bristled, but he was pretty quick to shoot down any suggestion from our man Mitch Cleary that the extra day on the Gold Coast had anything to do with the result last night. Here's Craig McRae and Mitch Cleary last night in the presser.
We reviewed the game up there, and then a group of guys stayed up and trained the next day. And then we had a day off, as we normally would, and then due back. And so half the group stayed up because they wanted to and they had families and things. We won't compromise on that. No, I'm not sure that those things would be something we reflect on too much. Other than to say that if you walk into our environment on Monday, for your first time you've ever been in our environment, I guarantee you won't know if we won or lost. I promise you that. Because we're all about getting better.
Did you ever stay up on the Gold Coast, Mick, and go to Wet and Wild?
Yeah.
Head down
not Wet and Wild.
No.
I do believe that you only benefit by staying in Queensland the extra day or two because you've got the heat on your back. Well, it rains up there more often than it does down in Melbourne. But anyway, so it's a different temperature, and I reckon you can do it, but you've got to be careful then that you can switch back onto your game mode. I've done it we've done it during finals, so I have no worries about that at all.
I understand the question. That's just how the game works, isn't it? But I think his last point there is the key point. That they're level regardless. You walk in and I've been in there, you wouldn't know. So you don't go jumping at shadows and changing.
I'd like to think you'd know, boy. This is where the differences are with different coaches and different times and that sort of stuff. It's interesting. With Boomer last night, we looked at, there was a clip of Collingwood in the rooms before the game. I said, how would you go? And he said, I couldn't cope with it.
No, I couldn't either. But that team won a premiership last year.
Oh, I'm not denying that.
Yeah,
I'm not denying that. And so did Leicester, won it, and they were in the second division 3 years later. Nothing stays the same. You've got to keep working at these sort of things. So,
right. Yes or no? Can the Pies still win the flag?
Oh, it's getting. I'll say yes at the moment, but I think they need to beat Geelong next week. Then
No, I've got 3 or 4 clearly ahead of them at the moment.
Okay.
Yep.
Can they make the 8?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. And should. Yeah.
Yep. More of your calls coming up next, 1300 558 222. We've still got Cool Hand Luke on the way, plus the player movement space. It doesn't feel like anyone's moving. A lot of players re-signing, including a young star Swan. All of that still to come. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
The ABC Tennis Podcast is your Australian serve of tennis all year round, be it on grass, clay or hard court. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and former Australian tennis players John Millman and John Alexander as we unpack results and storylines from the Grand Slams and beyond. It's the podcast Australia's Alex Demonor listens to.
No, Alex is a big listener to the ABC Tennis Podcast.
Find the ABC Tennis Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
It's as good as it's ever been, the umpiring. We're in the second year of a 4-umpire system as well, so we're on a journey with the 4-umpire system, but I don't understand why, but there's always been a focus on umpiring, and it's been, I'm pretty old and it's been around for as long as I've been around. And there will continue to be, but I think because the competition is so tight, maybe there's an increased focus on the umpiring.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, and the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball. You've seen a lot of seasons, Mick Malthouse. Is it as good as it's ever been, the umpiring?
Absolutely not. and it's a bit like Joe Biden that thinks he had a good night. Then a couple of days later realised that he didn't and has to tell people the truth. So for Andrew Dillon to say that the umpires, this is the best it's been, he's got the blinkers on, and I don't think there's any sin in saying it's not.
Yeah.
And we're still growing with 4 umpires, and we'll get better. Take it on that it's not the best. Otherwise, we would, like after last night, I came away thinking, I hardly noticed the umpires because I thought they did a pretty good job.
I agree.
So there was nothing there that sort of stood out that go, oh my God, and you don't want that. So I say that he has got to take his head out of the sand and understand that why is it that we've had so many problems this year? Is it because of change of interpretation? Apparently you can't say change of rule. Does the 4 umpires really suit? Do we get 4 umpires that are good enough to umpire an AFL game? And it could be the bottom sides playing each other. Of course, you're going to get them, for a start off, when you get that, you're going to get less good play. So therefore, does the umpires join in and make it an absolute shocker? Why have we got 4 umpires if they're not going to be involved in, particularly like the ones last week? There's a whole host of reasons why we can talk about this and discuss it, but don't sugarcoat it by saying this is the best they've ever been, because they are bloody terrible at the moment.
And I think we spoke a few weeks ago, Bawley, about, they're the AFL's 19th team clearly in the competition, and like every team can't be in premiership contention every year. So if the umpires were a footy team, they're in development mode, aren't they, where they're at the moment? They've got a lot of new umpires. They've gone to 4. There's new guys they need to have in. Yep. You look through the list and they've lost a bit of experience out the top, and they're a relatively inexperienced group. Plus, I think the holding the ball rule is actually, that is the part that is we've reached a...
Well, it's a dog's breakfast.
We need to work out what we want holding the ball to look like, and that doesn't make the job for the umpires any easier.
But last night, can I just add on about last night? Because I thought they did pretty well last night.
Yep.
Under what we believe is the interpretation.
Yep. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Matthew Richardson, the chief executive of the Port Adelaide Football Club, was on SA Grandstand a short time ago on ABC Adelaide. He was asked about the situation involving their senior coach Ken Hinkley, who of course returns to the Adelaide Oval today. The last time he was there, he was jeered off the ground by a section of the Port Adelaide fans. Here's a little of what he had to say.
Ken's our coach, and he's contracted to be our coach until for 2025, and anything else really at the moment is just it's hypotheticals or what ifs, and our job isn't to deal with hypotheticals and what ifs. Our job is, and it's a bit boring I know, but we're right in the middle of a season where our focus has to be on how do we improve, how do we start playing our best footy to give ourselves a chance in this season.
As Bart Simpson would say, the ironing is delicious with all of this, given the fact that, of course, they're the club that has never tear us apart, and yet it feels like internally they've got a huge section of their own supporter base which have turned on the senior coach. They won ugly last week, Bawley. He comes back to Adelaide Oval today to coach against the Bulldogs. How do they handle this, Port Adelaide? Clearly the players are behind the coach. We saw that in the emotion last week. He's clearly feeling it, and yet his own supporter base, at least a huge portion of them, aren't with him.
Well, they've got to, from a player's point of view, if they are indeed behind him, then they've got to keep performing, not necessarily win-loss, but performing with a consistent level of and an unconditional level of effort, which hasn't been the case for the last month, and that's why all this is happening. Mick, you spoke about the people at board level, the noise is coming out of there as well. So we know the good clubs, it doesn't happen, does it? No. It's very, very stable and consistent, regardless of the results on the field. I mean, I think in this situation, Ken's been there for so long. He hasn't taken them all the way. They've been pretty close. He's had a great win-loss record. It's just the nature of the beast.
The other thing is, are they good enough? The simple fact is their forward line is brittle. Their midfield is very young. Their back line has always been look, we've always thought they've been undersized.
Have you ever coached in an environment like that where the fans...
I've been booed a heck of a lot by different sides. It was certainly Carlton.
Does it rattle you?
It didn't rattle me, but I was only...
You coached 700 games by...
I was only aware of it by what Nanette said. She was, broken-hearted by it. She just said, I'm going to go home. I can't stand it. In my mind, I just look back, and you guys will remember this, the treatment that Danny Frawley got from Richmond supporters.
Yep.
It was just horrible when he was walking up the race with his players. For those that want to do it, just remember how much effort does go into coaching, and a win is a win, mainly for supporters. A loss is taken on board by the coach. And I'm not saying, supporters will go, oh, come on, when we lose, it hurts us too. You get to work on Monday and you're looking forward to next week. The coach wears it all week, let me tell you. Now, Ken Hinkley has done a magnificent job, but we will never be accountable for the supporters because they do what they want to do. You only appeal to them and say, just think about what he's been able to do and generally weigh up the side. Don't over-exaggerate how good it is or undersell how bad it is or whatever the case is. Have a close look. I've doubted Port all year because of their makeup of their side. They had all this flurry early because they had this young, energetic midfield that could take you on. As the season gets bigger, goes into it, they get tighter, they get injuries, they get bumps and bruises because that's a battleground in there. And young midfields never survive a full year of football without, Boak's got to stand up and someone else has got to stand up.
Did you pick him today? Port Adelaide against the Bulldogs?
No.
Bawley?
No, I didn't. No. Well, is Liam Jones out?
He is.
Yeah, so that one, that might give him a chance. Yep.
He's out. Rory Lobb, who we saw last week, the ruck forward come defender. He did a reasonable job last week. It's different gravy this week. He really leads a young backline, including Buku Khamis and James O'Donnell. So we'll see how that goes. And a few coaching ones for you this week. We'll talk more about Luke Beveridge perhaps a little later in the show, and Adam Simpson as well. So I'll put a couple of those to you. Luke Beveridge strong in his defence of one of his young players. Back to the phones, 1300 558 222. Chris from South Australia is the next of our callers. Hello, Chris.
G'day, fellas. Look, I want to talk about the draw and the chap from Port Adelaide, Richardson, who talked about the problem with the two SNA South Australian clubs in their recruiting and getting players up to AFL standard. We're at a huge disadvantage here because we can't get into that AFL seconds competition. And the draw, you've got Collingwood playing 4 games in a row the next 4 weeks at the MCG. I know there's 10 of them and 8 of us as far as interstate sides, but I think the draw is heavily weighted on Victorian sides, and I think the AFL want a Carlton-Collingwood grand final because, they've got the huge advantage playing all their games at MCG or Marvel.
Chris, appreciate your call. I actually think the AFL would love a Sydney grand final. It feels like the biggest rating grand finals in history are always when the Swans are involved and the capture of that New South Wales population and the crossover fans. But I understand what you're saying. The other thing is, and we talk about it all the time, the advantage is greater for non-Victorian teams that don't share their home ground at home. So you're more disadvantaged on the road because you have to travel more and you're playing away. But you have a greater advantage when you play at your home ground because you're not sharing your home ground. So last night, Collingwood played a home game against Essendon. The Bombers slept in their own bed. It's not foreign for the Bombers. They know what the ground's all about. Whereas when Port Adelaide play the Bulldogs today, it's completely foreign for Port Adelaide. They walk into an environment they don't ordinarily play at. They don't have a lot of experience at. They've been on a plane to get there. So it is swings and roundabouts, but there is an element of that it's a VFL competition that expanded to become a national league.
You can't change this.
We've got more teams in Victoria than probably what we need, and it's,
Yeah, exactly.
We know how we got here.
And the simple fact is, when these teams were admitted into the competition, first ones were Brisbane Bears and West Coast. They understood the ramifications of travel. You're not going to be able to mysteriously say, we're going to have 18 teams at home, 18 games at home. I know what it's like. I coached there for 10 years. So
I think if you started the competition from scratch today, you would never have...
Of course not.
You won't have 10 sides in Melbourne.
Chris's other point about the first time this year there's been more and more noises around, what sounds like it anyway, more noises around these SA clubs not playing in the VFL and really wanting to. And I just wonder whether that's... we're not on the ground there, don't watch a lot of sand or any sandful footy, really, whether that's a reflection of the standard of the sandful footy. You found that?
That's what the clubs believe. So they think they're disadvantaged that every other week the VFL teams, which includes now the teams in Queensland and New South Wales, are playing against AFL-listed players more often than not, and in the sandful they don't get that.
Yep, okay.
It is a message, though, that I feel like has been spread from the club, and now it's this sort of rolling... belief that
it's the same as the West Australian ones. So I think Freo would be.
Freo are a holdout. West Coast are keen, but now they're both staying at least in the short term in the WA.
Big cost.
We've got a whole lot still to come here on AFL Saturday. Cool Hand Luke is on the way. Plus, we'll put a few of those coaching queries to Mick Moldhouse and more of your calls coming up too on 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. For our audience throughout South Australia, you are off to the footy. Of course, Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. Coming up next, for everybody else, we're back in 5.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. US President Joe Biden has rejected calls to stand aside from contesting this year's presidential election, arguing he's the best place to take on Donald Trump. Our North America correspondent Jade McMillan reports.
In an interview with ABC News America's George Stephanopoulos, Joe Biden was asked whether he'd withdraw from the race if he was convinced he couldn't win.
If the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
The president blamed last week's poor debate performance on a bad cold, but insisted it wasn't a sign of a more serious condition, and said he hadn't had a cognitive test.
No one said I had to.
Mr. Biden also disputed opinion polling suggesting Donald Trump had extended his lead in the days since the debate. Jade McMillan, ABC News, Washington.
Iranian media reportedly calling moderate candidate Masoud Pezeshkian has an early lead as votes are being counted in the country's presidential elections. The runoff vote is between Mr. Pezeshkian and hardline conservative Saeed Jalili. The first round of voting saw the lowest turnout for an election in Iran since 1979. The official result is expected to be announced tomorrow. Turkish police have detained a suspect after the identity details of millions of Syrian refugees were leaked online amid heightened anti-Syrian sentiment in the country. The BBC's Yusuf Taha reports.
The identity details were shared on the Telegram channel of a 14-year-old boy. The channel also called for attacks on Syrian refugees. Turkey's Interior Ministry said it would bring to justice those who used children to cause chaos. The Interior Minister said over 1,000 people were arrested on Friday for suspected involvement in anti-Syrian unrest across the country. It was triggered by the alleged abuse of a young girl by a male Syrian relative in the Turkish city of Kayseri. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan condemned xenophobia and anti-refugee hatred as unacceptable, saying they'd get Turkey nowhere.
A police search is underway in New South Wales after an alleged hit-and-run left a woman hospitalised with serious injuries in Sydney's southwest. Here's Tony Ibrahim.
Emergency services found a woman with head injuries when they were called to an intersection in Liverpool yesterday afternoon. Police say she was struck by a grey Subaru Impreza and thrown a short distance, alleging the car drove off before hitting a pole. Police believe the driver and a passenger abandoned the car, fleeing in a taxi, before authorities seized the vehicle. The 31-year-old pedestrian was rushed to Liverpool Hospital in a critical condition, but authorities say she is stable after surgery.
A person's died in a house fire in Tasmania's north, which another resident managed to escape without injury. Emergency services were called to a blaze on Pipers River Road this morning and found the house fully engulfed in flame. Tasmanian police say the person who died is believed to be a man in his 50s who lived at the residence. The other resident received medical attention at the scene. The cause of the blaze is under investigation. Emergency services are on standby for continued strong wind gusts, accompanied by heavy rains in South Australia's mid-north and central districts for the remainder of today. The State Emergency Service there was called to dozens of reports of trees down at Port Augusta where wind speeds hit 80 kilometres per hour. Gusts of 85 kilometres per hour were recorded at Port Pirie, while windy conditions also prompted calls for assistance from residents in Adelaide's southern ranges. SA State Emergency Service Duty Officer Paul Scully says the gusty conditions are expected to continue late into the evening.
Specifically for parts of the Flinders, Eastern Eyre Peninsula, Mid-North and the North East Pastoral Districts. And areas of particular note for those impacts are between Port Pirie and Port Augusta, and then also from kind of the Hawker up to Lee Creek area.
Hundreds of people have taken to the surf at Broom's Cable Beach in WA's Kimberley region to pay tribute to astronomer and television star Greg Quick, who's died last month at the age of 62 from cancer. Mr. Quick was best known for introducing generations of locals and tourists to the beauty of the night skies through his Broome Astro tours. His friends and family participated in a traditional paddle out this morning to honour his life. Friend Will Thomas says the memorial was fitting for a figure who was spiritually bound to Broome and a surfing pioneer in the town.
The sea, the country, the bush, he just embodied and loved and worshipped it and showed everybody a new life through the stars and the like of which, we'll never see again. And
ABC News.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
G'day, Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you love sport...
Well, so much of it is just frustration and expectation and the drought for a major trophy that dates back to 1966.
And great conversation.
I think as soon as I got to sort of a social age, I really kind of took that as my identity. It was the baseball kid.
Then you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
He had this incredible talent and the world at his feet.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
And Jimmy, it just struck me watching the Saints today. There's a lot of similarities between Mick Malthouse 2014 Carlton and Ross Lyon 2024 St Kilda, and I'll explain why. The first year that Malthouse went in, he replaced Brett Ratton, and a lot of people thought that was very unlucky for Brett Ratton. They played finals the first year, and this time in their next season, Malthouse had Carlton on 5 wins. At exactly the same time this year, a year and a half after Ross Lyon replaced Brett Ratton, again unlucky in a lot of people's eyes, St Kilda have won 5 games. It just feels to me like the aura has worn off. And the question has to be asked now to Andrew Bassett and St Kilda's board. This is more at them than it is at Ross Lyon himself. Is this the right call? And a year and a half in, I think the jury is absolutely still out.
That was Nine's chief footy reporter Tom Morris on the Footy Furnace on Channel 9 last Sunday night. This program is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Baller and Mick Malthouse. We're about half an hour away from the first footy of the day. We'll be bringing you the match between the Suns, who are in town to try and chalk up their first road victory of the year up against North Melbourne. The good thing is Mick Malthouse is here, who led Carlton back in 2014. Do you see any similarities as Tom drew that comparison to the Saints of the current day?
I'd like to say and help out for that, but the reality is that the Carlton side that I was able to inherit was ageing, topped up salary cap, no room to move whatsoever, which I was unaware of. I've got to say that, and that's probably my homework. I should have done that. But I should have been also told that, because if you trace back the Collingwood one, I was able to, we're on the bottom, and I think 25 changes later, in 2 years, we're able to then generate young players coming through. It was impossible at Carlton because they were all contracted, so we only can do the 3 that the AFL permitted. And we had an interesting year in 2013 to win a final match for a start off and go up to Sydney. We got bowled over by Sydney, who I think won the premiership in 2012. Yeah, and so 13 was Hawthorn. Yeah, so this St Kilda side, I think, is one younger. It's got some good players back and forward. Probably my better players were Chris Judd, who was on the way out, unfortunately, because of his injuries. Andrew Carazzo, who was probably the spiritual leader of the football club, just couldn't get on the ground. Matthew Cruiser, who I reckon I only coached him probably 6 or 7 games out of the 2.5 years I was there because of injuries. And Daisy Thomas, I got Daisy, and he did it. Well, Jamison was injured as well. So, and Bryce Gibbs had a great year, 2000, and got injured. So I didn't have him. So we hit pretty hard with injuries. And Ross Lyon will probably say, yeah, we got hit with injuries as well. But I just think that I didn't have the opportunity to get the side I wanted over that journey. 2 or 3, I reckon 2 or 3 years more. I'm not saying for one moment that was ever going to be given, particularly with Stephen Kernahan retiring as president and Greg Swan showing the door. So there's your 2 allies. So you're working with no one really outside of your people you bring into the football club. But the club needed a big change of personnel on the field, and we weren't able to do that because of restrictions with the salary players being signed up.
So you can see what Tom's getting at. I feel like that's the big difference there, that clearly you didn't quite have the broader support of the footy club, where it feels like Ross has been given the keys here and told, you do what you got to do. But it is a change of messaging, where Carlton thought they were contending. Clearly the senior coach didn't and felt like they needed changes, we just heard from Mick. Whereas when Ross got appointed, Bally, the messaging externally was, we're moving on from Brett Ratton because we feel like this list is capable of more. There was a quote halfway through last year or towards the back end where Andrew Bassett said, look, we're close to the top of the mountain. We just need to go and top up. And now all the messaging's changed to year of exploration. You know, we're turning the list over. We need to get more talent on the list. It feels like Ross has come in, basically had a look around and gone, hang on, we're nowhere near it and we need to regenerate. And basically the club's gone, yeah, okay, we'll do what you think.
Yeah, I think Andrew Bassett would say now that saying that the list is capable of more individually doesn't necessarily mean more is top 4 and premiership. I think if you was to pick it apart further now, and I think last year you would argue that he did get more out of a lot of players. Now that hasn't happened this year to an extent for a variety of reasons, which they would argue. But I think. We spoke about Port Adelaide before. Sometimes you say things at the start of the year. I mean, they get Zirk Thatcher, Radaglia, and Soldo across, and they go, "Geez, on paper, this looks like we can really
filling in the gaps.
Yeah, we can push up." Yeah. And then the ball's bounced and the games start and things happen. You go, "Actually, no, we were wrong." So. To me, that's sort of how it's played out.
We've got a bit to get to. The talkback number is 1300 558 222. Cool Hand Luke is on the way as well, but Michael in Warrnambool is the next of our callers. Hello, Michael. No late change, by the way, here at Docklands, North Melbourne and Gold Coast. In fact, there's no late change at the other game as well between Port Adelaide and the Bulldogs. So the starting subs for the Roos, Curtis Taylor for Gold Coast, Bailey Humphrey. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, it's Francis Evans and Joel Frazier is going to start as the sub for the Bulldogs. Michael is in Warrnambool. Hello, Michael.
G'day, guys. How are you?
We're well, thanks.
Just in regards to the holding the ball, a couple of years ago, the AFL scrapped the attempt and changed that to an incorrect disposal rule. Now, a lot of the players are choosing to hold onto the ball because if they elect to release the ball, they're obviously penalised for incorrect disposal. Are they not better off allowing the player to at least make an attempt to release it and keep the ball moving? Would that stop the confusion with the holding the ball?
Do you want to take that one, Boy?
Ooh, I'm just trying to... So... It's always been, if there's no prior opportunity and you make a genuine attempt, then it doesn't matter if you don't correctly dispose of it. Now that, to my knowledge, hasn't changed.
That's the grey area, though, isn't it?
Well, that's because that's the obvious one that supporters see. That goes to handball, misses his hand. Okay, hasn't disposed of it correctly, but to the letter of the law, if he hasn't had prior opportunity,
he doesn't need to.
And I don't necessarily disagree with that, because we always want to encourage people to go for the ball. That's the Matthews one. Is that why we're barracking for the tackler? We should always protect the person going for the ball. But it is the one that's creating confusion, because then the problem is what's prior opportunity.
Yep.
Now, umpire A has this
That's it.
level of time. Umpire B doesn't. So that's where the grey area comes in.
So you often hear that over the fence. People will yell out, how did he get rid of it?
Yeah.
Whereas the incorrect disposal is so rarely officiated because it only comes in, if, as you said, if the player has had prior opportunity. So if they've already had prior and then they're tackled and can't dispose of it correctly, that's the only time incorrect disposal is actually officiated.
That's right.
Now, the argument against that is the players are so good at now at standing up in tackles and disposing of the ball with so little time. Maybe we just say if they don't dispose of it correctly, ping them.
Yeah, but the thing is now, umpires are blowing the whistle much quicker, and I think that's the way to go.
It's a good thing?
Well, that is a good thing, because what we're doing now is we're not allowing the ball to be swung around. The player last night got swung around.
Yeah, Ned Long. Yeah.
Ned Long, and they free kicked him.
See, I wasn't sure about that.
Well, no, I don't think there was a free kick there either, but they don't let that happen now. They blow the whistle once you get caught with it. So I think we can't keep knocking the umpires on variances. We've got to go. Last night, as soon as it looked like it'd been a pack, bang, whistle, and stop play. So no worries about free kicks then.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate your call. Let's try and not get too bogged down in the umpiring. 1300 558 222. Edward is the next of our callers from Adelaide. Hello, Edward.
G'day there, guys. How you going?
Well, thanks.
Good. Look, two quick questions. One, I think we can all agree that booing is certainly not the way to go. But considering court members don't actually elect their board or Kosh or anyone, how do you think that the fans should go about expressing their displeasure with the coach or the current regime?
That's a really good question, really, because supporters pay their dollar to go into the gate, and that's why I said we can't determine what supporters do, and if they choose to boo, clap, hooray, sing the song, whatever, that's up to them. You'd like to think there's a united front, but people get frustrated.
Yeah. And they feel like they get 3 hours every week to be...
And they pay their money and they support when there's, they're not always booing. It might be we're over this, and our only way of doing this is to let the club know via this. Now, I get that. I don't think it's good, but I get it.
It's part, and Ken would say he doesn't not expect that. That's part of the gig. He wants to do the gig, so he understands that it comes with these things sometimes. So it's a fair call. I've never been a bull, but that doesn't. That's if you feel passionately enough, then you need a way to express it. Then so be it.
I remember many years ago, Tim Watson took over St Kilda, and I was listening to the radio, and he was on air, being interviewed, and this woman rang and said, Tim, with all due respects, you've played at Essendon, you're now coaching St Kilda, you'll probably move on in 3-4 years at time. I think it was only 1 or 2 years. I was born St Kilda, I'll die St Kilda. You don't really realise what it means to me to be St Kilda. And that's a true supporter. And coaches, we do come and go.
There's not many players, coaches that have gone, in 150 years that haven't been booed at some stage. I mean, when things are going well, my first couple of years at Collingwood, you cheered, and then all of a sudden, as you're coming out the other end, and everyone thinks it's decided that it's time to retire, you start getting a few.
Do you get that? Did you?
Yeah, absolutely, everyone does. When it's time to finish up, then it's time to finish up. That's just how it is. Unfortunately, you sign up for it.
Thanks, Edward. Appreciate your call. Rob is in Hobart on 1300 558 222. Hello, Rob.
Yeah, hi guys. How are we going?
We're good, thanks.
Look, I've just got a query. I don't know whether the panel's ever thought about it at all. Currently, the UK model is where they have the Premier League and then you get relegated and whatever else. Have you got any thoughts about having like two divisions rather than an AFL and a VFL? And having, I'd hate to be a coach in the AFL with potentially 20 sides coming up there. Even if everyone won the premiership every 20 years, you're not going to last very long. And with the injuries that we're getting, have you given any thought to maybe think that they should extend the bench and how many players are allowed on the bench? I'd just be interested on your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Rob. First of all, the extended bench. What do we reckon?
Yeah, just get rid of the sub and make it 5 on the bench. The subs, I agree. It's been on the news a bit this week. I
thought it was there for one reason, but it's changed so many times. No, I get back to 4 and leave it at 4.
Yep.
One or the other. Yeah,
and 2 divisions?
I've always been in favour of 2 divisions.
Wow. As in promotion, relegation, or
yes.
Just evenly split?
No, in relegation.
Wow. Okay. What do you reckon, Bolly?
Probably haven't thought too much about that.
I'm all over that.
I'm
not an association football guy, but I know people that are. They love promotion, relegation.
Well, it puts pressure on you. And I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't rest your players at round 19.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got a fair bit to play for. Our favourite segment, or one of at least, we have evenly favoured segments 50-50 on this show on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. It is now time for Cool Hand. Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Well, I can make this punchy today, Mick, and we're here to watch the Gold Coast Suns. My first time I've seen them live this year, so looking forward to watching them. And it is player movement season in a sense as we start to get towards the end of the year, Call. We're going to talk about that in a second. One player in particular who's the biggest name in the game, one of, if not the biggest name in the game. The Jungle Drums have been beating this week about Dustin Martin, haven't they? Who, we saw him get honoured a couple of weeks ago with his 300th game, and there's more and more talk about him leaving Richmond and potentially either finishing up or heading up north to reunite with his old coach. And I just want to pour a bit of cold water on the naysayers of that this week, this idea that Gold Coast are at the stage now where they couldn't do with a Dustin Martin. Now, I'll put a caveat, I'll put the asterisk on it. Based on a pure full physical, I know he came off with a sore back last week, but a fit Dustin Martin, who's just turned 33, how ridiculous to think that he couldn't go up to the Gold Coast and have a significant impact on a side that hasn't played finals yet. So this is the greatest ever finals football player, Nick, that he couldn't go up there and have a significant impact on. We know, okay, he's not an extrovert, he's not a big media person, but he's certainly not a cultural detractor. We know that from his from inside at Richmond. He's someone who's terrific in the locker room. You can't tell me that he can't have a significant impact on guys like Ainsworth and Humphrey and Rowell, Lukosius, Anderson and Flanders even. These guys that are building, and we know they're high draft picks, plenty of talent. But to me, the jury's still out on them under real heat. And I think, today's a big test. They've got to come and win today. To think that Dustin Martin at 33, with a clean bill of health, can't go up there and have an impact on them. I mean, how ridiculous.
What do you reckon, Mick?
Oh, I totally disagree.
Oh.
Totally disagree. There's two things. Richmond, I think, he is one of the greatest players they've ever had.
We agree on that?
That's one. Two is, the way where Richmond are, they'd be going, what will we get out of this? This would be okay. They'll get us a first-round pick.
He's a free agent. He can go. He can just go.
I know they can go. Yeah. They'll get a pick for him, though.
Okay, yep.
They'll get some sort of pick for him, depending on his wage. So they'll get some pick. And Gold Coast will be going, how many games are we going to get out of him? And who do we push out of the side for it? They are on the up. They're not on the down, and they're not stationary. They are actually on the up because of all the kids they've been able to have and get together. I just think it would be a backward step.
No dramas finding a spot for him, Bally?
I think we could squeeze, a fully fit Dustin Martin into the Gold Coast team. That again has never finished higher than ninth. Yeah. I think we can fit him in.
And fully fit. I mean, there's the caveat for starter. Fully fit, and he's 33, so he's going to be 34 next year. He's never been blessed with speed, and he's never been blessed really in the last 3 or 4 years with agility in terms of being able to bend for that football. He's been big power with the marking one-on-one. Nearly every side's got a back pocket now or half back that's 180.
Still heavily reliant on Ben King kicking their goal. I just think he could kick, and he play all the home games. You mentioned it earlier. You go up to Queensland, you extend your career. I mean, we saw. Gosh, Luke Hodge can do that at 35. I'm pretty sure that Dustin can do that. Again, the caveat is that his body's okay and he wants to do it. Now, no one will know that better than the conversations he's going to have with his old coach and mentor and Damien Hardwick. But he could go up there and play 90% forward pocket, pinch hit in the middle of the ground.
I think Richmond will benefit more than what Gold Coast do.
It feels like the whole conversation is either he retires or he stays he goes to the Suns. It feels like almost the Richmond option's off the table. Is there any other club? Is there another club where he fits that you think if Dustin Martin's gettable, should they try and get him?
Well, only North Melbourne, and that would again be in and out of the side to preserve the body.
But he would go there.
It's a bit of a sideways.
No, he's not going to go there. He's not going to go there. He's either going to stay at Richmond, retire, or go to Gold Coast.
Or a contending club, or.
Yeah. Well, I can't. Yeah.
Can't see any of those other.
No, I can't. Personally, I can't.
He's not going to Perth. I think Gold Coast. It's a perfect. His old coach is there, who he loves. It's in terms of it's a career extender with the weather and stuff up there. It's out of the bubble. Ticks all the boxes for me.
Two quick ones to finish. First of all, player movement in general. We've seen a growing trend this year. Players staying put and re-signing where they are. So there are only 4 restricted free agents left on the market. One of them is Patrick Dangerfield, expected to stay at Geelong. Tim English has an offer in front of him to stay at the Dogs. Ben Ainsworth is an interesting watch at the Suns. He's got an offer to stay. Essendon reportedly interested in him. And then Cam Zurhaar feels like the biggest flight risk out of the 4, and yet is he going to attract a better offer elsewhere than what he's probably got on the table already from North Melbourne? So Jared Berry re-signed this week, and even younger players like Logan McDonald yesterday, who wasn't a free agent, turned down offers from clubs like Collingwood and Fremantle and Hawthorn to move, and he's decided to re-sign for 4 years. Why do you think we're seeing it? What's with the growing trend of players deciding to stay where they are?
To me, I reckon it's loyalty to the football club and a comfort.
Yep.
And probably also an acknowledgement that it's not just 1 year. Where's the club? And get some advice. Players notoriously look at only the next week and go, oh, look where we are on the ladder. We can't go anywhere. get someone there to say, look, have a look at that list. By next year, you're going to be there. The year after, you're going to be there. You will now be in 23, 24, ready to take off. It's a comfort. It's a loyalty. And our clubs are not loyal. They're loyal to the point where they become unloyal or disloyal to suit them. So we're not going to get confused with that. But I reckon players have become very much looking at the comfort of their teammates, the club rooms, the club. There's my coach. I think I know where we're going. I don't need to change for $100,000, which take out tax.
Yeah, exactly. And most clubs have got their act together too. I mean, you think about Logan McDonald, the Swans are going to be a hard place to leave, not just on the field, but culturally and with what they do offer. I think we underestimate a little bit the pressure around leaving for a big contract.
Yeah.
I think that's significant.
It loads you up, doesn't it, Paul?
It does. I think it takes a certain type of player, like a Dangerfield, who's got the standing in the game and the comfort within himself to be able to go and handle that pressure.
Ablett to go up there.
That's right. Yeah. So I'm not that surprised. I think it's a good thing from a club's point of view, but I think we underestimate that part of it a bit as well.
Incredible story late in the week coming out of the West and being the West Australian newspapers, where the story reads as follows. The West obtained text messages by 3 current members of the squad sent to people formerly associated with the football club saying they no longer back senior coach Adam Simpson. One was sent by a senior star, the other 2 by younger players. Simpson, of course, has won just 8 of his last 64 matches as the senior coach. He was asked about the episode yesterday in his press conference before the team flew out to go to Melbourne.
I won't be checking everyone's phones, put it that way. We've got 15 to 20 players who don't get a game every week. We've got probably 10 players who, will be off the list at the end of the year. So there's always people that are disgruntled. It's just part of the job. So we can't apologise for trying to get better. But no, I think I've still got the players. I talked to the boys at the airport today, but I'll take the sting out of it because I'm not on a witch hunt. And it's not that at all. So it's a little bit grubby from the paper's point of view, but that's fine. You guys are doing your job, and I'll just do mine.
The West have had a couple of goes at trying to unseat Adam Simpson and haven't had an awful lot of success. What did you make of this whole story, Mick?
I make if players have in fact relayed their conversation onto a newspaper or a journalist, there are problems. He's right in many respects. The 23rd, well, I said the 23rd because it used to be we have 22 players.
Yep. 23rd
player is the most. If you want a popularity contest, do not go to your 23rd player, especially for a couple of days after he's been told he's not the 22, because he does not like anything you do. The 22nd player thinks you're Father Christmas and everything else because he didn't expect you to get a game. So, you've got to work on that theory that you're not going to be, and it's not a popularity contest. That's the whole thing. What it is basically, is this coach helping me to improve? Is this coach improving the side enough for us to play finals? There's 2 simple questions. You don't have to love him. You just have to make sure you're going forward. If players feel disgruntled enough to talk to a journal about it, then there are problems. That's all I say.
I imagine it would have been second-hand, like someone
still
takes
problems.
a Chinese shot, shows someone.
Still problems.
Spot on. The challenge is if the 23rd player is talking on behalf of the group.
That's right.
Not just himself. Because you're right, you're never going to have everyone happy. That's just part of the coach's job, and Adam's right. We've got to get better. So they need to be having hard conversations at the moment. They shouldn't be having too many easy ones at the moment. But if...
I wouldn't be saying if I was him, at the end of the year, 10 won't be here, because you've got another 7 weeks. Players who are maybe or if or whatever's going.
Do you think
there was a bit of anger in that comment?
I was going to say, do you think
there
was?
I know. First time I've seen that from him for a while.
Yeah, it is, and you've got to be very careful. Like even when players run down the race and you're interviewed and they go, "Oh, you've got so and so out." No, you've got to say, and I've always trained myself to say, "That's my best side." I don't want anyone on that side running in the race feeling as if they're not in the best side.
Did you think that comment was a bit of a backhander to whoever sent it, saying, "Oh, look, they're probably part of the 10 that won't be here"?
I think it is a backhander, but that's more the case that sometimes they influence other players. That's where you've got to be very, very careful. And as I said, it's not a popularity contest, but you want to make sure that players who have got a grievance can open up the door and open it up and go, "Mick, listen, why am I not getting a go? Or where are we going? Or if I got a future at the football club?" You've got to be big enough, strong enough to know that every one of those players should have an answer.
Yeah.
You've got to have an answer.
Do you think he'll be there next year, Adam Simpson?
If he's contracted under Don Pike, yes.
Yep, he's got a year to run.
Yeah, well, Don Pike, I think Don will be a loyalist and stick to.
Quick tips. We did Port Adelaide Bulldogs. You both gone the Dogs in that game. Hawks down the highway at Caninia Park. Can they beat the Cats?
They can, but I just suspect that Geelong will beat them without Sicily in the side. Hawthorn without Sicily.
It's a big, yeah, I thought the Cats turned the corner a bit last week too. So I think they'll win today.
Can the Giants beat the Blues tonight?
They can again. She's not on current form, Mick, but they're starting to get desperate, isn't it, for the Giants?
Oh, they're the ones that have fallen right off. And it's hard to see them playing against a Carlton side like that. They are ripping the hell out of the game.
Good hit out, Mick. Appreciate your time as always.
Good to call you.
Job, Coach. Luke Ball sticking around to call the footy. Adam Ramanaskas, Ben Cameron and Jess Webster coming in next. That's all on the way. This has been AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Catch up through the best of ABC Sport folder.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
So what's the most entertaining thing about sport?
All the stuff that goes on beyond the final whistle, of course.
Correct.
In a brand new show, Tony Armstrong and Catherine Murphy go deep into the weekend's biggest stories with special guests and self-confessed fanatics.
Join us for the weekend that was in sport.
Heads up for Monday's Experts.
That's us, Tony.
Of course it is.
I knew that.
Monday's Experts, 9:35 Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Sidebottom launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Collingwood are precious.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment. Listen to the roar. The pressure's certainly gone up. Punches the air with the right hand. That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the bull journey.
Here it comes. This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal. Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Saturday afternoon footy in Melbourne in the middle of winter. It's a good place to be under the roof at Docklands for North Melbourne and Gold Coast. Can the Roos turn a couple of gallant performances into a victory? While for Gold Coast it is the same old narrative. undefeated at home, winless on the road. Can they change that this afternoon in Melbourne to take on the lowly Roos? It's all in front of us. There's no late change. The two tactical subs, Curtis Taylor for North Melbourne and Bailey Humphrey for Gold Coast. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary. Ben Cameron here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Great to be here. I think there's a common mischaracterisation in the AFL about what a flat track bully is. A lot of people describe the Gold Coast Suns as a flat track bully. Now, in my mind, that's when you beat teams below you and beat them really well, and then you lose to teams above you. What I think the Gold Coast Suns actually are homebodies. They win at home. They win at their second home of Darwin, but they lose on the road. So they are the homebodies of the competition. And if they're legit, if they're serious, they need to bring it on the road today and beat North Melbourne.
They're part of that bulging mid-table group, aren't they, where just a game and a half separated 3rd and 13th on the premiership table leading in to the round. The Suns burst through a small banner. They've got a little pocket of supporters behind the goals at the Coventry end, but I wouldn't say there's a big crowd in the house for Saturday afternoon footy. There's another game going on at the same time between the Bulldogs and the Power. We will have updates of that throughout, every 5 minutes during play. Plus, if you want to listen to it, play-by-play descriptions available through the ABC Listen app. You can toggle between the games, North Gold Coast here or Port Adelaide, the Bulldogs over there. It is Saturday afternoon on the ABC, which means Adam Ramanauskas, Essendon's youngest premiership player, for now, he's in the box. Hello, Rama.
Good afternoon to everybody. Look, certainly home is where the heart is with the Gold Coast this year, but I think like any good team, it's what you can do away, and this is a great opportunity for Gold Coast. I'm actually very excited to watch them play live, so I think this is the first time this year I get that privilege, so I'm really looking forward to a lot of their young players. I'm disappointed that Bailey Humphrey is a sub, because I think he's an exciting young player. Getting to see Matt Rowell and Noah Anderson up close. Ned Moyle comes in for Jared Witts, who's a good young player. Sam Flanders, who's certainly having a breakout season for the Suns. Bodie Uland, names that we just don't know, we don't hear about. So looking very much forward to it. And you're right, like the gallant victories for the Kangaroos, I think they would drive supporters crazy personally.
Yep.
Absolutely drive. Yeah, we had a gallant loss. We had another gallant loss. Well done. Nothing to show for it. They've got to start getting the result on the scoreboard with wins. That's as simple as it can be for them.
Luke Ball's here, your premiership partner in the second row. Bally, they still play the bottom three teams on the road on the run home, obviously starting today with the 18th place Kangaroos. Can they get there?
It's almost like the AFL have said, here's your best chance. All right. Yeah, okay, you can't beat good teams away, in inverted commas. Well, surely you've got to... Well, there's no excuses for them today, the Gold Coast Suns. I'm not convinced. I'm like you, Ramit, looking forward to seeing them live. Watched them a few times on TV this year, but they just need to come here and find a way to win, don't they, and play their best footy. And, they were terrific last week, holding off Collingwood. They were headed, weren't they, and then found a way to win again and ran that game out really well. I mean, they've played well here under the roof. The ground, the game, the way games are played here suits the way they play. We know that. So they just have to come here today and execute, Benny.
It was something they put on the agenda pre-season as well, wasn't it, Corb? I mean, Damien Hardwick said that, look, there's no ceiling on what we can achieve this year, but there is a floor. We need to play finals. So they've got that opportunity in front of them if they can... drop that dreaded homebodies tag and win on the road.
So it is interesting, though. A lot of it's been made, they need to pick off a couple away. I don't actually think their home games are a layup on the run home, which makes matches like today even more important. So every one they drop at home, they need to get an extra one on the road. So say they win their 11 home games, that's 11, obviously. It means they need to win probably 2 more, maybe even 3 more, but at least to get to 13. If they start dropping games at home, so their remaining home matches are Port Adelaide at Carrara. They'd probably start favourite, but
that's a 50-50.
Not easy. Brisbane Lions, so they don't have the South East Queensland advantage in that game. Yep. And Melbourne, which is another sort of 50-50 game of a team contending. So as much as it feels like we're giving them everything at home, that's what makes these games even more important.
Well, the first thing they need to do, I'm sure they are internally, is stop talking about home and away. They need to be talking about unconditional footy, anywhere, anytime sort of stuff, because you're never going to be a good team until you do that. So it's more about... we'll play the opponent, doesn't matter where it is, but we need to focus on ourselves being consistent with our effort to start with, because I think that's where it drops away, and that's where they've had games throughout the year where they've let 5, 6, 7 goals in a run on against them happen. So they need to eradicate that, and that takes leadership out in the ground, and that's where I think through the middle they're pretty well versed. I've got real question marks at either end. I still think, and you look down, they're pretty young. I mean, Sam Collins has been terrific, hasn't he? A tower of strength down back. But around him, they're pretty young, and then still heavily reliant, we know, on Ben King to kick a winning score. So really keen to see how that works today against a team, again, that they really should beat.
What are the challenges of when you go on the road as a young team? Is it the pillow, the mattress, the buffet? Like, what is it?
All of the above. Yeah, certainly. It's the creature comforts of home than to being out of routine. But look, these players should be well versed at that now with the amount of travel that they do have to do each year. So it's getting in a routine. But I always thought when travelling, it's the way you start the game. Like if you start the game at a high intensity, you'll generally stay in the contest for a long time. And that's, I think, where they've just slightly struggled a little bit, Gold Coast. They let teams get away from them on the road, and then it just turns to rubbish after that. So it's the first sort of 10 or 15 minutes of this game today that I think will tell the story. If are they going to be up for the fight? Simple.
Can we talk a bit about North Melbourne? So they conceded 100 points in each of their first 11 games.
Yep.
They've done it just once in the last 4. So first 11 games conceding 118 points per matches. That's down to 82 in the last 4 games. So clearly they've tightened up defensively. We saw them last Saturday afternoon, and I didn't see this stat until the aftermath, but 20 times they turned the ball over in their back half. Yeah. And the Dogs scored just 4 behinds from it. Didn't kick a single goal. So clearly they're getting better, Alistair Clarkson's team, defensively.
Yeah, they've stiffened up, haven't they? And that's a little bit about pressure on the ball too. I mean, last week they were probably let off the hook a little bit by the Dogs. You think about, Jamari Ugle-Hagan really dropping 3 or 4 marks. He was right off, wasn't he? But and some of the other Dogs' ball use going forward, it was, Waitman was the only one really. And a lot of those, though, were having to fight and scrap for a crumb or anything like that. So definitely stiffened up. Love Charlie Comben as a player. He's been spoken about a lot in the last month in particular. I think he's led it. Great to see young Jackson Archer back there. He's become really hard to play against, and that's forced, say, Luke McDonald to really improve, and Aidan Core, who are their more experienced players, and they needed to because they were letting the team down.
I just think they've tidied up their contest. So when you apply enormous pressure around the ball, that makes it a hell of a lot easier for your defenders because the ball's coming in long and high, and you should be able to spoil that. When there's no pressure around the ball, you're easy to play against. That's any team in the competition, Benny.
Well, it's interesting you both mentioned the pressure up around the ball. My mail is from internally. They've simplified it a little bit, and they've gone back to the very much the basics of effort and attitude and pressure around the ball, and maybe that's what you guys are referring to with what you're seeing with your eyes.
Yeah, have to. No, any young team, that's really the fundamentals. That's where it starts. That's right. And that'll keep you in games, and then you can start to let some talent take over a little bit. Great to see Colby McKercher back into the side. I mean, they've probably wanted for a bit of ball use and a bit of class around there, I think, haven't they? Certainly out of half-back and then centre forward as well. We know Sheasel's gone into the middle and starting to have an impact forward of the ball as well. I mean, the team defence is going to be a real challenge for them today. We know that's where the Suns, at their best, love to really challenge their opposition. We saw it last week, their ability to be able to chain and link up through the corridor as well, through the middle of the ground, and that's where they were able to score pretty heavily against this Collingwood team. And under the roof, again, I think this ground really suits that style of play, so that's going to be where they're going to challenge North today.
Can get the Suns going the other way, though. In their last 5 games, they've conceded over 107 points per game, so ranked last in terms of scores conceded in recent games, the Gold Coast Suns. So you can get them the other way, even if they do score when they're in offence.
Jared Witts has been unbelievably durable across his career, and particularly since he's gone to the Gold Coast. And yet this year he's missed on a few occasions. This is the 5th game that he misses. They're 2-2 without him. Ned Moyle comes in and gets his opportunity. He's a remarkable story. Mid-season recruit in 2021, and yet there were proper suitors, Rama, to try and recruit him big time at the end of the year. Instead, he decided to sign a 4-year deal to stay and will hang around at the Gold Coast.
Well, and that's through form in the VFL. He's completely dominating VFL. I think he had 70 hitouts.
71.
21 possessions, 2 goals.
But he's a bit of an old school ruckman, Ned Moyle. So he's that physical type of ruckman that can get around the ground. So all clubs were very interested in Ned Moyle.
Well, he gets a good crack at it now.
Yeah.
You think that Jared Witts might be out for 3 or 4 weeks with that back injury, so... and he hasn't got, which he's getting on a bit too. So really now, this is Moyle's opportunity to say, I'm the number 1 guy here. Yeah. I'm the man.
Coin toss in Adelaide, coin toss here in Melbourne as well. Jess Webster is with us on the boundary again this afternoon. Good afternoon, Jess.
Good afternoon, Corby. A very chilly day in Melbourne today, just 9 degrees outside, and both clubs are wearing their Indigenous guernseys today to celebrate NAIDOC Week. We've just had the coin toss out in the middle. That was won by Tuke Miller. He's going to kick to the right of your radio dial. A very, very sparse crowd in here this afternoon, but plenty on offer for both of these two teams. Of course, the pressure will continue to mount on Gold Coast if they can't win away from home, and North they want 4 points in front of the home crowd. So hopefully we'll get some fireworks under the roof today, Corb.
Thanks, Jess. Looking forward to it. The Roos predominantly in white, as Jess said, with their Indigenous jumper on. Of course, NAIDOC Week starting tomorrow. Keep the fire burning is the theme, and we can smell a little bit of the smoke too from the fire that was lit just beforehand by the Wurundjeri elders in the house as part of that pre-game ceremony. So North Melbourne in the white shorts, despite it being their home game with that lighter jumper. And Gold Coast, of course, predominantly in red.
Which looks better. I think that's just a smart thing to do.
I agree.
Well, they did it last night with Collingwood and Essendon. So
It's just
Collingwood,
smart.
predominantly light, and then Essendon in the darker colours.
Who wins today, Ram?
I'm on the Suns.
Yeah, Gold Coast, not with a heap of confidence though. I've picked them with.
Can they take the next step, the Gold Coast Suns, and win on the road for the first time in 2024? Let's find out. North Melbourne and the Suns on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Moore wins the opening tap, opposed to Sherry. Simpkin wins it for the Roos, gives it off towards a teammate in Phillips. High kick towards half forward. No one able to gather it cleanly until Davies Uniacke does. Handball to Shields, sweeps it over the top. Now Simpkin, half forward, kick into the pocket, and Larkey on the lead. He marks 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle left forward pocket.
Oh, and he needs to respond. He was poor last week. Got his pants absolutely pulled down, Nick Larkey, by Liam Jones. So good early chance for him to hit the board here. Just good centre bounce clearance work, and then the spread, wasn't it, from Simpkin and Davies Uniacke involved.
So the only All-Australian from North Melbourne last year. There is a real hush around the ground as Larkey comes in and puts it across the face. It pinballs down in the goal square and eventually goes through just to the left-hand side of the goalpost. So the first score, a minor one the way of North Melbourne. They led it by that margin through the opening minute.
No late change. Curtis Taylor, Bailey Humphrey, the two subs. And Will Power brings the footy back into play, goes wide to Andrew, who marks at half-back.
I mentioned the hush. I think it is just the sparse crowd that Jess mentioned.
It's quiet, isn't it?
North supporters, I think they could sniff a win today.
Mac Andrew goes long to the wing. Ben King knocks it down straight in front of Rowell, who just soccers it up into the front half. Sherry copped an unkind bounce. It'll sit for Archer. Hand pass to Tucker. Goes back by hand. And here's McKercher, the lefty, back in the team. Gets around a couple. Shoots a long hand pass out to Shields. The oldest kangaroo on the ground. Handball to McKercher again. Handball further forward. Finds Tucker. Tucker trying to get on his left peg. Good kick. Finds Phillips, who marks and looks into the corridor dangerously.
It just works out off the fingertips of Comben. It finds its way to McDonald. Left foot kick inside 50 for the Roos. And back there to take the defensive mark, Holman for the Gold Coast Suns. Flares it out quickly towards the city wing. Mark taken out there by Long, a man who's been reinvented this season. No doubt about that. Pinpoints his pass onto the chest of Tuke Miller. On the centre line, city side of the ground, gives it off, running by Anderson, kick smothered, ricochets away towards halfback for North, getting involved quickly again, Holman. Now Anderson goes in again, spills out towards Lukosius. Suns at half forward, Miller goes to Rao, gets onto his right boot, buffeted off the kick, up and down it goes, and Sherry wins it for North.
And the customary headgear moves it on quickly to Archer by hand to Comben. Now a hand pass out wide finds Stevens against the boundary line. High up and under down the wing. Larkey crashes the pack. Ball hits the deck. Curtis fights through the tackle. Got it out to Phillips. North up over halfway. Short kick down the wing. Finds Teakle. And he takes the mark for the Roos. North Melbourne one behind. Suns yet to score 3 minutes in. Teakle's got a runner in Stevens. Gives it to him. He kicks down to half forward and Toby Pink marks against the boundary line. He's probably 48 out.
Just a little lazy, the Suns at the moment, just with locating their direct opponent. Now, I understand playing in a zone, but you still got to locate your opponent when the ball's going forward.
Pink goes back and across to McDonald, co-captain. Some question marks about whether he'll keep that honour next year. He goes short to Stevens, 60 metres out, lays it up with a hot spot. Big Tristan Sherry attacks it and takes the mark in the corridor, 30 metres out just left of centre. A chance to kick the first of the game.
There's Exhibit A, Bally. So Moyle there with his direct opponent in Sherry and was just a couple of metres behind him. And Sherry was able to take a very easy, uncontested mark inside forward 50. Been in good form for the Kangaroos, Sherry.
He's had a nice year. He's kicked the 6 goals so far. This will be the perfect start for North Melbourne. He moves in, right-footed drop punt, and the goalless game is no more. Pops it through, and after 4 minutes, the game's first goal comes off the boot of the North Melbourne ruckman. Tristan Sherry with the opener. 1-1-7, Gold Coast yet to score. 4 minutes played opening term, Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, Port Adelaide have the first goal against the Bulldogs at Adelaide Oval. Updates throughout. Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball.
Oh, he's had a terrific year. He'd probably be leading North's best and fairest, certainly top 3. And he says to Ned Moyle, "This ain't the VFL, mate. I know you've been playing well down there, but this is the big time." And he's going to have his work cut out for it, Ned Moyle, as you said, Rama. One of, if not the, or one of the informed ruckmen of the competition.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
I mentioned it was a pretty cold day outside, guys. I've just noticed a staff member from North Melbourne come out and give a blanket to Curtis Taylor, who is the sub sitting on the bench. And I'm thinking, gosh, I wish I've done that. It is still pretty chilly here under the roof.
Mark Murphy-like behaviour in the MCC members.
Someone run just in a blanket.
Yeah, back underway. No one comes away decisively with the footy. Simpkin trying to battle after it. In goes Miller. Eventually picks it up, loses it in the tackle, spills to Simpkin. Shovels out a handball for North. Davies Uniacke picks it up. Gets the handball backwards towards McDonald. Kicks carefully out towards the logo and Stevens marks. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Stevens goes short again. Further out wide to Darcy Tucker. Had a good few weeks. Kicks really short to Stevens, not the required distance. Now he's called to play on. He pokes it short and Curtis Taylor. Coming up is Paul Curtis. Curtis Taylor the sub today and Bailey Humphrey for the Gold Coast Suns. North Melbourne lead it by 7 points.
He's had a good couple of weeks. Paul Curtis goes long into the forward pocket. The tall timber Teakle.
Geez, that's a good mark.
Leaping up. He's already 2 metres tall and probably talking about 2.5 off the ground.
Well, there's 7 people in that pack. And Teakle has just gone at the ball as hard as he could. And Gold Coast should have got a fist in there. But a terrific contested mark by Teakle.
He's clunked it. There's a little Leo Barry about it. Going the other way. Look at that. Jeez. That is a beauty.
Big man, he's rolling with the mullet and the moustacher. What a start this would be. The Twin Towers to kick the first 2 for North Melbourne. He's got it. First the ruckman and now the 2-metre Teakle. North Melbourne put the Suns on the road on the back foot. 2-1 to yet to score. North Melbourne by 13 points. They've got the jump 6.5 minutes in. Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Well, Bully, the Suns have only had the one inside 50. And I think they've only just gone past centre. Now, I actually think North Melbourne took the ball inside Gold Coast forward 50 rather than Gold Coast kicking it in, as when McKercher was running across half back. So the ball is lived in North Melbourne's forward half in this first 7 minutes of the game. And a couple of goals on the board. The Suns look a little bit off their tucker to start this one.
They do a little bit fumbly just around the contested situations. 37 possessions to 12, isn't it? Yeah, so they just can't get their hands on the footy. Dylan Stevens has started well. He needed to. A lot of left footers out there actually today for North.
Good to see.
3 or 4 in a row.
Have been the 2 worst first quarter sides this year. Tap down to Rowell on the burst for the Suns. Kicks towards full forward. It skids through for a minor score. That was Matt Rowell full-chested out of the middle. Couldn't finish. A minor score to begin for the Suns. 2-1 plays, 1 behind. 7.5 played Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Jack Ricocious thinks that's hit the behind post. Dolan Pye's gone up pretty confidently, but umpire Hayden Gavine, he's going to believe Jack, I think, and they're going to go to the review. Matty Rowell, I love him as a player. It's the one part of his game, isn't it? I mean, he breaks the paint there. You've really got to, especially given the start they've had, you've got to knock that one over.
Yeah, you look at the last couple of moments of last week's game against Collingwood, where that rundown, that's what Matty Rowell is. It's going to be out of bounds.
Let's see a visual deflection. Didn't even need to go to Snicko.
They got Snicko on the point post?
It's a good question.
Tough for the umpire to pick that up, in fairness.
Certainly don't have the camera on the facing the behind line, as we know, which I would have thought would be required, but not to be. 2-1-13. Kangaroos, Suns yet to score. Boundary throw in deep forward and in the end carried over the behind line. Now it's a behind as Collingwood is pushed through by Swallow. North Melbourne by 12 points. 2-1 to 1 behind, 8.5 minutes in. Saturday footy right here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary. And our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
McKercher with the short kick into Core, who goes back to McKercher. Back from that bone stress in his foot. Exciting young prospect for the Roos. Get the opening 2 goals of the game here. McKercher just dabs it short to McDonald. Still inside their defensive 50 here, the Roos. Gives it off to McKercher, now bursting. He kicks into the middle of the ground, turnover. And it's picked off by Flanders. Suns will go back inside, attacking 50. Archer getting back, crashes into King. Ball comes down at ground level. Lukosius is there. Shields gets involved. Picks it up for the Roos. Off the power to Stevens. Clever kick to the wing.
Simpkin collects. A little step around Sexton and then gives a hand pass away back to McKercher. His kick smothered, deflects away towards Miller at the Suns. Hand pass straight back to McKercher. He's got it again. He's tackled immediately with the footy. Sexton locks him up and we'll have the ball up here in front of the benches.
Well, he has started well. He's had the 6 possessions, 4 kicks and 2 handballs.
Love him taking that on too.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't go back into his shell. Okay, that one got picked off, but love to see him keep taking the game on like he has already.
He's got a fair bit of game about him, young Colby McKercher, as Sherry wins the hit out and it ends up out of play.
It's almost where you need to send the runner out to him and say, hey, keep doing this, son. This is how we want you to play the game.
I can understand they didn't rush him back with that foot complaint.
No way.
Blue chip prospect.
Yeah, correct.
Make sure he's right to go.
Sherry works his way to the front, punches it straight back boundary side, and we'll do it again. Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas is alongside Luke Ball, our premiership pair.
Well, he's a 12 to 15 year player.
Yeah. Looks like Took Miller is going to spend some time on Davies Uniacke. Certainly not a tag, but just play that defensive mid role on him.
Throwing on the logo. Sherry takes it out of the ruck, gives it straight to his teammate Stevens, who's clattered into. Taken down by Miller.
Well, I'm watching Will Phillips and because he's had a run with role in the previous weeks, but doesn't look like he's going to anyone at the moment.
Forward. Yep. Sherry backhands it down beautifully. Tucker slips the tackle. Handball to Simpkin. Handball to Davies Uniacke. Chaining handballs in the middle of the Roos. Scott pokes a pass to Zerha. Has it wide out just forward of the wing, city side of the ground.
Liam Shields with the footy gives a hand pass away to McDonald. McDonald a high kick into the forward pocket. Pink forced to spoil for the back, down to the lap though of Holman. Hand pass away to Powell. Suns now with it, gives it to Flanders. Handball to Ewing, he's drilled in the tackle. Great work, Luke McDonald. Takes him out of play, almost like a spear from Roman Reigns over the boundary line, and we'll have a throw in 60 metres out from the Roos goal.
Yeah, it's good pressure, isn't it? Coming forward to defend. Something we didn't see them do well last week, the Kangaroos.
Just a quick update, Port Adelaide 2-1-13. Bulldogs yet to score. Same time there, 11 minutes into the opening quarter. We'll have updates throughout, and there is a call available through the ABC Listener.
Sherry wins the tap, but he's given away a free kick going the way of the Suns and Moyle, left half back. I was mentioning both of these sides' records in opening terms. So North Melbourne have won 2, which is the least, and the Gold Coast Suns have won 4, which is the second least. As Moyle kicks around the city wing towards a big pack. Spoiled away there by Course, spills down to Graham. Rising star on from last week. Handball to Swallow. On to Long. Handball's inside 50. Bouncing ball for Miller. Arches the back. Gets around one. Handball to Day. Run down. Court holding the ball. And North get back to defend well. A goal-saving tackle from Tom Powell.
Took Miller got the speed wobbles.
Ooh.
Inside 50 there. He had options and he just the ball wouldn't get to the boot.
Like the toddler running down the hill.
Yeah.
Sort of. Yeah. North by 12 points. 12 minutes into this opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Stevens marks in the back pocket, then goes short to Simpkin. Simpkin short to Phillips. Still at half-back for North. Neil from Coburg off the SMS. Surely with costs and low attendances, North Melbourne versus non-Victorian teams should be played at Princes Park.
I think that's a very interesting shout.
I'm quite happy under the roof, to be honest. Yeah. The short kick is not a good one from Dawson, who turns it over. Broken up, and now Closey has a chance to kick long. Dawson getting back to clean up his mess and takes the ball on the last line of defence for North Melbourne. And pass to Core. Core, dangerous kick, but it works out. Finds McDonald hitting up, who takes the mark. It's still inside the defensive 50. Shares it with Davies Uniacke, and now to Sheasel.
Sheasel goes short to Powell. Centre half back for the Roos. Runs into the middle of the ground. Kicks a spiral.
Love it.
A running talk. It goes miles out the back. Shields runs onto it and kicks the goal. How about that from the Roos? Tommy Powell unloads and goes bang. They've kicked the opening 3 goals of the game, 3-1-19, plays 1 behind, 13 and a half minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Give me that every day of the week, Bolly.
Absolutely.
You know, sometimes, and we talk about this often, Bolly and I, is kicking to grass and making your forwards or teammate, whoever that is, run to the ball. In this case,
that was deliberate. He saw the 2 forwards out the back and thought, I can't get it there without a bit of extra juice, and that's gone
70.
Just kept going.
We don't see many torps anyway, let alone on the run.
That was brilliant from
Well, it's probably the hardest skill to execute, the torp on the run.
Jeez.
And he's just whacked it.
22 marks already north. It's concerning signs for Damien Hardwick. It shows that they're a bit off.
Yeah, they are.
Gold Coast.
They're just a bit slow to the ball, Gold Coast, at the minute.
The older North Melbourne fans will be having flashbacks. Malcolm Blight and all these great sort of moments of the past. Suns going forward out of the middle here, though. Hand pass goes wide to Ainsworth, trying to hit up King. Punched away by Core. Live footy inside the Suns forward 50. Closey scoops it up. Hand pass away to Rao, goes back by hand to Hewlin. Hand pass away to Sexton, kicks inside the attacking 50. Dawson had a fresh air shot trying to spoil. Now scrapping forward at ground level, lays a tackle on Berry. Ball comes out to Sam Day, still at half forward. Hand pass to Holman, handball to Anderson. Not sure that was his target, but it turns out jams it on the boot and Ainsworth marks. The kick from Anderson went 20 metres laterally. Ainsworth wasting no time, puts through the Suns first. Hooking it across the body. And the Suns at last are in business. It's taken half a quarter, but they get there. 1-1-7, trailing North Melbourne 3-1-19. And the Roos pretty much didn't touch it out of the restart. 15 goal opening term, North Melbourne by 12 points. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, that was pure luck there. So just the kick around the corner by, who was that, Graham, I think, was it?
I think Anderson.
Anderson
set up Ainsworth. Yep.
Yeah, Anderson, and it wasn't the intended target by any stretch, but Ainsworth just there in the right spot, takes the mark, plays on quick. They just needed a goal. Yep. They just, as a horrible start by the Suns. Possession at the moment is 66 to North Melbourne, only 36 for the Suns, and they're kicking it at 47%. So it hasn't been a great start for the Suns, but that was a much-needed one.
Suns' first goal after North kicked the first 3. Both rucks with hands on it. Spills down for Phillips. Clearance the way of North Melbourne. Kicks inside 50. Larky, little basket catch, falling to ground. He's able to trap it and take the mark under heavy pressure from Collins. Well, no, he's not. Didn't quite hold it. As he went to ground, so a ball up will ensue. Had a lot of it. Umpire not paying it. Lukosius doing the ruck work. Taps it down. Flanders with the clear and kick for the Suns.
Long's outnumbered. McDonald gets across, stands in front of him. Mark not paid. Spills down Tucker's way, my apologies. Hand pass eventually ends up with Core. He goes long out towards the wing. Now it'll sit for Scott. He's off and running. Boundary line city side. Kicks down to half forward for the target, and Ballard knocks it out of play. So throw in half forward for the Roos. So you're a proponent of Princes Park?
Well, it is more in Ballie's area of expertise, but it's an economics thing.
Right.
North Melbourne will be paying to play here today.
What do you reckon, Bally?
Well, you wonder what the break-even number is here. There's actually more here than I thought there'd be. Even. I know there's not many, but I thought there'd be. It looks like there'd be 15.
I think the break-even's about 25,000.
Wow. I've seen the commentary boxes there, and I'm not sure where.
Well, a renovated Princes Park.
I'm not going back there.
A renovated Princes Park.
Ball up here, half forward for the Roos. Comes down to Closey. Hand pass to Graham against the boundary line. The Rising Star winner from last week. Kicks down the wing. Long. Got a little bit of separation on Dawson. Ball hits the deck behind him. Combin's got it on his backside. Hand pass straight into Long. Ricochets out to Day. Hand pass to Flanders. Handball away to Rowley. Can move it forward to his mate Anderson.
He dribbles a kick inside 50. Bouncing ball for Ainsworth. Attacks it. Core comes the other way. Clatters into him. Knocks it out towards Powell. His handball back towards Archer. Roos deep in defence. Handball to Dawson. Back to Core. Takes a couple out of their boots. And now he'll kick a mongrel punt up towards the wing. Tried the spiral. Didn't quite work out. Loose footy picked up by Flanders for the Suns. He'll turn and kick a high ball inside 50. Long launches. Can't take the mark. Tucker roves to the Roos. Gives it to McDonald. A cool head. He chips it short to Comben. Right half back. Roos lead it by 12. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I think we're all Charlie Comben fans right on cue. It's over as I was about to give him a wrap. So Sam Closey jumps in the hole, takes the intercept mark. Fans of his as well as he goes long into the forward pocket. There's Day.
Good hands.
put up the mitts and it sticks. He's got it. Left forward pocket. He'll kick from about 20 out.
Just lifted their rating, haven't they? Just this last 5 minutes, as they needed to. They were a bit sleepy to start with the Suns. They've just dialed it up a little bit, maintained a bit of forward half pressure, and some repeat inside 50s. And talk about fans. I mean, what a career this bloke's had. He's almost done, wasn't he, several times at the car crash accident.
Yeah.
He must be a terrific club person because he's just survived on one-year contracts and he finds himself here with an opportunity to hit the scoreboard.
He's a foundation son. He's Sam from day one as he pops it through and closes the gap to one straight kick. North Melbourne by a goal, 3-1-19. The Suns move to 2-1-13. 19 gone opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, it's all Port Adelaide at Adelaide Oval, 7 before quarter time. They lead at 19 points to zip.
You've been working on that one?
I just thought I'd say that.
Yeah. I thought he might have gone with, Sons and Day. They belong together or they go together.
That's not bad. But look, Paulie's right. He must be a great club person. Obviously, he works extremely hard on the training track. Otherwise, they don't keep players around like that anymore. But he's a big body, and that's the support that Ben Kings needs, because Lukosius is not that type of player. Jed Walter will be eventually that type of player when he gets his own body right. But he's only a young forward, so King needs a bigger body around him as a key.
Well, Sherry wins the tap, coming through. Sheasel slips over, then Simpkin coughs it up, gives it to Rao, gives it off towards Hewlin. He'll kick towards full forward. Day again. Good kick, 2 in a minute.
Yeah, and it's Comben again. So outmarked twice now in a contested situation, and yeah, he's been a find for North Melbourne, no doubt. But those are the contests you can't lose as a defender. If you know your opponent's a little bit stronger, then you've got to stand off, get a running jump, change your starting position in a contest.
Kick the first 3 goals of the game, North. Day comes in and erases their advantage just like that. The Suns have kicked 3 of their own and scores a level, 3-1-19 apiece. Time on in this first term Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball.
Just, in fairness, it was a beautiful kick, wasn't it? From a penetrating kick from Graham out of the centre, just to Day's advantage. He was able to use that big frame that you mentioned, Rama, and just keep Comben out, who's been terrific in the one-on-ones. But I'll disappoint North there. They had the first possession. I think it was Davies Uniacke, and just one handball too many. Yeah, Simpkin. Sometimes you've just got to get it forward out of the centre bounce. Don't try and be too cute with the handball. And it was Rowell who picked it off. And then the Suns were out the front of the stoppage. And Graham has been so impressive, as we know, in his first year. So good effort here from the Suns. They looked asleep, didn't they, in that first 10 minutes. Yeah. Have responded like a good team should.
From 18 down to scores level, 3-1-19 apiece. 22 gone opening term Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The ruck share it in the middle, comes eventually to Rowell. Hand pass away to Miller for the Suns, kicks out to half forward. Leaping up in the air, Berry knocked away from him. Ball hits the deck, Archer paddles it out in front and out of bounds. Shout out to Jan. Deliberate.
Hold the shirt out. He's pinned in.
Gee, that's stiff. Probably McKercher not overly happy, but he has to stand the mark, and he's right on the boundary line too as Sam Closey is going to get the footy. Grew up a Carlton supporter, as he told us, Ben, earlier in the year in his visit to the ABC Darwin studio. Oh, he's kicked it inside 50 and it's straight on the chest of Sam Day again.
He might have a day. Jack, what did Chris kick 3 in a minute last night, or 2 minutes?
3 and 4 minutes.
This could be 3 and 3 minutes.
He would have been about 8 deep in that pack, and it's landed straight on his chest somehow. So if you're critical of the one-on-one defensive efforts, I'm sure Alistair Clark's going to be tearing his hair out as to how on earth that ended up on the big burly chest of Sam Day.
Sometimes it's just your day, isn't it?
In he comes out towards the left. Hits the line post.
He's never kicking that.
No. Listen, Corbs, Bally, don't get Benny started, because he will not stop, as we have learned through this year.
Score's still level. We are 23 minutes into the opening term here. Meanwhile, it's Port Adelaide by 17 points, approaching quarter time in Adelaide.
Archer in the back pocket, long kick towards the wing and forward. Scott's there, he can't keep it in, or he does eventually, close to the line still, and eventually it does go out on the tackle on Rao.
Jan says, love ABC footy calls, go North Melbourne. Your turnaround in form lately has been amazing. Keep it going. Need Griffin Logue back. And he's close.
Not too far away, is he?
Yep.
Moyle wins the tap, knocks it forward. Powell tracks it back for the Roos. Gathers it halfback, gives it off by hand to Sheasel. High kick up towards the wing. Pack forms, clean bowls them all. Bounces down, knocked away there cleverly by Jeffrey. Out after it, a number of players. No one able to emerge with the footy. Zerha and Sherry applying the tackle. Getting up slowly. No surprises. Matt Rowell. A ball up between wing and half forward here for the Suns.
Who's that to?
Somewhere, yeah.
Well,
free kick going Sherry's way as he's ripped out of it by Ned Moyle. At least according to the umpire, that's what happened as the two rucks hit the deck. So Sherry in the headgear at half-back for North. Scores level. Time on opening turn. Kicks long down the wing and an intercept mark, and there is Moyle.
They did well, didn't he?
Yeah,
Charge straight back.
Yeah. That's what you want your ruckman to do. Give away a free kick, then get behind the football. Go win the ball back.
Moyle goes short. Finds Anderson, who takes the mark just backward of the logo city side of the ground. No late change coming in. Taylor and Humphrey, the two subs. Long kick down to half forward. Off the pack, hits the deck. Gee, it's all Gold Coast there, scooped up by Graham. Hand pass into the forward pocket. Still alive footy. Davies-Uniacke had it. He's tackled immediately and we'll have a ball up forward pocket for the Suns. Score here, level, 25 gone opening quarter. Meanwhile in Adelaide, it's the Power by 3 goals over the Bulldogs. They haven't kicked a goal as yet. Footscray 3 minutes before quarter time.
Saturday footy on ABC Sports. Slap down in the pocket here for the Suns. Out after it long. Sheasel gathers the footy off the Dawson. Another spiral, a massive barrel to the wing. And Ballard is waiting back there for the Suns.
Practicing their torps this week at Arden Street.
Marks on the logo. Goes to the middle of the ground. Sexton takes it, drives it long. In from the side, Combin. Can't mark. Spills down for Sheasel. Roos back with it to Simpkin. Tried the fend off on Graham. Holding the ball. Will Graham, last week's rising star, has pinged him, and he'll go back and kick for the Suns' first lead of the afternoon.
Well, that's holding the ball under any interpretation. So he tried to take the tackler on, Jai Simpkin, and lost.
Fend off's the cue, isn't it? Yeah. He didn't have a heap of time, did he? But when you try and fend off and get your hands free, the umpire's going to pay that, as they should. Love this bloke.
Yeah.
Love what he brings. Love his intensity.
They've got a bit of that point of difference to the other mids.
Spinning the footy in his hands. A slow approach. Boot to ball from 40 out. Virtually directly in front. And his star keeps rising. The Suns are in front for the first time today. 4-1-25 plays 3-1-19. They've kicked the last 4 in the game. 26 minutes into the first. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Ball, the inside 50s now with 13-8 in Gold Coast favour. So that's off the back of only 60 touches of the football for the Suns. So they've been very efficient when they have won the ball back or won the ball in a contest to take it forward. Those 4 goals now have come in a 9-minute burst here for the Suns. They looked flat to start this game, and that was evident by North kicking the first 3 of this contest. But just this last 10 minutes of football, they've started really to click into gear, and that's been purely around the pressure around the football.
4 goals to 3. First 3 has been set for North, last 4 for the Suns. Sherry grabs it out of the ruck, kicks down to half forward. Jeffrey collects. There's a match-up with the 2 number 40s. You don't see that a lot as Ford chases after him. Jeffrey kicks down the wing and an intercept mark for Davies-Uniacke. North Melbourne's gun midfielder off contract end of next year, but as we heard last week, pledging his commitment to the club going forward as he kicks inside the forward 50. Off hands, it spills out towards Curtis. Got a hand pass through to Ford. Feeds a hand pass further forward. G. Miller rode a bump on the way through, but the Suns win the footy back. Powell, hand pass to Hewland. Kicks out of the back pocket, out towards half-back. Wanted Ainsworth. In the end, it ricochets off McKercher and out of bounds. He'll have a throw-in. He's been pinged for 1 deliberate so far today, and Ainsworth there, I think, was appealing for a hold, but umpire not interested. Boundary throw-in high half-forward for the Roos. Suns by 6 points here, approaching quarter-time. Power by 24. In Adelaide over the Bulldogs, approaching quarter time there.
Moyle and Sherry again. Sherry the backhand, but Flanders pinches it for the Suns. To Miller, to Rao, forward handball. Ainsworth, handball back to Graham, running on. He'll kick inside 50. Lukosius in a one-on-one. Archer does well. He's wrenched off it. Free kick going the way of North and Archer.
Jeez, he did do well. Yeah, it's disappointing from Jack Lukosius. He's got to be better there.
But he's stronger.
Yeah, just stop and put a body in. I mean, Archer did a great job, but That was a brilliant passage of play out of the clearance, wasn't it, from the Gold Coast. Should have been rewarded by Jack Lukosius there.
Archer with the kick up to the wing. Flying up, Powell gets his fist on it. Free kick going the way of North. Phillips takes the advantage. Runs through the middle of the ground. Kicks out in front of forward towards centre half forward. Punched away down towards Andrew. There for the Suns. Sweeps a handball back towards Jeffrey. Gets a handball away towards the run of Holman.
He hits Ainsworth, who marks defensive side of the wing. Restricted free agent at season's end.
Essendon reportedly making an offer. But a war chest, you'll be pleased to know.
Essendon offer every player.
Yeah, I'm not sure is he the sort of player they need? They just got Jade Gresham. I don't know.
I don't know if
you can always get enough talent, can you?
So what happens when you've got a war chest?
Is he one of yours, Ben Ainsworth? No, I can't grill you on that. But they reliably inform me that they still feel like he's every chance to stay. It's just been the trend in the competition. Goes short to Graham. Long down to half forward, and he is having a quarter. Sam Day puts up the mitts, takes the mark. High half forward, kicks to full forward, punched away from Lukosius. He gets back onto the footy, hooks it back over his head, and Precocious Lukosius. That's his name to the goal kickers list in the opening term. The Suns are on a heater. They kicked 5 on the bounce as we tick into the half-hour mark opening quarter. 5-1-31, North Melbourne 3-1-19. And Sam Day, at 31, is having one of the quarters of his career. What are we made of all that? Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball.
Well, they started to get on top around the clearance, 7-8. The Suns they've been sparked into action. Have a look at that mark again. Yeah, he is. He's looked every bit a high draft pick, hasn't he, Sam Day? And Jack Lukosius, well done, because I mentioned the previous contest with Jackson Archer. I thought he let himself down a little bit, wasn't physical enough, and
I'm not sure that's the right matchup for Jackson Archer.
It's a challenging one, isn't it? Yeah, that's right.
Got Dawson there playing on Swallow. Wouldn't that be just a direct swap there? Dawson goes to Lukosius and Archer goes to Swallow.
Yep.
Did think of your managerial career during the week, Rama. I was speaking to Brett Delidio. We were grilling him about Cam Zurhaar, and I remember back in the day, a young radio producer, I called you and said, asked you to come on, and there was a big pause. And then he said, mate, when I got something to say, I'll say it. It's hard to come back from as Scott gets the clearance for the Roos towards half forward. Mac Andrews there. He takes the mark. Centre half back. Suns lead it by 12 points. Late in the first term, Mac Andrew kicking out towards the dockside wing. Over the head of his target, Sexton, it tumbles out. Closey can't run it in. You mentioned Sam Closey earlier on, picked up from Werribee in the VFL, coached by Michael Barlow, who's now the development coach at North, and did his first radio interview on Corbin and Ben.
Oh, there you go.
Up in Darwin in the studio.
Where all the big stars get their start from the boundary throw in. Moyle grabs it out of the ruck, hurried kick forward, and umpire says insufficient intent as it half volleys over the boundary line. Core takes the free for North, goes short to Sheasel. And that'll do us. Opening quarter done. It was a bright start for North Melbourne. They kicked the first 3 goals in the opening 13 minutes. From that point on, it's been the Gold Coast. They've kicked the last 5 in the game. So North Melbourne 3-1-19 did all their scoring early, and the Suns did all their scoring late. 5-1-31. The Suns lead it by 12 at quarter time. That's quarter time in Adelaide. 5-2 to 2 behinds. Port Adelaide, lights out in the opening term. They've kicked the first 5 of the game there. They lead by 30 points. Quarter time at Adelaide Oval. The goal kickers here. Sam Day's kicked 2. He's had a key hand in a couple of others and put one out on the full. One for Ainsworth, Lukosius and Graham, while for North Melbourne, Shields, Sherry and Tickle all have 1 each. The SMS number 0437 774 774. Hello to Fran from Melbourne. Bit shirty about the Pies loss last night. She says, we couldn't get it done against the Gold Coast, so go the Kangas today to get the job done. Appreciate that. And from Anthony from Wild Dog Valley, your man ball, he says, listening to the callers, I do some winter gardening. Fire pit.
It's fire pit weather.
And cats and the Hawks to come. So what a day. Wants to know who's going down the highway. That'll be Clinchy and Loz and Nathan Burke, all part of the call team coming up next for that game. And Daniel Harford.
Daniel Harford
on the call today. So you'll be able to hear from that crew next following us. You'll be able to hear from Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball in a few moments. They'll give you their take on that opening quarter of footy. The Suns by 2 goals at quarter time. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Time to steady and pull this trigger.
Have you heard the latest AFL podcast from the ABC? Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we discuss all the big storylines. Feed your footy obsession or just learn more about the game as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Sheasel goes short to Power. Centre half back for the Roos. Runs into the middle of the ground. Kicks a spiral.
Love it.
A running talk. It goes miles out the back. Shields runs onto it and kicks the goal. How about that from the Roos?
Still at half forward, hand pass to Holman, handball to Anderson. Not sure that was his target, but it turns out Jansen on the boot and Ainsworth marks. Ainsworth wasting no time, puts through the Suns first. Hooking it across the body, and the Suns at last are in business.
Sherry wins the tap, coming through. Sheasel slips over, then Simpkin coughs it up, gives it to Rao, gives it off towards Hewlin. He'll kick towards full forward. Day again! Kick the first 3 goals of the game, North. Day comes in and erases their advantage just like that.
Graham long down to half forward, and he's having a quarter. Sam Day puts up the mitts, takes the mark. High half forward, kicks to full forward, punched away from Lukosius. He gets back onto the footy, hooks it back over his head, and Precocious Lukosius. That's his name to the goal kickers list in the opening term. The Suns are on a heater.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at Docklands, Gold Coast at 5-1-31. They lead North Melbourne 3-1-19. It is the Suns by 12 points at quarter time. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair on ABC Sport.
Well, they were a little asleep, Rama. They were, Gold Coast early. They were slow out of the blocks, and we wrote down there, we were just chatting about it at the 14-minute mark of that quarter when Tom Powell unleashed in Malcolm Blight style, 75-metre talk, which Liam Shields ran onto and kicked the goal. It was all North Melbourne, wasn't it? And the questions were really there for the Suns to answer. Well, they certainly did. I think at that point you could tell what North were doing. They were controlling the footy. They had 22 uncontested marks to the 14-minute mark. They finished the quarter with 26. So the Suns really sparked into action. It started around the contest. I thought Rowell and Miller, Will Graham, who we just love, were terrific to get them going around the clearance, around the contest. And then they just hunted the ball in their front half and were able to trap the ball in and really turn the screws from a pressure point of view on North. And then it was Sam Day, wasn't it, who got them going. He really set them alight. We spoke about Ben King before the game. He hasn't been really cited to this point. Sam Day was the one that stood up. A couple of great contested marks. Kicked 2, could have kicked 3, and really got them going. So credit to the Suns. They were slow out of the blocks, but they responded, as we said, as a really good side should do.
Well, I think where it changed for North Melbourne, they went from pressure around the contest, winning the ball around the contest, and then sitting back on their heels in the latter parts of that quarter and allowing Gold Coast to run at them. So that's where the game changed for the Suns, because we mentioned earlier in that quarter that the Suns looked off their tucker. They looked slow, they looked reactive, they couldn't get their hands on the football. Now North had still a big advantage in possession, 21 extra possessions in that quarter. But where the problem lied late in that quarter for North was Gold Coast ended up being +8 in contested possession. So they started winning the ball around the contest. That allowed them, Sam Day, as you mentioned, to come into it. Lukosius started to look dangerous. Ben King started to look dangerous. Ainsworth was getting his hands on the ball. So North's got to go back to a round contest. Let's win this battle first. Take the ball forward.
Thoughts of Bally and Rama. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary. Great to have you with us as Suns lead it by 12 points. We start quarter number 2. Power can't quite pick it up. Spills the way of Davies Uniacke. Hand pass away to Sherry. Handball to Simpkin. And gives it by hand to Tucker. On left footer. Kicks out to half forward. Zerha. Hasn't caught his name a heap in that opening term. In fact, he hasn't had a single touch. And he gives away... Well, he gets a free here in a tangle with Hewlin. So this will be his first disposal. 55 out right half forward. The free agent at season's end, Zerha. Kicks to the full forward, and standing in front is Collins with an intercept mark in front of Larkey. Jess Webster's on the boundary. Jess.
No injury concerns to either side at quarter time. Curtis Taylor and Bailey Humphrey remain the unused subs, but it's not so great news for Collingwood. News just in is that Brody Marchek's going to miss the rest of the home and away season after scans confirmed a ruptured pectoral muscle, guys. So not great news for Pies fans there.
Really bad news for Brody Marchek and the Pies, who are running out of tools. How do they fill that forward line? North win it back in the middle. Here, Powell gives it off towards Paul Curtis, who goes into the pocket, and Larkey back leading into it. He takes the mark deep in that left forward pocket, about 10 metres in from the boundary line.
Well, forward half pressure, coming forward to defend. Again, we didn't see that a lot last week from North Melbourne. They were too easy to score against on the transition. That time there, it looked like the Suns might have been out through a chain of handballs. They were able to come forward. I think it was Powell, forced the turnover, and then a nice kick from Curtis to find Nick Larkey.
He does like this venue. Nick Larkey trots in, pokes at it, but steers it through. The Roos start the second term as they started the first and cut it back to a 6-point deficit. 5-1-31 the Suns. The Roos 4-1-25. 2 minutes played, second term. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball on Saturday Footy right here on ABC Sport.
Well, we mentioned Larkey early in this game. He took a mark inside forward 50 in the first couple of minutes and didn't make the distance. He was horrible last week, Nick Larkey. He certainly had his colours lowered by Liam Jones. Only the 5 possessions last week, but he started well. He's on the move again. I thought last week against Liam Jones he tried to wrestle far too much, and Liam Jones just loves that. Now, with his direct opponent being Sam Collins, that's exactly the same. Collins wants to wrestle, whereas there, Larkey just was able to slip out the back, and Collins wasn't able to locate him, so very smart play by Larkey.
Goalless last week. Goalless, in fact, 2 of his last 4, having had a stretch of 32 consecutive games with at least 1 goal before that. So on the board now, Nick Larkey. Suns by 6 points. Back in the middle, no clean pickup. Anderson sockers it forward. Now Tucker off the square. Hits a hand pass away. Advantage applied to Simpkin. Now to Davies-Uniacke. 60 out. They look for Larkey again. He's caught behind 2. And Mac Andrews stands in front of Collins to take the mark for the Suns. Oh, that's a kick out towards Ballard, a little casual. Went one-handed. Curtis is right on him, lays the tackle. Still got a hand pass away, Ballard. Live footy forward pocket for the Roos. Ballard a second time, scoops it up to Sexton. Handball to Miller, close to the boundary line. Stevens had it, lost it. It's out of play. Half forward for the Roos. 3 gone, second quarter, Suns by 6.
Just that ball going inside forward 50 from LDU. It was Mac Andrew took the intercept mark, but Sheasel's got a shepherd there and allow Davies-Uniacke to run further. Go and get an extra 10 minutes rather than just wanting the handball received.
Well, clean tap from Sherry allows Davies-Uniacke to burst onto it. 55 out, kicks towards goal. Oh, Pick lets it bounce through, and he's a little bit lucky it got a fortunate bounce. Davies-Uniacke adding a little bit of value to his contract. Scores level again. 5-1-31 apiece. Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. We'll check it.
We are checking it. What are we checking for?
Whether it hit the behind post. Yeah, I think usually Toby Pink, you prefer him to go and make sure of that and mark it. It might have clipped the post here.
So just on it, Pink could have marked it, elected to let it bounce in the goal square. It bounced somewhat on its point and has then gone very close to the goalpost or the umpire's flag, which counts as part of the post.
Right, it does.
All clear.
And Toby Pink breathes a sigh of relief.
Well, it was terrific around the contest by Luke Davies-Uniacke there to get on the move and then just to brush through a tackle. Terrific play. That's we see that, I think, in glimpses from LDU. If we can see it consistently quarter by quarter, you know, he's a very good midfielder. There's no doubt about it. But is he that elite midfielder?
Is he an A+ or is he an A? Or
A for me. A for me. Never won a best and fairest. I don't think he's ever finished in the top 3. But also,
I'd go A-.
with you, Rammer. Yeah, it doesn't do it enough. But gee, Toby Pink, God. I mean, there's one thing being unselfish, isn't it? But you've just got to go and mark that. Anyway, he gets away with one. And the game's really swingy on the clearance battle at the moment, isn't it?
doubt.
Yeah, North have jumped out of the blocks this quarter.
13-8 clearance in North Melbourne's favour in this game.
I'd be marking that if it was in the middle of the goal line, let alone close to the post. But,
he's going to be to paper tomorrow.
He's a defender. He's a defender by trade, isn't he, Bobby Pink? That's...
Then Grandma Cole rings up and, you kicked the goal today, Corbin. Well done.
Moyle, hand pass to Simpkin. He got it out towards Tucker. Simpkin was caught, in fact, and so that's holding the ball. Free kick for Big Ned Moyle. Oh, that's a helicopter inside the forward 50 off the boot of the Big Sun. Lands on its point, whacked forward by Berry. To the advantage of Long, just scrapping after it. Great blue collar, small forward. The Roos work it out, though, and eventually Shields tumbles a kick down the wing. Oh, clean bowls a couple. Davies-Uniacke goes and gets it. Hand pass away to Stevens. Keeps it in front of him. Scrappy footy down the city wing. High tackle. Free kicks coming to Stevens. We'll take it for North Melbourne. Defensive side of the wing. Scores level, 5-1-31 apiece. 6 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Stevens short to McKercher. Shorts it again to Powell, middle of the ground. He'll give it off by hand to the run of Core. Driving kick towards half forward. Larkey leading at the footy. Vice-like grip. He marks 2 kicks from home. Goes really short to Simpkin, not the required distance. He'll poke it into the pocket. Zurhaar on a bursting lead. Takes it on his chest, sprawling to ground. 40 metres out, worse than a 45-degree angle, right half forward.
And that's what you want to see Nick Larkey do today, isn't it? No point in standing there and wrestling with Sam Collins. That's what he wants. He's happy to do that all day. When Larkey gets on the move, uses his athleticism, he's pretty hard to stop, uses that reach. Collins is right with him there, but could get nowhere near it. And I like the way he got up quick and looked inside, kept the ball moving. It's kick mark at the moment, but it's keeping the ball in motion. Tough shot, but Zurhaar's got the capability.
In he comes with the drop punt. Starts it narrow, bending it back just a little too late. Minor score, enough to give the Roos the ascendancy. They lead by a point, 7.5 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
That's a long kick out from Sexton. In the end, it's touched just by Closey before it goes out.
Yep.
Sorry, Ben, down to throw in here, half forward for the Roos. North by 1.
It was Closey.
Certainly was. 5-2 to 5-1. Paul and Catherine, by the way, just to make us feel a little colder, sitting in my swimming pool in the backyard enjoying a cold lemonade and dry biscuits and salmon, enjoying the commentary as well as lovely warm weather. Go the Suns. Jeez, certainly not that kind of climate here for the boundary throw, and it's back out of bounds.
Bit of smoked salmon on the dry biscuit. That's delicious.
And from Chris too. How many times have North conceded 5 goals in a row this year? Seem to do it at least once a game. He's sitting level 3 here at Docklands, enjoying our work. Thanks, Chris. Nice to hear from you, listening live at the footy. Gee, they do have conceded a few run-ons, and they did that to the Suns in the opening term. They're back on top here by a point. Boundary throwing, Anderson through traffic, fumble from Rao, cost him. Shields sweating on it, North win it back. Powell, half forward, hand pass to Sheasel. Oh, no hand pass, Sherry hangs onto it. Feints and then kicks to the hot spot. Pack forms, off a number of hands, falls down to Collins. He's tackled hard by Larkey. And a ball up 20 metres out from the North goal at the Coventry end. 9 gone, second term, North Melbourne by a point.
It's all North at the moment. Moyle arrives. Larkey doing the ruck work. 20 out from the Roos goal. Moyle wins the tap. Spills down to Hewlin. Shovels out a handball over his shoulder. Works out for the run of Flanders. His handball a turnover. McDonald for the Roos. Gives it to Simpkin. Steps back onto his right. Kicks towards Zurhaar in the pack. Can't mark. Spills down. Ballard there for the Suns. To Andrew. Away to Sexton. In trouble, Sexton. And he's held up. Ball up to come.
It's good pressure, but really sloppy ball use. Back 50, just way too flippant with the footy at the moment, the Suns.
North by a point. Moyle grabs it out of the ruck, pushed off his kick, spills to Sheasel. Half forward for North, but a crowded forward 50. Handball to Stevens. Handball away to Zurhaar. Gives it to Ford. Pressed up against the boundary line forward pocket. Back to the hot spot. Bodies from either direction. Closey never took his eyes off it, but no mark. Still a live footy. Andrew left it behind. Zurhaar scoops it up, gives it to Pink, and he kicks a goal. Toby Pink's got one of his own now. Let one pass earlier in the quarter. And he bangs his through from 25 out. And North Melbourne have kicked the last 3 of the game. They start the second term as they started the first. 6-2-38, Gold Coast 5-1-31. Roos by 7 points, 10 gone second term.
Well, Paulie, that's credit to North Melbourne's pressure inside their forward 50. I'm not sure what Gold Coast are doing with handballs inside their defensive 50. But if you're going to handball inside your defensive 50, it needs to be a player on the move that then can clear the football out of the danger zone. But they weren't. Those handballs weren't good handballs, and that just allowed and invited the pressure from North Melbourne inside their forward 50, and they get the result. They get the reward of a goal. Toby Pink.
Liam Shields having a good game. He was the one that scooped that up, actually, and gave that to Pink. But he's done some good things, the veteran in this North Melbourne team.
Kicked the first 3. The Suns kicked the next 5. They've kicked the last 3. Sherry getting the clearance out of the middle, following up his own work. Onto it, Jeffrey for the Suns on the wing. Tumbles a snap around the corner. Bouncing ball for Combin. Can't gather it. Spills out towards Sheasel. North back in possession. Handball too hot for McDonald. Spills out to Flanders. Runs inside 50. Off to Miller. His kick on goal for the Suns. Goes to full forward and Core gets back. Marks on the last line. North by 7. 11 minutes and change into the second.
Very similar to quarter number 1, the trend in scoring as Tucker marks, hand pass to McKercher, goes darting away, arches the back, kicks out the wing, finds Stevens, that famous North Melbourne surname, different spelling, hand pass away to McKercher, he keeps on going, pace to Byrne, he's a blur out there, Colby McKercher, kicks inside 50 and Larky marks. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about, North Melbourne fans. Colby McKercher, the darting run and then the finish to the key forward.
Oh, Bully, he took the first handball receive inside Gold Coast's forward 50. So he's run probably 130 metres. A little short little kick to the wing, then he gets it back again. Then just takes his direct opponent on with 3 bounces. And is able to find Larky inside forward 50. Very exciting play.
They'll hope that's the next 7 years. McKercher off half back to Larky and a goal to finish. Larky's got his second, and North Melbourne are in rhythm here at Docklands. A dozen minutes into the second term, the Roos by 13 points. They've kicked 4 on the bounce. 7-2-44, Gold Coast 5-1-31. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Oh, it's exciting, isn't it, Rama? You're right. Just having a look on the replay. He's got that, the first handball received deep in the Gold Coast forward line. And then it was, who was it? It was Sam Closey chasing him. You just said, I've got you covered, Sam. Come for a run. You just love to see it, don't you? God, he's a smooth mover.
4 bounces.
4 bounces. Not his best kick, obviously.
He meant it.
But you reckon he meant it?
Yeah, he meant it. Yeah.
And they all get to him as well. So, I mean, how exciting is that? You just love to see it. Over to you, the Suns. Respond again.
Bounces on the right as well. Natural left footer, but maybe right hand dominant. Well, that's just the way he bounces it. Tap down by Day. Davies Uniacke steals it for North. Another inside 50. High ball towards half forward. Zerha reaching. Can't mark. Pink can't keep it in. And a throw in. 55 around from the attacking goal.
It's my son. He kicks with his left foot, but then does everything else with his right hand.
Wow.
Right. Plays basketball, rights. Yep. Right-handed.
You're left-handed?
I'm left. Yeah.
Umpire brings it back in. Lukosius doing the ruck work. Opposed to Teakle, neither decisive. Comes down to Scott. Tackled by Flanders. Jars free. North there through McKercher. Back to Powell. High ball towards full forward. North looking for a mark. Punched away by Andrew. Towards the pocket. Zerha gets it on the boot. Not before it's out of play. Throwing deep in the left forward pocket for the Roos. All the momentum in blue and white. They led it by 13 points. 14 minutes played. Second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Game of runs so far. North kicked the first 3. The Suns the next 5. North Melbourne the last 4. They got a forward 50 stoppage here. Larky grabs it out of the ruck. They tackle him in a hurry. Spills to Yuland. He too is locked up. Meanwhile in Adelaide, it's all Port Adelaide there. So the Power 7-5 lead the Western Bulldogs 1-3. That's a 38-point margin Port Adelaide's way. Back underway here. Sum's trying to clear it. Comes out to Graham. Runs straight into Powell and can't slip that tackle. The ball up. Back pocket for the Suns. So Power 38 up over the Western Bulldogs. Same stage halfway through the second quarter there. So there's a free kick here for a hold. Oh, it's going North Melbourne's way.
I thought it was going the other way.
The Roos are going to get a kick here. Simpkin to take it. It was a hold at the stoppage. And I'm just trying to get a look on him. He was trying to... Gee, there wasn't a whole lot in it. Players trying to separate, and he was held up, and the umpire spotted something, and the North Melbourne skipper gets up left half forward.
I haven't seen the replay. But sometimes, when you've got momentum, you get the rub of the green too. Got to cash in.
To make it 5 in a row for North Melbourne, Simpkin misses. Misses near side of behind. So 14 points, the Kangaroos lead. 15 gone second term. 7-3 to 5-1 Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Jeffrey with a short kick in away to Bodie Hewland. What a player. He's been out of the Suns Academy. His younger brother Zeke coming through as well. Kicks to the wing and Lukosius juggles it down.
Very high draft pick, Zeke Hewland.
Lukosius from the logo. Kicks inside 50.
Oh,
Day! Up he goes and controls it down. Having himself one. Here's Sam Day. Has it at left half forward. Now he looks inside 50. Anderson offers a short lead and
he was on
he gets it eventually.
A minute. It's poor marking. Kangaroos. And we've seen, I was going to say Dean Anderson. We've seen him kick goals from here before. This will just take the sting out of it a bit. It'll be against the flow a bit. The North have dominated the first 15 minutes of this quarter.
Board member for the Saints,
yep.
Anderson,
Still?
Yep, I think so, yep.
Mark set 47 metres out. Noah Anderson, his team needs a goal.
Beautiful.
His driving shot is through.
Gave that everything.
The Suns kick their first of the second term. 7-3, 45 plays, 6-1, 37. Back to 8 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And the other thing, I think it was, Benny, you asked a question about going, when teams travel. You've got to create your own enthusiasm as well. Obviously, there's not many Sun supporters here. It's probably just the parents of the players, really, that are here as Sun supporters. So when you
and even one of them's on board for another team. So.
Correct. So when you do kick a goal, you need to create energy and enthusiasm. That was a terrific goal, terrific kick by Noah Anderson. Much needed goal for the Suns in this second quarter. But you got to yell and scream and get yourself up and going as a team.
Premiership player Hawthorn, Dean Anderson.
Yep, 1991.
Yep. Once?
He might have got...
Or did he play in 89?
From memory.
Actually, I reckon he did too. Yeah, I think it might be a duel.
We'll check that. As free kick in the centre here. Ruck infringement going Moyle's way. Goes long to the hot spot. Offhand spills down to McDonald. Handball away to Powell. Hand pass to Simpkin. Gets it out of the... Tucker's rather, sorry. Gets it out of the defensive 50. Kicks out to Davies Uniacke. Hand pass back to Tucker. Throws it on the boot. High up and under down that city wing. Hand on the way through from Larkey. Spills to Hewland. The Blondie shoots a hand pass over his shoulder. Links up with Graham. Handball to Sexton. Hand pass Saul down to Berry. Runs out of room. Boundary throwing 55 metres out from the Suns' goal at the Lockett end. Kangaroos by 8 points. 18 gone second quarter.
Yeah, so 89 and 91.
Yeah, I remember both games. I was at both.
He kicked four. He kicked four in the grand final.
They had the long sleeves in 91 out at Waverley.
At 89, he kicked four.
Wow. You would have been cheering along.
Sure was. That's right.
Hawthorn colours. So he's Dean Anderson, board member at St Kilda, two-time Hawthorn premiership player, father of Noah.
83 games for the Hawks, so not far off Noah being eligible for father-son to go to the Hawks, but instead he's here at the Suns and he's got the footy on cue. Gives it off to Jeffrey in the middle. Turns and kicks the Suns inside 50. Comben bravely takes the mark at centre-half back.
That could have been horrible.
Said during the week, Charlie Comben, that he can't remember, but he's either had 24 or 23 broken bones.
Wow. He just saved himself at 4 or 5 there.
It was brave again. 8 points North's lead, 19 into the second. It's a lot of broken bones, isn't it?
Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball, our experts. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Jess Webster. Your call team from the kick from forward has punched out of bounds. Nice work, Mac Andrew. Good closing speed. Finds the safety of the boundary line.
Not enough milk growing up, Charlie. Dean Anderson, just close off on Dean. Absolute dead ringer for Eric Banner these days.
Yeah.
Wow.
He plays it up too. Doppelganger.
Boundary throwing. Sherry bums it down in front of Sheasel. Sockers it forward. Picked up though by Jeffrey off the back flank. His new roll swings it from one back flank to the other. Just got it out towards Berry. Can't take the mark. McDonald there to try and win it back for North Melbourne. Instead, hand pass to Ainsworth. Kicks down the boundary line. Archer inadvertently sockers it forward. Archer gets it back. Fortunate bounce. Hand pass away to McDonald. High half forward for North. He retreats by hand to Tucker, to Davies Uniacke, all the way back to Core. Hand pass hurriedly out to Tucker. Had to wait for it. Kicks down to half forward. Likewise, bouncing footy in front of Archer. Gets a hand pass away of his own. His teammate under the pump in Phillips. He's coughed it up. Phillips wins it back. Got a handy there to knock down the hand pass. Curtis to the top of the goal square. It bounces the Suns' way, and Collins hand pass away to Andrew. Handball out towards the back pocket for Flanders.
Oh, Flanders gives it off to Ballard, who's tackled strongly there by Paul Curtis. He's a strong man, Paul Curtis. We've heard about his bench press in the strong room down there at Arden Street. At 130, apparently, he can move off the chest.
Port by 38, by the way. 5 to go before half-time, and Aaron Norton out of the game in the first half with concussion. So, unfortunately, he'll take no further part.
North by 8 here, throwing on their attacking 50. Davies Uniacke to Scott. Gives it back to Tucker. Floats the ball into the pocket, looking for a marker. McAndrew underneath it, marks defensively for the Suns and switches quickly to Closey.
Here it's North by 8, 21 gone second term. Closey runs, draws power. It's a hand pass out to Sexton. Long kick to Day. He's got 2 to beat. Goes up. In the end, he's forced to spoil. Turns out okay. Down to Swallow. Hand pass back to Day. Gives a handball to Long. On the run from 50. Ben Long, unguarded goal square. Needs a kind bounce. He gets it. Just slides through this side of the post. And Ben Long pops through another one for the Suns. They've kicked 2 in a row. And North Melbourne's lead is cut to 2. 22 gone. Gee, lots of 2s. Second quarter. 7-3-45 North Melbourne. Gold Coast 7-1-43. North by 2 points. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
It was a good play by Sam Day. It's a 2-on-1 in a marking contest, and he was able to bring the ball to ground just in front of us here on centre wing. Then Swallow with the handball. And Ben Long's lucky that went through because he had Tom Berry and Flanders in space inside Gold Coast forward 50.
Great transition though, wasn't it? Yeah, McAndrew intercept mark, the switch was on, and they just went from one end to the other. It's the Gold Coast Suns at their best.
Oh, checking it.
And ordinarily when they do this...
Did it hit the post? Because Jack Lukosius threw his head back. He was the closest to it when it crossed the line.
That goal's been cancelled out.
Nico.
I reckon he heard it, Jack. He gave it away.
He's honest Jack today, isn't he?
He's honest Jack.
Had the cross of the flags from the goal umpires, so scratched that one out of the budget. So no goal for Ben Long, and as a result, just behind North Melbourne by 7 points. 23 gone second quarter.
It's annoying. There's a bit of scribble in the book now, so it just makes things messy.
Blots the copybook, doesn't it?
The old liquid paper.
So McKercher to take the kick in, runs to the back pocket, then just dabs it short to Sheasel. Went about 12 metres, I reckon. Sheasel gives it back to McKercher, kicks up to the wing for Teakle. Stands underneath it, nearly marks it. Spills it last moment. Suns come up to win it. Collins on the wing. Handball to Sexton. Handball to Hewlin. Not sure about that kick. It works out, though. Finds its way towards Moyle. Doesn't go the distance. Wrapped up by Sherry. Ball up. Says the umpire. North by 7 points. Nearly 24 minutes played. Second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
That kick's just got to go to the top of the square from Bodie Hewlin.
Moyle whacks it forward, but free kick going Davies Uniacke's way. So another stoppage free kick.
Why is that advantage?
No idea.
The old out of zone free kick, can't play advantage rule.
Right. So we have our umpires man here on the ball.
Former umpires boss.
Yeah.
Even though it's a disadvantage to the team who wins the free kick.
Shares it with Simpkin. He goes long the hot spot. Larkey brings it to ground. Curtis goes flying through, but he's locked up. And a ball up. 25 out from the Roos goal.
So we're in the boardroom right now, Bally. Why can't we just change that?
No, it's a fair, because a lot of the time it's to consider the players who don't know which way the free kick's going to go. Because the out of zone's played, it's usually not obvious. So
Moyle wins it down to Miller. Hurried kick forward, and then Callan Dawson takes the mark at centre half forward, 49 metres out from goal. And this would be something. He's in his 13th game, 25 years of age, mid-season recruit in 2022, and has not kicked a goal in AFL footy. Carrying around a big, heavy number 42 on his back. Callan Dawson arcs out to his right, close to the man on the mark. Drop punt, he's there. Callan Dawson, the North Melbourne fullback, has his first in AFL footy. And that is a reason to celebrate for the Kangas. And they are up and about, the Kangaroos fans in the house, roaring their approval The Roos back out by 13 points. 8-3-51. Gold Coast 6-2-38. 25 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, yeah, you do remember your first goal. And it's good mark there. He set up right, Callan Dawson. So they built that wall as we talk about in junior football a lot. Build the wall behind the ball. And he was just there, right place, right time. The rush kick out of contest was certainly not a good one from Gold Coast and just cost them a goal.
Come on, Rama, talk us through your first goal.
Is that Subiaco? I got a Joe DeGoose over the top and put it into the third tier.
Oh, the 3-tier stand.
Yeah.
Clearing kick from Miller from the restart for the Suns towards half forward. Stevens knocks it down towards the wing. Loose footy there. Graham goes in, wins it well. Suns back in possession. Nowhere to go initially. Gives it to Sexton. Worried out of it by Zurha. Zurha's handball. Too hot for Powell. Suns back with it. Rao gets the handball away towards Berry. He takes the advantage. Kicks inside 50. Archer's back there. Defensive mark. Roos in possession at fullback. Goes short to Court. We'll move it on short to Simpkin. Simpkin out wide to Scott. Don't worry, Borley. Haven't forgotten you. We'll get to you in a moment.
Well, yet to touch the footy, Ben King. Delivery like that doesn't help.
Scott kicks around the wing, dock side of the ground, through the hands of Andrew. Out the back, Ballard's there. Off to Anderson, and now Rao. The Suns go past halfway.
Kicks into the corridor, finds Swallow. He goes laterally across the ground to Sexton. Is this Ben King's chance? Sexton with the long inside 50 kick into the pocket. Ben King takes the mark. His first touch of the footy right on cue, Bally, right forward pocket. He'll have a look from 25 out.
Yeah, well, he got on the move. And we spoke about Nick Larkey wanting to do that against Sam Collins today. I think Aidan Corr's pretty happy if Ben King stays at home and wrestles with him all day. So get on the move, use your athleticism, get your hands out in front. A couple of times he's gone for the chest mark, Rammer. It's the first lesson Dad ever taught me. Get your hands out in front. There's no way Aidan Corr will ever be able to reach that. So can he hit the scoreboard with his first opportunity?
He's in the Coleman medal race. Opportunities at a premium so far. He doesn't let this one pass. How about that for a warm-up? His first kick at the 28-minute mark of the second term is a goal from a tight angle. And it takes his season tally to 43. And more importantly, it brings the Suns within 7 points. 28 gone second term. North Melbourne 8-3-51 on the Ben King goal. The Gold Coast moved to 7-2-44. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
This will sound weird, but that pocket where Ben King kicked that goal from is, in my opinion, the hardest pocket to kick from here at the Docklands. For whatever reason, the ball moves. There must be a door open down that end of the ground.
You're going to be hard-pressed to make a case about the conditions.
I'm telling you, it is, Betty, if you ever get an opportunity, take a ball out there and have a couple of shots.
No, this is in the Brett Delidio theory about one end of the G's longer than the other.
I love a theory. I love a theory.
I'm putting it in the book as theory of the year. It's in the semi-finals.
That pocket is hard. Or just a horrible kick from that pocket. One of the two.
Right forward pocket at the Lockett end.
Yes.
Adam Ramanauskas theory, toughest pocket out of the four.
Yep. Suns go forward again. Tumbling ball inside 50. McDonald back there mopping up for the Roos. Gives it off to Davies Unihack. Shanks his kick. Works out to Scott. He'll turn and kick around this dockside wing up to a pack through the hands of Ballard. There to rove the pack is Anderson. Suns back with it. Long kick inside 50. Roos might spoil each other. Eventually they talk at the end. McDonald marks in front of Comben and goes short. Simpkin has it, centre half back. Roos by 7 points late in the second.
Brett Delidio's theory is the city end of the ground, balls carried through, the punt road end, they fall short. So somehow believes that whether it's the wind or whatever it is, that somehow the end might be slightly longer to the punt road end than it is the city end at the G. Now we've got Rama's theory on the right forward pocket at the...
Well, we're doing a lot of Dockland games to end this season. Get a counter.
That's underlines the degree of difficulty for Ben King in his first kick of the game. Just before half-time goes through for a goal. There's more intervention here. There's a hold or a illegal shepherd in the marking contest. Yep, it's going to Mac Andrew.
Numbers back. North Melbourne have rolled right back here. Only a couple of minutes remaining in this quarter.
One of 9 top 10 picks out there for the Suns. He goes long into the forward pocket. King reaching for it. No mark. Spills through to Comben. Hurried kick out of the defensive arc. North lead it by 7 points just before half-time. Ball hits the deck. Jeffrey just grabs it. Runs goalward. Kicks. It fades out to the right. In the end, it bounces through for a behind. So one straight kick in it. North Melbourne by 6 points. Half-hour mark second term. Your first goal, Bally, in AFL footy. What was it?
It's against the Kangaroos, round 1, 2003.
Round 1.
Did that debut?
Sorry?
Was that
debut? Yeah, debut. Yeah. We lost. A little handball received from Stevie Powell. Old mate.
Certainly would have been from Stevie Milne. My old mate.
Sheasel with a long kick up to the wing. Moyle spoils it away towards half forward. Graham attacks the footy with a ferocity. But he's wrapped up straight away. Ball up. Half forward for the Suns, having their turn with the momentum at the moment. Sherry lays it down in tight. Davies Uniacke nowhere to go. Do it again. He might have hurt himself here. Davies Uniacke, maybe just a little knock. Moyle spikes it forward. Bouncing ball inside 50. Coming across, McDonald gathers, gives it to McKercher. Roos in possession, halfback, Sheasel to McKercher, back to Sheasel. Sheasel on his left. He'll kick up to the wing. McAndrew there. Underneath it from Pink. Spills down to Shields. Now the Roos with it on the wing.
Scott, one of their few father-sons out there, kicks down to half forward. Off a few hands. Power couldn't quite trap it. Zerha scraps for it at ground level. Pack forms around him. Tunnel ball comes out the back. Picked up by Andrew. Power copped a clip on the way through. And now Andrew's drilled in the tackle. Ball up 60 out from the Roos goal. Let's see who got Powell on the way through there. He certainly landed a little awkwardly. Wore a bump. He's okay, though. Back up and continues. Sherry palms it down to Anderson. Then he's tackled, lost it. Sherry grabs the footy, kicks inside 50. Powell's got it again. Tackled, got a hand pass away to Andrew. Suns back the other way, feeds it to Jeffrey, and now Flanders at centre half back.
And he kicks wide out towards the wing. Just finds his target in Berry. Releases the handball towards Lukosius with some running room. Towards half forward. Pulls the kick back central. King launches at it. Core in front of him, punches it away. Comben on the goal line, gathers the footy. Roos are able to repel. Off to Scott. Kicks in the Simpkin direction over the top. Well done by Joel Jeffrey. Punches it out. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Suns.
Had to go earlier with that kick, Lukosius, inside forward 50. He decided to take a bounce.
Left one out there, didn't he?
Yeah, and that allowed North's defenders to reset.
Oh, yeah, Liam Shields coming in there. Just collected Will Power, who's tough with the knee to the back of the head. Accidental. Good to see him up.
Half-time in Adelaide, by the way, Powell by 44 over the Bulldogs at half-time.
North by a goal here, nearly half-time. Sheasel on the wing, kicks to half-forward, Collins underneath it. Marks defensively for the Suns. Emma Hardwick said during the week he should be in all-Australian contention. Kicks to Berry on the wing, gives the handball to the Logo and Miller. He'll kick high up towards half-forward, bouncing ball. Getting there long, can't trap it initially. Spills out to Lukosius. Suns still with it. And the siren will sound and see North Melbourne lead at the main break by one straight kick. 8-3-51 plays 7-3-45. The goal kickers, Larkey with a couple singles to Davies Uniacke, to Shields, to Pink, to Sherry, Dawson and Teakle. While for the Gold Coast Suns, a couple today. Singles to Ainsworth, Lukosius, Anderson, Long, Graham and King. And interesting to note, the Gold Coast Suns went ahead at half-time this year, have won all of them. When behind, they've lost all 7. Has been an indicator this year. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
They're on paces, Penny. Front runners, yeah. Well, not surprising. And it was an interesting quarter, wasn't it? I mean, it felt like the Suns, well, they did, went into that quarter time break, Raman, with all the momentum. He just felt like they'd been awakened out of their slumber. And started to get the game on their terms. We're winning around the contest. Sam Day was proving a terrific option up forward, but the first 10 or 15 minutes of that quarter, the Kangaroos were terrific. Controlled field position, were able to get some repeat inside 50s. I thought Gold Coast invited a lot of North Melbourne's front half pressure, though, with some pretty ordinary handball, call it flippant handball, where they just said, oh, well, you make it your problem, and didn't put the ball on their teammate's chest, which will infuriate Damien Hardwick, I'm sure, and it actually resulted in a couple of turnover goals. So very much earned their lead here at half-time, the Kangaroos. Entertaining, though, isn't it? Yeah. High scoring, both teams looking dangerous going forward, and you just feel that midfield battle, as it often is going to tell the tale as this game goes on in the second half.
Well, the midfield battle at the moment, clearances are 25-15 in North Melbourne's favour. So Sheasel's had 5 clearances, Davies Uniacke's had 5, Simpkin 4, and Sherry 4 as well. So they've been really dominant in that area of the game. So I think that's where they need to clean up. So marks in this game then is 50-32. So how this game's being played at the moment is North want to control tempo, obviously. So when they do have the opportunity, McKercher is a perfect example to go and run and carry the ball. On the other hand, what Gold Coast are trying to do is score off turnover really quickly. So take an intercept mark, Mac Andrews, Sam Collins, out the other side and go that way. But if you haven't got a dominant forward, that becomes really hard. And Bawley mentioned Ben King, only the 1 goal for that half. Sam Day had a little purple patch in the first quarter, but they don't have a winner forward yet, Gold Coast. So inside 50s is 29-22 for the game in Gold Coast's favour. So they've certainly had more opportunities, but North's defence is holding up well. I think Aidan Corr's doing a good job. I think Dawson's doing a good job. Luke McDonald's doing a good job. McKercher with his run are doing a good job. So North are deserving of the lead, but I think Alistair Clarkson will be mindful of those 29 inside 50s. They're not a team that can absorb a lot of entries, North Melbourne. So I think he'll want to slow that down. Like if Gold Coast rack up 60 inside 50s for the game, they'll probably win.
Weighted numbers, yeah. It stood out there. The goal long kicked was that transition with the Gold Coast at their best, wasn't it? Taking it from one intercept mark, McAndrew, as you said, switch, and then move it down the other side of the open side of the ground to a score. But opportunities like that have been few and far between. And a couple of times they've tried to jam it back in through the corridor, and North have been awake to it.
Yeah.
And they certainly have stiffened up their team defence and are a little bit harder to score against. And then, I think you mentioned that just winning some good one-on-ones behind the ball. I think Luke McDonald's back to some really good form. I think he's leading the way back there. Common, it's been a good battle, him and Day largely. And Core, but for that last shot at goal, has absolutely had the better of Ben King. He's got the speed to go with him, Core, doesn't he? He's got some real pace, but love to see Ben King get on the move a bit more and get up the ground. Lukosius has spent some time up the ground and in the middle as well. So, and I think North's mids got on top that quarter. I think, Rowell and Anderson and Miller, what have they had? A little bit of the footy, but didn't have as much of an impact that quarter. Anderson kicked a terrific goal.
40 more possessions for North Melbourne.
But North have sort of had a lot more of the ball. So, it's an entertaining contest. Really, really entertaining contest. There's some issues there that Damien Hardwick needs to clean up.
Well,
I think North is probably scoring a bit too heavily for him. In terms of 11 shots from 22 entries, wasn't it? So that's 1 in 2. So they've got to clean that up a bit, and then look at ways to be a bit more. I mean, King's the one. He's got to find a way to get into the game. He's there.
There's enough space.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. They've had plenty of opportunity to attack through an open forward line. He just hasn't found himself on the end of a few. So that's a work rate thing. You got to get moving, get on your bike, and test Aidan Core up the ground a bit if you have to.
So each coach's box right at the moment.
Yep.
Damien Harbour will be talking about clearance and tidying that up. Alistair Clarkson will be talking about stopping run. And it's who can negate those two areas. Who
do you have more faith in doing that in the second half?
Gold Coast.
More faith in the
Only just, Gold Coast. That stat, Benny.
Rowell, Anderson, Flanders there to get to work around.
I think so. Yeah, what we saw at the back part of that first quarter was Gold Coast at their best. So I'd be showing footage around that. Win the ball at the contest and then get out and spread and hit the scoreboard. So probably Gold Coast still, but the longer that North can stay in it, they'll get a sniff.
Quick ones off the SMS just before we break for half time. One for you, Rammer. Phil from Victoria just realised what's missing, that annoying music when the Suns kick a goal. Usually doesn't come to place. Would love to get Rammer's take on the Pies loss. Heard from Bawley and Mick a little earlier. Would be great. Thanks.
I thought they were comfortably outplayed last night, Collingwood. To take away that first quarter, I thought the margin actually flattered Collingwood in the end. Essendon, for the second, third, and most of the fourth, were in total control of that game. They lose troops again in Brody Myercheck and maybe Darcy Cameron with the rib injury. But what I noticed last night was Essendon's run and then Essendon's control. Like when when Essendon were controlling the game, Collingwood just they couldn't change momentum, which we're not used to seeing by the Pies. So a little bit worrying.
And Jess Webster telling us a short time ago it is a pectoral tear for Brodie Myercheck, so his season is done. Thanks to Rammer and Bawley, thanks to Ben Cameron and Jess Webster downstairs at his halftime at Docklands. Second half action not far away, plus we'll give you more details on what's happening over in Adelaide. The Power by 44 over the Bulldogs at halftime there. Here it's North Melbourne by 6 over the Suns. Third quarter action around the corner, but first the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Reformist candidate Masoud Pezeshkian has won Iran's runoff presidential election. A count from authorities has given him victory by almost 3 million votes over hardliner Khalid Jalili. Mr. Pezeshkian's policies include the easing of enforcement of the country's mandatory headscarf law after years of protests. US President Joe Biden says he had a bad night during his televised debate with Donald Trump. Mr. Biden has sat down for a major interview with America's ABC News in the wake of the disappointing performance. It comes as he faces increasing calls for him to drop out of the presidential race. In the exclusive interview with ABC News anchor George Stephanopoulos, Mr. Biden says he was sick.
I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the doc's with me. I asked them if they did a COVID test because we were trying to figure out what's wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, a virus. I didn't. They just had a really bad cold.
An Israeli delegation has left Qatar and is heading back to Israel for consultation after a meeting with Qatari mediators for Gaza ceasefire talks. It comes after a revised peace proposal from Hamas, as the BBC's Sebastian Usher explains.
The head of Israel's spy agency, Mossad, led the delegation to Qatar, which has been one of the main mediators in trying to secure a ceasefire in Gaza. Before it left, Israeli officials said that expectations should be held in check. The delegation was back in Israel later in the day. On its return, the Israeli Prime Minister's office said a negotiating team would head off to continue talks next week. For now, at least, the process towards a deal is once again underway. Hopes had been raised at this time it might achieve greater success after various sources said a new Hamas proposal was a significant breakthrough.
Indonesian police say they believe a New South Wales woman who was found in Bali with horrific head injuries crashed into a scooter into a parked motorcycle. Southeast Asia correspondent Lauren Day reports.
A doctor treating Rebecca Ode says she's now able to speak but can't remember the accident that led to her significant head injuries. The 36-year-old has lost an eye, fractured 2 cheekbones and her collarbone, and has hemorrhaging on the brain. A police report obtained by the ABC shows a witness describing Ms. Ode driving a Yamaha scooter into a parked motorcycle. Her family has rushed to be by her side and is now focused on raising money for her medical care and to evacuate her back to Australia for further treatment.
Federal opposition leader Peter Dutton has addressed party members at the annual LNP convention in Brisbane today. He began his keynote speech by endorsing state leader David Crisafulli to be the next Queensland Premier. The LNP will be aiming to win government in the Sunshine State for the first time in more than a decade when voters go to the polls in October. Mr Dutton has taken aim at the Labor state government's cost of living policies.
Premier Miles is hoping to buy Queenslanders' votes with a one-off $1,000 electricity rebate for households and a going out of business sale with 50-cent public transport fares for 6 months. It doesn't get any more cynical than that. And he thinks Queenslanders are stupid, and they're not.
Police say the driver in a crash that killed a teenage passenger in the New South Wales Hunter Valley region overnight was an L-plater. Police say 5 teenagers were in a car that crashed into a tree at Saltash, north of Newcastle. A 16-year-old boy died on the way to hospital, and the 17-year-old driver tested positive in a roadside breath test. Inspector Faith Samsa says police are continuing their investigations.
3 other occupants in the car, aged from 14 to 17 years of age, were conveyed to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. There were 4 males and 1 female in the vehicle at the time.
3 rain bands sweeping across the country from east to west coast are likely to bring rain to every state over the coming week. Ali Crew with the details.
3 separate cloud bands sweeping across Australia during the coming week are likely to drop at least a few millimetres of rain on every patch of ground south of Brisbane in Queensland to Geraldton in WA. The rain will end the recent southeast cold snap and should bring solid falls in excess of 25 millimetres to key farming areas through the Murray-Darling Basin, South Australia and Western WA. The development of the first rain band over the interior coincides with an update of Bureau of Meteorology's seasonal forecasts, which now tip a wetter than normal winter and spring across most of Australia.
You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
The Wallabies are back on ABC Sport. Saturday night, it's the Wallabies v Wales. Tune in live on ABC Sport Extra.
This month, find a brand new collection of audiobooks on the ABC Listen app, including international bestseller The Book Thief by Marcus Zuzak.
I do, however, try to enjoy every colour I see. 1 billion or so flavours.
And the book that inspired the movie and TV series Ladies in Black.
The night of the black night dress and Frank's disappearance might in fact be connected.
Find these audiobooks and many more for free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Clean cap from Sherry allows Davies Uniacke to burst onto it. 55 out, kicks towards goal. Oh, Pick lets it bounce through, and he's a little bit lucky it got a fortunate bounce.
Ford pressed up against the boundary line forward pocket. Back to the hot spot. Bodies from either direction. Close. He never took his eyes off it, but no mark. Still alive footy. Andrew left it behind. Zerha scoops it up, gives it to Pink, and he kicks a goal. Toby Pink's got one of his own now. Stevens, that famous North Melbourne surname, different spelling, hand pass away to McKercher, who keeps on going, pace to Byrne, he's a blur out there, Colby McKercher, kicks inside 50 and Larky marks. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about, North Melbourne fans. McKercher off half back to Larky, and a goal to finish. Larky's got his second. Swallow, he goes laterally across the ground to Sexton. Is this Ben King's chance? Sexton with the long inside 50 kick into the pocket. Ben King takes the mark. His first touch of the footy. He's in the Coleman medal race. Opportunities at a premium so far. He doesn't let this one pass. How about that for a warm-up?
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's a full Saturday slate. Round 17 footy. There are 10 teams in action, 5 different games, 2 in the afternoon time slot, and it's half-time at both. Here at Docklands, North Melbourne by 6 points over Gold Coast, 8-3-51, Gold Coast 7-3-45. And meanwhile, over in Adelaide, it is the Power who are blowing out the Bulldogs there, so Port Adelaide on top. 10-5-65, they lead the Western Bulldogs 3-3-21. Aaron Norton suffered a suspected concussion in the opening minutes. He's been subbed out of the game. Meanwhile, Mitch Georgiades has kicked a game-high 4 goals. No other player has more than 1. And it was involved in a particular incident with Nick Caulfield, which is expected to draw criticism, or at least a sighting from the match review officer. Expected to be charged with a high strike on Nick Caulfield. So it's all going Port Adelaide's way, at least on field, but a nervous wait for Mitch Georgiades, who's kicked 4 in the first half. A 44-point lead for the Power over the Bulldogs. Half-time here, Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, your call team, as the Suns make their way back out on the ground to start the second half. Still to come today, Geelong and Hawthorn.
Good night. Good day of football.
Up next at Kardinia Park, and then later tonight, different directions. Fremantle hosting Richmond. The Dockers really trying to hold serve after their big win in Sydney last week against the Swans. And GWS, they got another shot left in them in season 2024. They take on the Red Hot Blues.
Without Josh Kelly, just that little bit tougher again. And Carlton are in obviously red hot form.
Yep.
At the minute, so just this Bulldogs Port game shows the impact that Liam Jones has had on that back line. You know, they've kicked 10 goals, 5 in the first half. Port Adelaide. They're going. The second half's just started. They're going forward again. But last week he was just outstanding. Liam Jones. Bally gave him the 3 votes for his job on Nick Larkey.
Coaches didn't. I was a bit disappointed with that. Coaches went for the bottom penalty. Yeah. And we almost did, but I genuinely thought. I mean, bottom penalty was great, but I didn't think it was in the top sort of couple of games that he's played this year. I just thought, Liam Jones' game, not only to keep Larkey to no goals and 4 possessions, but his ability to intercept and set up himself. Anyway, you're right, just shows his importance. The other one that go. So now Rory Lobb becomes the key defender. And it's not that Port Adelaide have got big key forwards that are going to tear you apart, but it's a flow-on effect, isn't it? And the stability and the confidence that he gives his team behind the ball. So, it's a bit of indictment on the Dogs, though, isn't it? With the amount of quality they've got around the ball to be in that position.
Tonight's a real interesting one. GWS, people talk about the Orange Tsunami. Tonight, it has to be shown, because if they take that game in close against Carlton, I think that just plays into Carlton's hands at the moment. Their work-around contest at the minute, the Blues, is close to the best in the competition. Sydney will, obviously, people say Sydney, but Walsh and Cripps, as mids over the past month, have just been exceptional.
Well, they just bat so deep. So they dropped George Hewitt. Yeah. I mean, I reckon GWS should say, we'll have him.
Cottrell
come and play for us. Yeah. So Cottrell is a really important role player for them, comes in. And there's still others, out of the team we know that are potentially coming back in the next month or so. So, no, they're sitting pretty, the Blue Baggers. It's just whether, as you said, Corb, the Giants can just muster one last effort.
0437 774 774 is the SMS number. Marcus in South Melbourne, who's making lamb, vegetable and barley soup.
Oh.
Why is the Lockett end on the Collingwood side of the Docklands and the Coventry end on the South Melbourne side? Only the AFL could alter reality like this. Thanks, Marcus.
I've actually never thought. The Collingwood side?
Yeah.
Is that the...
I would argue that the northern end is the Lockett end.
Yeah.
The southern end's the Coventry end. I would argue Collingwood's almost... Yeah, he's probably right.
I would argue that end is going towards Port Melbourne, South Melbourne.
Yep.
That end is going towards sort of Footscray, Essendon.
Yep. So they've got him at the wrong end.
Okay.
So Lockett should be at the South Melbourne end, is basically what Marcus is saying. Appreciate that. Lockie from Footscray, Roos fan at the game. Will Phillips has gone from almost first to guaranteed. I imagine in the best team. What happens to someone like Charlie Lazaro? Is he depth or is he traded? He's an emergency again today, Lazaro. He's played the 9 games this year. Is there a place for him in and around this team?
Whose spot's he taking at the moment? Liam Shields, maybe.
Wardlaw comes back into this team, obviously. I think the pleasing. I mean, Phillips was a high draft pick, so invested a fair bit into him. So I think from a North supporter's point of view, be pleasing to see him out there and playing a role. And he hasn't had a shutdown role today. He's played largely half forward.
Yeah.
But given he was as I said, a really high draft pick, you'd want to see him out there regularly, week in, week out.
All the footy all day right here on ABC Sport. If there's a game that you want to listen to that isn't on your traditional radio or where you're usually finding us, never fear. You can get every game at your convenience, at your fingertips through the ABC Listen app. So AFL or AFL Extra button, you can toggle between the two, including the match in Adelaide where the Power lead the Bulldogs by 44. But here, Ben, as we start the second half, it's the Roos by 6 points.
Moore winning the opening tap, down for Rao, gets a handball away. They go down like 9 pins. Eventually Anderson. High ball inside attacking 50 here for the Suns. Day goes at it, can't mark. Bouncing ball for Comben. Roos in defence. McKercher zigging, zagging, taking them on. Taking a bounce and kicking out towards halfback. Good kick for Ford. Doesn't quite complete the mark under pressure. Goes again at ground level. Gets rid of it to Scott. Off to Sherry. Handball again to McKercher to Powell. And the Roos have worked it out brilliantly. Now Simpkin running down the city wing. A couple of bounces. Long kick to full forward. Looking for Zerha. Punched away by Hewland. Desperate in defence. Rushes the behind. Saves the day. North by 8 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Early in the second half.
Long kick from the exiting kick out from Hewland up towards Collins. He knocks it away to Holman. Sweeping Polly Farmer hand pass. Got it away to Swallow. Handball to Flanders. Back to Hewland as the kick to centre half forward. And it's a good one. Finds Moyle. Lays it off by hand to Jeffrey. He's now at centre half forward. Kicks inside 50 and Ben King takes the mark.
Well,
that's pretty free-flowing from the kick out, and it results in a shot at goal at right half forward.
Yeah, but there's the formula for Ben King. So he loses Aiden Core on the lead really comfortably. So good kick by Joel Jeffrey to put it out in front there, but, you know, Core's not even in the screen. So I think that there's the formula, Ben King. This second half, start to move inside forward 50 and confuse Aiden Core.
His first kick of the day came at the 29-minute mark of the second term. It was a goal to keep his strike rate at 100. He's offline and it's whacked through Dawson for a rush behind. So the Roos by 6 points, 8-4. They lead the Suns 7-4. 2 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary. And a premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
McKercher ambles into the pocket. Now he kicks up towards the wing. Hewlin stands in front of Sherry and takes the mark.
He's impressive, isn't he, this guy? Really impressive player. Growing in confidence every week.
How tall is he, Benny?
Oh, I'll have
got
to check
that on
that
your-
for you.
I'll go to that. I'll find that for you. But he plays tall, doesn't
Yeah.
he? Really athletic.
He was described by Jimmy Bartell as a mini dimmer during the week as he gives it off to Closey. Closey will send the Suns to full forward. Punched away by Dawson. Spills towards centre half back. Bouncing ball. Powell attacks it for the Suns. Wrapped up quickly. Ball up at centre half forward here for the Suns. But Sheasel and Powell just went on with it for a little while. Didn't release the tackle, Sheasel.
And Powell kept fighting through it. Eventually they came back at the ball up. Centre half forward for Gold Coast. Kicking to the Coventry end. Sherry brings a hit out and then jumps on top of the footy. He's tackled. Ball up.
Listed as 188.
Okay.
But certainly looks like he plays taller.
So you tell people, Ben?
Yep.
From the ball up, comes down to Flanders, outskirts of the stoppage, kicks into the pocket for King.
Gee, that looked a free kick.
He didn't it? Course gets away with it. Ball slides out of bounds. Forward pocket for the Suns.
Umpire was right there too.
150 centimetres is short though, Benny, isn't it?
Oh, come on, Rama. Don't start this.
We'll get Jess to keep it on. Took Miller. I don't know if Jess can spot him down there. He's lit up on our champion data boards in the box. Not out on the ground at the moment. Oh, from the boundary throw-in. Powell took a little too long, almost run down by Flanders. Got it away to Dawson. Now to Sheasel, trying to exit the defensive 50. Jeffrey flies in the air. Ball hits the deck. Larky grabs it. He's dispossessed. Still a live footy inside 50 for the Suns. Anderson bursts his way through. Kicks for Day in the pocket, and he takes the mark. Just wrong foot's combined. There wasn't a good kick off the boot, but it turns out okay for Gold Coast.
It's a shank, wasn't it?
Yeah. Will Day to try and make something of it. Snaps across the body. Misses. Near side of behind. Jess Webster on the boundary. Jess, any sign of Took Miller down there?
He's not on the bench, so he's in the rooms. I can see Darcy, for the Suns, just handing in the paperwork. So the sub's going to be made. Bailey Humphries coming into the game. He's taken the warm-up top off, and I'm trying to locate Took and locate what the issue is with him.
Thanks, Jess.
Keep a watch on that. Not ideal for the Suns. Got it. Half back here for the Roos. Wide out. Kicks around the city wing. Looking for a marker there. Zerha launching. Down at ground level. Larky getting involved. Can't gather it. The Suns come away with it. Anderson to Rao to Jeffrey. All by hand. Away to Ballard. Left foot kick. A good one for Day. 2 kicks from home. Wheels and goes quickly. Sends it long. In the long direction. Can't mark. Swirls it down at ground level. Gathers in the pocket. Hooks it back centrally. No one there to mark it. Bouncing ball for Sherry, the big ruckman for North. Handball misses McKercher. Under the pump, top of the goal square. Tucker cuts a sway through them and clears with a floating kick.
Zerha playing from behind, forced to spoil. Suns with the numbers, they can reload. Andrew, hand pass to Moyle, gives it back to Mac Andrew. Andrew kicks it on the run. His first goal in AFL footy. And every Suns player on the ground is awake to it. They rush to Mac Andrew to celebrate. And what a future this guy has in front of him. The 20-year-old Mac Andrew in game 34 kicks his first in the big time. And just like that, it turns the lead around. The Suns by a point. 6 gone third term. Gold Coast 8-5. They lead North Melbourne 8-4. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
It's good play. It's good play. The Suns were set up really well behind the ball. So that kick for coming out of defence by North Melbourne was set for the Suns. Then the ball goes to Ned Moyle, who gives the handball back to Mac Andrew for a good goal.
Third lead change of the game. Gold Coast by 1 point. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Confirmation it's a wrist injury for Tuke Miller, so he's been subbed out of the game. He did get it restrapped during the second quarter, but obviously it's no good, so he's been ruled out for the rest of the game with a wrist injury.
So a 666 warning back in the middle for the restart. Umpire puts it aloft. Moyle hooking it down, bursting through. Sheasel gathers it for North Melbourne, gives it to Davies Uniacke. Long kick inside 50, looking for a marker. No one can take it. Ballard knocks it down to his own advantage. Port holding the ball. Sheasel and Zurha involved. Zurha will get the free kick.
Sure what he was doing.
He's been really poor today, Charlie Ballard. Usually so safe.
Reliable.
Had a couple of really poor errors, both decision making and skill execution.
Thought he was going for a Sunday stroll. Charlie Ballard.
So Cam Zurha with a chance to respond. Drop punt, 48 out. His shot is away to the right. Off hands, it's close to the line. It stays in play eventually. Punched through there on the goal line by the Gold Coast Suns. There was a little bit of volleyball going on the line. Scores level. 7.5 played, third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Fair to say we got the close one. It's Port Adelaide by 46 halfway through the third quarter in Adelaide. If you want to listen to that, the ABC Listen app place to find it.
Ken was cheered at half time, I think.
Right, yeah, I imagine so. As Powell marks the kick out, goes long up to the wing. Off hands, it spills down to Davies Uniacke. Handball to Phillips, took on the tackler and lost. Feels like they haven't had the same zip, North Melbourne, in the first 8 minutes of the third term. Coughed up the opening goal of the quarter. It's gone the Suns' way.
Just a bit of an arm wrestle at the minute.
Huge game for Gold Coast in the finals mix. And for North, trying to win just their second game of the year. Wins have been hard to come by in recent times. Closey long down to half forward, spills to Graham. Handball inside 50. Hitting up to meet it. Dawson keeps it in front of him. Ainsworth wanted it more. Attacks it. Handball to Swallow. Hand pass away to Humphrey. Feeds a handball into the pocket. Long. Straddles the boundary line. Keeps the footy alive. Trying to paddle it back to Berry. Pack forms around him. Umpire says keep rolling for now. Collected by Humphrey a second time. Hand pass to Closey. Went one-handed. Can't trap it. Very scrappy ball still at half forward for the Suns. Eventually Dawson sits on top of it. Umpire circles and now he says I'll have it. Ball up 48 metres out from the Gold Coast goal. 9 gone third quarter. Scores level. 53 points apiece. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Suns trying to win away from home. Moyle palming it down. Davies Uniacke gathering and wrapped up quickly. Up it goes again. Moyle taking it out of the ruck. Gets a handball away to Anderson. Handball over his shoulder looking for Humphrey. Can't find him. Throwing to come. Jess Webster.
Sam Flanders has also spent a few minutes on the Suns bench. It looks like he's got a cut somewhere inside his mouth. They're having trouble stopping the bleeding, so just doing everything they can to get him patched up and get him back out there. And, of course, Tuke Miller subbed out of the game, a massive loss for them already.
No Vegemite for the week, unfortunately, as Moyle wins the tap down and quickly wrapped up is Swallow. His brother, of course, former captain of North Melbourne. Moyle flicking down the tap again, going after it. Sherry kicks into the middle of the ground. No mark taken there. Ball hits the deck. Hewland on top of him quickly and will get a ball up. Scores still level. 10 minutes played in this third term here on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Arm wrestle, as you said, Ramon.
Yeah.
There's one-on-ones all over the ground here, so neither team dropping off.
Boyle pumps it down straight to Phillips. Quick kick forward from the stoppage. Larkey leaps up, no mark. Good spoil Collins. Ball spits out to Eddie Ford. Took on the tackle. Hand pass out to Zurha. Slips over. Hand pass to Curtis. It's a hot footy. Holman and Yulan trying to trap it in there for the Suns. And now a ball up. Centre half forward for North. 11 gone, third quarter. Scores level. Huge game in the context of the Suns season. Ball spills down to Scott. Tumbles a kick inside 50 and Curtis is tackled straight away. Throw a blanket here over around 20 players at the ball up. Centre half forward for the Rouge. Sherry down to Zurha. He's taken high. Free kick for the ball. And that'll open things up. Cam Zurha will get a look right on 50, just left of centre.
Just lowered his centre of gravity, didn't he?
He's a bit unlucky here, Rao.
Yeah, I think so. Number one tackler in the game, Matthew Rao. maybe a touch overzealous. It just looked like Zerha at the last minute knew he was going to run into a brick wall and just lowered his...
Dropped his hips,
yeah.
Zerha from right on the 50. Drop punt looks pretty good off the boot. It's got the distance. He's got it there. And they lead by that goal, the Roos. Zerha with a big kick just to try and switch a bit of momentum back the other way. 12 gone, third term. North Melbourne by that Zerha goal. 9-5-59. Suns 8-5-53. Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a good kick by Zerha. And again, Paulie and I both mentioned just the game was played for the past sort of 7 or 8 minutes, been played in contest, played around stoppage. You know, those little fundamentals there. So Matty Rao there just misses the tackle, just goes a little bit high and it just opens the door so North can kick a goal. They hadn't looked like really kicking a goal in this quarter. Only the 3 inside 50s for the quarter to, I think it's 8 that the Gold Coast have had. So just a little opportunity.
Both rucks miss it in the middle. Out after it, Sheasel eventually gathers the footy and runs away from them. Handball to Powell. He'll kick the Roos inside 50. Ford on a lateral lead's got it. 40 out, 45-degree angle for Ford.
Great clearance work. Harry Sheasel, just his ability to get himself out of trouble, out of a congested area.
Still a problem, Bally. The clearances for Gold Coast.
Yeah, it really is.
6-2 this quarter in North's favour. So that's plus 16 for the game. Plus 14 for the game.
Eddie Ford starting wide out at half forward. Sachets his way in to try and double the advantage for North Melbourne. His drop punt is narrow. This is right. 9-6-60 plays 8-5-53. The Roos by 7 points. We've played 13 minutes third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
They got their breakthrough win, North Melbourne, over in Perth, and then they've had 3 weeks of gallant losses. Right in this game, they hem the Suns in. Sexton tackled by Shields. He's dispossessed. Ball comes out and spills over the boundary line. It wasn't 15, and Sexton says he didn't hear the call.
It's a good example of common sense umpiring call.
Ball went out of bounds. Ump says, look, it was thrown in.
Careful, Bally.
If indeed it wasn't 15. Hard to see from here.
For the boundary throwing, Scott's onto it. North with a bit of pep in their step. Kicks inside 50 and a mark. Jumping in front, Larkey. Wasn't intended for him, but made good ground late. And Nick Larkey's got it. 15 out, just left of centre.
Well, again, boys, it's for around clearance. So no opponent, Bailey Scott. North Melbourne are able to find him around the contest there with a deft little tap. And, yeah, you play in front as a forward, you get rewarded.
Got something out of nothing with the Zerha goal. And now all of a sudden a bit of pep in their step. The Roos are on the hop. They're back out by 13 points. And their spearhead has 3 of his own, Nick Larkey. The Kangaroos with a bit of belief again halfway through the third term. The Roos playing in front, 10-6-66. Gold Coast with work to do. 8-5-53 minus Toot Miller, who's out of the game with a wrist injury. Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
It's been a good response, Rama, from a real down day last week for Nick Larkey. He started early, got his hands on the foot. It's been a good battle, in fairness to Sam Collins. Not much you can do about that. He's probably entitled to look up at his midfielders and say, hey, boys, any danger? We're getting towed up around the clearance here, and that time, Bailey Scott playing that wing role. He's had a good quarter, Scott. I think he's up to 6 possessions. Quick kick forward and good forwards in front, first to move. Easy mark, uncontested mark, and finish. So all of a sudden they skip out to that 2-goal margin again here, North. Suns got to be a bit careful here.
And they kick the next, or will the Suns come again? Anderson trying to get a handball from the restart to Hewlin. Spills out to Phillips, just gets a handball to Simpkin. Roos with it. Shield, a high kick inside 50. They all launch. Andrew Spoils spills down. Closey gathers. Centre half back here for the Suns. Handball to Rao. Handball away to Flanders, to Closey again. Jeffrey stubs his toe on the kick, puts a teammate under pressure in Ballard. The Roos are swarming. Zerha comes. Shields gets involved. Closey works it out. Handball away to Jeffrey. Kick to the wing.
Oh, and it's drifting wide. Leaping up, trying to claim the mark is Berry. Roos fans on the city side are up out of their chair saying it was out of bounds. The ump's not buying it. Suns keep moving it forward to Long. Now the kick inside 50. Core and King. Ball hits the deck. King grabs it. Hand pass close to the boundary line. Berry scoops it up. Second time they keep it alive. Flanders to Long. Goes inside the forward pocket. Few fall down. It's keeping his feet is Berry. Almost tackled as he got a kick away. McDonald affects the shot at goal. Nice work defensively. Scott paddles it out in front and out of play. The ump says boundary throw in. 40 metres out from the Gold Coast goal. This game has gone up in tempo. North with the momentum, but we've got a boundary throw in inside the Suns. Forward 50. Roos by 13 points. 16 gone third quarter.
Great effort, Luke McDonald. Just got a hand in. Sam Berry looked like he was going to run into a goal. McDonald chased him down. Just affected the kick.
Tickle misses it from the throw-in. It spills back towards Tucker. Nowhere to go. Nearly emerges with it. So a ball up, 40 out from the attacking goal for the Suns. North by 13. Tickle taps it down again. Flanders there for the Suns. Handball to Rao. Handball straight to Archer of North. He's tackled quickly by Long. Fair tackle and another ball up inside the attacking 50. Roos by 13, 17 into the third.
Day wins the hit out inside the forward 50. Ball hits the deck. Sheasels onto it. Hand pass away to Tucker. Off the back flank for North. Kicks down the wing. Both Larkey and Collins went with the fist. Swallow throws his body at it. Knocks it away to Anderson. Hand pass to Andrew. Handball to Collins. Right on halfway. Kicks the Suns down to half forward. Long arriving. Laid it up strong. Condon takes the intercept mark at half back. Oh, and he's in a tangle immediately with Ben Long. The pair scrap on the ground. The North fans that are here are all getting involved. You can sense their second win of the season. Still a long way to go. 13 points, North Melbourne's lead. Kick down the wing. Ball hits the deck. Simpkin courageous. Hand pass out to Powell. Hurried kick inside 50. Lands in front of Ford. Cops an unkind bounce. Ballard at fullback for the Suns. Hand pass away to Sexton. Handball to Andrew on the back flank for Gold Coast.
He'll kick to the wing looking for Day. Protects the drop well and takes the mark. Closing late was Shields. Now holding on for dear life at the moment. The Suns. The Roos trying to get out.
Professionally held him up too there, Liam Shields.
Did a good job.
Day on the wing. Sets his kick to half forward. Moyle's up there. Archer in front. And Moyle marks. Trying to make this ruck position his own. Gives it to Hewlin. Cruising by. Long kick in the Berry direction. Getting back. Putting his fist through it. Stevens. Spills out to McDonald. Roos in possession. Back pocket. Handball. Can't find a target. Arriving Graham. Suns are there. Close. He picks it up. Squeezes a kick. It's a good kick for Long.
He did have an opponent. There, going inside forward 50. It was terrific play, terrific fight by the Suns. A really good kick by Closey.
When he was at Werribee, he told us in that interview he was part of Kick Club. Wasn't a great kick, wasn't ready for the AFL. Every day worked on his kicking and been effective at AFL level. So Long had a goal scrubbed out earlier, directly in front, reinvented and delivering for his Suns when they need it. It's back to 7 points. 10-6-66 the Roos. Gold Coast 9-5-59. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball coming up before that. Jess Webster.
Oh, he's looked the most lively. Long hasn't had a heap of the footy. But, sorry, Jess.
I thought you were going to give the injury update for a second
Sorry,
there.
Jess, you go.
All good. Tuke Miller has just re-emerged from the Suns' rooms and trying to remain upbeat as he gets around the players on the bench. So that'll be a developing story as to the severity of his wrist injury. And the physios were also taking a look at Jack Lukosius. Looked like he might have just hyperextended his elbow, but looks like that he's been given the all clear and we'll see him back out on the field shortly. But a couple of concerns down here on the Suns bench.
Thanks, Jess. North by 7 points as we tick into time on in this opening term. And wiping off a goal from their lead there, Ben Long. They get some go forward out of the middle here as Rao hand pass to Flanders, out to half forward. Archer leads Long in the chase for the footy, no mark. Falls through to McKercher, back flank, hand pass to Simpkin, kicks to Powell. Just punching over the back. Moyle and has the follow-up as he drills McDonald in the tackle. You can see why every other club in the league would love a piece of this guy, Ned Boyle.
If that doesn't lift his teammates, nothing will.
In the air and at ground level. Now the stoppage after that big tackle from the Gold Coast ruck. Spits out to Graham. Hand pass inside 50. McDonald fresh off that tackle. Oh, he's brought to ground here. The tackle just slipped from Tom Berry and a free kick for McDonald in the defensive half. North by 7 points. Time on third quarter.
Lucky, just poorly executed tackle though. Tom Berry had him cold. And these Suns small forwards, I mentioned Long, he's probably looked a bit lively, but Bailey Humphrey, he's got to get into the game now. They're not getting anything out of their small to medium forwards, the Suns.
Long kick up to the wing. Out after it is Larkey trying to knock it on. Coming through Hewland. Tackled by Curtis. A couple of tough hombres. They go at it. It comes out to Jeffrey. Spirals it inside 50 and Long's there. Tumbling mark, 47 out. A slight angle to the left.
It's not the right matchup for McKercher. Ben Long. He's a dangerous forward, Long. They want McKercher's run and carry, so Ben Long feels like a more Jackson Archer matchup rather than McKercher.
A little more medium size and better fit. Kicked the last goal of the game. Kicked an important goal last week. Ben Long comes in. Flares it out to the right. Sherry will get back and punch it away from Day. Just through for a minor score. Brings it back to 1 goal neat. North Melbourne's advantage, 10-6-66, plays 9-6-60. It's a good one here on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Suns forwards, the Koshis 5 possessions. Swallow 5 possessions. Ainsworth 6, Berry 7. Not enough. Holman 7. Humphrey just into the game, but only 2 handballs. He's got to find a way to have an impact here. On the flip side, these North small to medium defenders have been terrific. McKercher, McDonald, giving them plenty of run.
McKercher in a slow play off the back flank, kicks down the wing, and Sam Collins comes from over the back, punches it out of bounds. There's a bit of feeling in this game now as Liam Shields is put down, and after a tangle with Collins and Andrew.
Yeah, good umpiring. That's Andre Jan Fagno, ex-player.
Yes.
Understands the situation there.
Also a good cricketer as a played in the state underage Victorian team with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, believe it or not.
Okay. A guy named Aaron Finch, who turned out to be an okay cricketer amongst a few football heads. And the boundary going. Shields gets a hand pass out to Simpkin in front of the interchange gates. Down the half forward for the Roos. Larkey leaping up. Ball bounces out the back. Hits the deck. Still no clean possession. Sexton had it, lost it. Falls to Teagle. Hand pass further inside 50. Straight to Ballard. He's drilled in a tackle. Ball up. Umpiring overall today, Paulie and Ramad, pretty good?
Yep.
I agree. 30 metres out, ball up here from the Kangaroos' goal. The Roo boys by 6 points. 24 gone third quarter.
Umpire puts it up. Stoppage inside 50 for the Roos. Neither ruck decisive coming through forward. Handball errant from the Suns. Straight to Shields. Snaps on goal and misses. Out by 7 points again. Now the Kangas, 24 minutes into the third.
There's not missing anything in that other game. It's 52 points. Port Adelaide over the Bulldogs, ticking towards three-quarter time. Long exiting kick is picked off. Power drives it up with the wing, and Tristan Sherry leads Moyle to the footy, takes the intercept mark. Now the game being played in North's front half. Short laterally to Dawson, who marks on the wing. Right on the AFL logo. 2024 Premiership season, the one the Suns are hoping will be their first year with a bit of September action. Kick goes wide to Zurha and banging bodies on the way through with Tuckeroo. Ran into the hole and collided with Sexton. Roos take the footy high half forward. Zurha long into the forward pocket. Andrew had his run checked. Pink pulls it down, up says keep going. Sheasel hand pass to Curtis. Shoots goalward but puts it straight into the breadbasket of Swallow, who marks in front of the goalpost back as the goalkeeper. North by 7 points as we tick towards three-quarter time.
Goes short to Collins. He'll send it to the wing. McKercher drops the mark, recovers at ground level. Roos in possession. Handball to Tucker. Handball to Dawson. Kicked his first goal in AFL footy earlier to Simpkin. Half forward for the Roos. Pokes inside 50. Sheasel in front of Zurha marks. 45-degree angle. 45 metres out.
Good play. They worked that well, North Melbourne. Just a little handball, then a little kick, finding a lot of the Suns' numbers would roll back deep inside North Melbourne's forward 50. So find that shorter target Hey, what is he about? He's got a kick from about 50 here, Sheasel, but that's where the numbers were.
He is their reigning best and fairest. Runs it around to the right. And a smooth finish from Sheasel. Slots it. Roos by 13 again. 11-7-73, plays 9-6-60. 26 into the third. And they sniff their second victory.
Well, yeah, they're in a position now, but again, they're doing it through clearance. 12-3 this quarter, Bally. So it's been a big plus for North Melbourne, but it's really disappointing on the Sun side of things. Andersons, Flanders, Rao, who are really good contested football winners, just can't seem to get it to work it out around contest at the moment. So you look at the clearances this quarter. So Sheasel's had 4 of them. Then Phillips has had 2, and they're all singles everywhere else. So it's plenty of options around contest, which is doing the damage for North Melbourne.
Yeah, big drop off from the Suns, especially with Miller out of the game now. If it's not Flanders, Rowell or Anderson, there's not much else out there.
That's it.
Boyle wins the hit out and then just sockers it 50 metres off the deck, and Condon throws his body at it, takes a sprawling mark centre half back for North.
Josh Simpkin having a good quarter too. He's up to 23 for the game. So North leaders standing up.
3/4 time in Adelaide. Power by 52 over the Bulldogs. Beat down there, the power all over the Dogs. Kick comes wide here to Simpkin, who marks at half back, the co-captain for North. Wins have been few and far between in recent seasons for North Melbourne. It's been tough times. They're 13 points up here as we close in on 3/4 time while for the Suns, hoping to play finals for the first time in club history. It will be a significant blow in those hopes if they can't convert today after taking down the reigning premiers last week. Short to Davies-Uniacke. Slow play, kicks down the wing. Ballard's got to go, decides to punch it forward, spills to Flanders, dispossessed. Ball spits out to Ford. Almost run out of room. Hand pass to Sheasel, handball over his shoulder. Links up with Tucker. The party trick's coming out to Davies-Uniacke. Short kick to Powell.
Here goes McKercher receiving it. Bouncing kick, picked up there by Pink, gives it off to Sherry. The big ruckman pokes it to full forward.
No.
Jeffrey's there to mark for the Suns.
That's not a ruckman's job, kicking inside forward 50.
13 points, North Melbourne's advantage. Short kick from Jeffrey to McAndrew. Short again to Lukosius on the arc of his defensive 50. Kicks for Rowell in the middle. Can the Suns find a path to goal? Rowell to Moyle. Moyle's near the attacking edge of the square. Off to Flanders. Kicks laterally for Ainsworth. He marks 50 metres out. Right on the arc of 50. Is this a torpedo job?
Yep.
Shoots a big kick in the game.
Yeah. He is a long kick though, Ben Ainsworth.
So he's right on the digits of 50, the man on the mark. So a 45-degree angle. In comes Ainsworth. He'll fire on goal, goes with the drop punt, and it's going to fall well short and knocked away. And they've got a bit to say to each other, he and Liam Shields. And that will do it for the third term. So North Melbourne will turn with a 13-point advantage, 11-7-73. Plays 9-6-60. It is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The goal kickers, 3 for Larkey, then all singles. Sheasel, Davies-Uniacke, Shields, Pink, Sherry, Dawson, Teakle and Zurha. While for the Gold Coast Suns, Day with the couple, then Ainsworth, Lukosius, Anderson, Long, Graham, McAndrew and Ben King. Quickly, Jess Webster.
Sam Day looks in a bit of trouble down here. He's having a chat to the physios and doctors and pointing to his ankle. So that will be another massive loss for the Suns, already without Tuke Miller being subbed off with a wrist injury. So I'll keep an eye on that during the 3/4 time break.
Thanks, Jess. Appreciate that. So Tuke Miller with that wrist concern out of the game early in that third quarter. Oh, it is beautifully set up. North Melbourne, who have won so few games over the past couple of years, it's been hard times for the Roos, no doubt, and their supporters. They've won only one game this year. It's just the third time that they've led at 3/4 time, protecting a 13-point lead over the Suns. Meanwhile, final quarter just about to get underway in Adelaide. The Power by 52 over the Bulldogs. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas coming up. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Hi, Matt Bevan here, and if you're looking for a fresh perspective on the latest news, the ABC Listen app has all the podcasts. Try If You're Listening, Who Broke Britain.
The army is losing 40% of its tanks and artillery.
You might also like The Bright Side with Sabra.
Tell me more about this discovery.
It's incredible, really. So a young...
Or Not Stupid with Jez and Julia.
What on earth is going on in US politics?
So this has been huge news. Load up a podcast and stay in the loop with the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Hart playing from behind, forced to spoil. Suns with the numbers, they can reload. Andrew, hand pass to Moyle, gives it back to Mac. Andrew kicks it on the run. His first goal in AFL footy. And every Sun player on the ground is awake to it. And the boundary showing, Scott's onto it. North with a bit of pep in their step. Kicks inside 50 and a mark. Jumping in front, Larkey. A bit of pep in their step. The Roos are on the hop. They're back out by 13 points. And their spearhead has joy of his own, Nick Larkey.
Roos in possession. Handball to Tucker. Handball to Dawson. Kicked his first goal in AFL footy earlier. To Simpkin. Half forward for the Roos. Pokes inside 50. Sheasel in front of Zerha marks. He is their reigning best and fairest. Runs around to the right. And a smooth finish from Sheasel. Slots it.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
If the Suns are serious about playing finals, they need to be winning here, but they're 13 down with a quarter to go as the Roos close in on their second victory of the season. And next stop on ABC Sport is down at the Cattery. Geelong and Hawthorn up next. Matt Clinch heading up the call. Clinchy.
Corby, it's a week-to-week industries. We're glued to the radio for your match, and wins have never carried so much currency in such an even season. So the race for September is heating up, so much so Hawthorn in 13th spot at just a game and a half behind, fourth on the AFL ladder. There is one change. We know the Cats love to do this, with Mitch Nevitt being replaced by Jai Clark. The subs will be Ollie Henry and Harry Morrison. But to add some spice, the two sides have had conflicting form lines, a rivalry over the past 20 years, which has included premierships and bragging rights, and at a venue, Cardinia Park, in which they've only played each other twice since 2006. The last was during the COVID era in 2020 in front of no fans, and the biggest crowd here with the new Joel Selwood stand is just over 39,000. So that was back in round one against the Saints. It's a sellout this afternoon. The Hawks, well, they were 4-7 after round 11, but all of a sudden have won 5 on the trot. They're one of the in-form sides. They do lose, unfortunately, James Sicily and Jack Ginnivan, who suffered a fractured fibula, but they gained spearhead Mitch Lewis after a couple of EFL and veteran Luke Bruce. While the Cats, they returned to the winners list last week with a good win over the Bombers, but now all of a sudden they get to bring in some depth. Sean Manor, after 6 goals in the VFL, bangs down the door. Ollie Henry also returns, and Gary Rowan celebrates his 200th game. So looking forward to calling it this afternoon alongside Lauren Borden, Nathan Burke and Daniel Harford. Down the highway with a huge ramification for the top 8, Geelong and Hawthorn. We can't wait to follow you guys.
A fun game of footy. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Clinchy. We'll be listening. Good calling. North by 13 points here at three-quarter time. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. The Roos have won only 6 of their last 64 games. So they're going to win one here today, Bally.
Well, they're going better, Rammer. It feels like they're absolutely going better. The way they finished off that quarter, and we spoke about the clearances, where you would think that the Gold Coast would at least break even, if not be in front. And we know Witts isn't out there, but I've liked the Moyle-Cherry battle. I think it's been a beauty, and Moyle's certainly had his moments, but it's been at the feet of those guys. And in that quarter, it was Sheasel who really got going, kicked the goal. He's up to 24 possessions. I like Simpkin's game's been really good too. And Davey Uniac's done his thing. Colby McKercher's had plenty of the footy across half-back, but really, you look down now, Bailey Humphrey goes in the middle, because other than Rowell and Anderson and Flanders, who else is there? Will Graham's drifted out of the game, so they need a real lift across the board here from the Suns. Their forwards have been comprehensively beaten, other than Sam Day, who we think might be out of the game now. So all there to do for the Suns.
Early flashpoint in their season, round 17, Saturday Arvo footy. Suns 13 down, but they get the first possession of the final term. A hand pass from Humphrey away to Anderson. Goes long to the goal square, playing in front. Good intercept, Mark Condon. In front of the behind post, out marks and out points Ben Long. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Sam Day is out for the rest of the game with a foot injury. So without Tuke Miller and Sam Day for this final quarter, it's going to be a huge challenge for the Suns now.
Thanks, Jess. And coming from behind on the scoreboard, down 13. Kick heads out to half back, and there's a free kick spotted here. It's going to go Curtis's way. Taken high by Yuland. Can kick to the Roos down that wing city side, close to the boundary line. Simpkin trying to force it out. Suns keep it alive. Closey, hand pass away to Humphrey. Tucks it under his arm. Kicks inside the forward 50. Leaping back, hand on it from Cord. No mark. Lends a hand Comben. Gives it back to Cord. And he kicks to the back flank. And here's Bailey Scott. One of their three father sons out there has it at half back.
Goes for a little run. Low ball up towards the logo. Launching at a Teakle at the back. Might have ended up with it, Moyle, but it was off hands. Gives it away to Yuland. He gets rid of it to Graham. Suns down the wing through Rowell. He'll kick to half forward. And King leads up to Mark. 60 from goal. Stabs it into the pocket. Long on the lead. And he takes it 35 out. Hard up against the boundary line, right forward pocket.
Just his third mark, Ben King. I wonder whether it's worth giving him a run in the ruck.
In the ruck,
get him into the play a bit. Has to have an impact on this last quarter, you feel, if they're going to win.
Yeah, just put Moyle in the goal square.
So boot to ball from about 45. Right on the boundary line. He's going with the long check side and doesn't make it.
That pocket, tough pocket.
It's across the face and punched through for a minor score. Had the distance.
Well, I think he knew it. That's why he kicked the banana.
Yeah.
Drop punt was never going to carry. So
North by 2 goals neat.
Just the other thing to keep in mind with North Melbourne too, we're talking about how few and far between the wins have been. Their last win was in Perth. The one before that was in Hobart. The one before that was in Perth. So they haven't actually won in Melbourne since round 1, 2023.
Yeah, supporters will want to sing a song.
A long time ago since they've won in front of these loyal fans here at Docklands.
I should stand out on the ground and sing it in front of them in the full version, hearts to hearts and
get
hands
everybody
to
in a
hands.
circle.
Yep.
They got another 18 minutes to try and navigate. There's only 2 straight kicks in it. North by 12 points.
This is a good song too, the full version. It's one of the best songs we've got.
The Victorian State song. As Power goes into the centre corridor, finds McKercher. Dangerous kick, but it works out. Ground opens up. Out to Tucker. Takes the mark. Looks inside 50 for North. Hands on the mark. It's Teakle who's got it again. 25 out directly in front. And Bryn Teakle. If he can kick this, it'll restore what has been the biggest lead of the game so far.
Well, it's just the kick of Powell. Take the game on. It was it pierced through the Sun zone that they had going, but then it's over to Tucker, and they're away rather than being locked at one side of the ground.
Trying to put the Suns to bed. Teakle on his way in. Drop punt's good, and the task gets a little harder for the visitors. Teakle second, and the Roos back out by 18 points, an equal game high. The last time they were at this margin was the 13-minute mark of the opening term. We're now 4 minutes into the last. North Melbourne 12-7-79, Gold Coast 9-7-61. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and you're right, Raman. It's a kick that says, no, we're going to win this game. We're not going to try and save it. Let's go ahead and try and win it from Tom Powell. You're right, a little bit of risk, but with the risk comes the reward. It opens up the game. They're able to get the ball to the open and fat side. Look, it wasn't a great kick inside 50, was it? But Bryn Teakle was good enough to read it well. It looked like McAndrew was in the way, but Teakle read it a bit better in the air, and he's had an impact, hasn't he?
The old NFL quarterback, Frank Tarkenton, says winning is being unafraid to lose. And there's a little bit of that from North Melbourne there. They refuse to go into their shell. Winning the tap, Sherry, but Rao bursts onto it. Kicks the Suns deep inside 50. Comben shells the mark. Allows in long. Goes back to fight after it though, Comben. Picks it up. Gets a handball away to Tucker. Handball on towards McKercher. He breaks the arc of 50. Kicks up to the wing. Bouncing ball. A free kick on the play. It'll come back and go the way of Bodie Yuland. So the Suns will get their chance. Between wing and half forward, North by 18. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
There's no Wits. He's out hurt. Didn't play today. And now their other co-captain, Miller, off with a wrist injury. And they lose Sam Day on the run. 3 goals down in the last. Yuland inside the forward 50. Ball spills away to Holman. He's tackled. Dispossessed, holding the ball.
Aidan Corr, terrific tackle.
Yep, been one of his best games. Yep. Aidan Corr.
Corr takes the free. The former Giant goes long up to the wing. Andrew punches it away down to Humphrey, and he's tackled. Ball up between wing and half forward for Gold Coast. So 3 rotations on the bench. As Jess told us, a foot injury for Sam Day, a wrist injury for Tuke Miller. Fresh legs still to come on the North Melbourne bench. Curtis Taylor yet to come into the game. Halfback for the Roos. Simpkin got it out. It was a throw. Free kick for the Suns.
Sure was.
And Noah Anderson goes and picks up the footy and says, I'll take that. So he's 55 metres out. Kicks in the King direction. Leaping out at no mark. Falls down to Holman. Got a hand pass away to Rowell. Floats a snap goalward, but misses near side. A behind. North's lead cut to 17. 6 gone, final term, game on the line. The Roos by 17 points. Meanwhile, in Adelaide, it's lopsided. 53 points. Port Adelaide's lead over the Bulldogs. Final quarter action there.
McKercher just goes short to Comben. Right back pocket. With Charlie Comben, are you eventually sending him back forward as he was always touted, or leaving him down back now?
Absolutely not.
Now. Kicks up towards the wing. No one able to mark. Ford following up at ground level for the Roos. Right there with him, wearing him like a backpack. Morale wraps him up. Ball up on the wing. Roos still by 17. Gold Coast at this stage unable to shake their homebody's tag.
Haven't won on the road all year. They need to pick off at least 2 on the road if they're going to win their remaining home games. And no layups either. The tough teams that they have up north. They play the bottom 3 teams away, starting with the Roos here. And at the moment, they're 17 down, and time is running out as Sherry goes down to half forward. Spills through to Ballard. He's tackled. And the ball up half forward for North Melbourne. Big stage of the game. 7 gone, final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Out by Waits for the ruckman to arrive after Sherry sent it down in that direction. Moyle wins the hit out down to Stevens. He's tackled, dispossessed. Suns are away. Humphrey picks it up, goes long. Wants to try and find Ben Long. Punched away from him. Ball hits the deck. Archer out after it.
Leaves it behind. Long picks it up. Quickly snaps the Suns into the pocket. Bouncing ball. King's there. Rids himself from McKercher. Runs in and misses on the snap.
Great chase.
McKercher didn't give up on the play. McDonald getting involved as well. And North's lead 16 points. 8 minutes into this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. It's a grandstand finish from Docklands.
McKercher just takes a breather as he leans over the footy and now decides to step outside the goal square. Goes long to half back, but Power picks it off. Takes the intercept mark. The Suns have got to generate all their own momentum here. He goes long to the top of the goal square. King's down there. They all miss it. Hits the point, runs Goldwood, but bounces through the behind line. A minor score. North Melbourne by 15. 8 gone, final term. North Melbourne leaders 12-7 over the Suns at 9-10. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Suns pressing at the moment. 3 behind since North last goal. It was a 3-goal lead, now 15 points. As Corby said, McKercher a long kick, just get it out of here. Yulin goes up, off his hands, down in front. Power there for the Roos, handball away, Scott rather. Handball to Sheasel and out of play for a throw-in.
He'll be a bit sore after that contest, Cam Zerha. He's limping away from the contest. Big Corky. Just going up for that mark.
Roos still yet to use their sub.
Curtis Taylor.
I wonder when they get him into the action. Sherry slapping it down. Davies Uniacke comes away with the footy. Handball to McKercher. Back to Davies Uniacke. Will kick into the middle of the ground. Looking for Ford. Punches it away. Stevens. He tracks it on the logo.
Dylan Stevens. Handball goes back to McDonald. McDonald kicks across the ground and finds Dawson. Stevens hasn't won yet in North Melbourne colours. He was left out of that trip to Perth, their only win of the season. The only other one out there that hasn't sung the song yet is Colby McKercher. He missed that too. Now in his 10th game in his debut season as Sheasel goes inside 50 and Collins takes an intercept mark. Kangaroos by 15 points, 10 gone, final term. Suns have got to make all the running from here, chasing the game. Short kick to Anderson. He knocks and plays on. Takes the short way home, wants to kick it to Moyle, who was wrong-footed, and Sherry floats through, takes the intercept mark for the Kangaroos. 10 gone, final quarter. Roos by 15 points.
Sherry, handball away to McKercher. Running laterally across centre half-back, veering out towards the city wing. Chips it for Archer. 15 points. Now holding on. Archer goes short again. Back to McKercher, who's run on. Marks right on the centre line. Wide out, city side. McKercher will kick as long as he can, close to the boundary line. The pack forms, and over their head, pitches in play, and he's knocked out, throwing to come. Left half forward for the Roos. Sand just slipping through the hourglass. I'll be happy with that, North.
Port by 58 points, by the way, so halfway through the final quarter in Adelaide. And we got the close one, North by 15. Nevitt late in for Clark, so late change down at the Cattery. Henry, the sub, that's Ollie for Geelong. And Morrison for the Hawks. That's our next stop on ABC Sport. Roos inside 50 quickly. Down to Eddie Ford, who snaps Goldwood. He hits the post. Eddie Ford. And then they call Elvis. Couldn't quite sneak it through there. It's a 16-point lead for the Kangaroos. 11 gone final quarter.
Sexton to bring it back in for the Suns. Puts his laces through it, out towards Berry, manoeuvres himself around McDonald to mark.
I got that change wrong, by the way. Nevitt is out. He's the late out. Jai Clark is the late in for Geelong.
Jess Webster downstairs.
North Melbourne has activated its sub, so Curtis Taylor's coming into the game. Dylan Stevens has been subbed out.
Right as we asked for it. Make the change. North Melbourne, Powell. Wheels and kicks long to full forward. Bouncing ball. Long's out the back. It'll sit for him. He pokes it through. And the Suns come again. Long's got a couple. It's back to 10 points. 12-8-80 plays 10-10-70. 12 minutes into the fourth. Nervy times ahead for North.
Well, Cobham's still the matchup on Ben Long, which... it's so soon. Like, Cobham's obviously going to outmark him, but as soon as the ball hits the ground, Long is just going to be far too quick for him. So he looks like their most threatening forward for the Suns. So I'd be getting the right matchup on him. I think the right matchup is Jackson Archer, who's done a terrific job on Lukosius in this game. But Ben Long looks like the player most likely to win it forward for the Suns.
It was last week, didn't he? He did, yeah. It was the Anderson kick too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He realised the situation, had to take a bit of a risk, but he's the one that's trying to lift his team through the middle of the ground.
Mac Andrew thrown into the ruck. Of course, Sam Day off the ground with a foot injury. Just sitting on top of the footy here. Teagle is in strife. Holding the ball. Free kick for the Suns.
Got to go quick here.
12 and a half gone. Final term. North by 10. And Mac Andrew just steps back over the mark, takes his time, and now he goes long, 60-metre drop punt to the hot spot. Backing back Combat, he's crunched in the pack. Ball spills out the back, Archer's there, mowed down straight away by the coaches. Ball spits out of play. Throw in forward pocket for the Suns. There's plenty of time left. North by 10 points. 13 gone final quarter.
They did run it out well last week, you're right, Corby, so they should take confidence from that. We'll pinch one here, all of a sudden you test out North's ability to win. We know that. They haven't done a hell of a lot of that, as you said, over the last few years.
Teagle slaps it down straight to Flanders, though. Left foot snap a goal. The Suns are charging back into it. Back to 4 points. 12-8-80 plays 11-10-76. 14 minutes into this final term. They've kicked the last 2 goals of the game.
Yeah, now, let's see. Look around at the North players now. Rammer, the doubt starts to creep in, doesn't it? Hey, we've been in this position.
Yeah, you need your leaders to stand up now.
And that's just a forward stoppage goal. We saw Alistair Clarkson furious at that. If you have another look at it, just a bit too easy. Tom Powell, direct matchup. It's got to be red alert, doesn't it? Forward, a defensive stoppage. Got to be arm across. Got to be touch at all times. Especially with a player like Sam Flanders, who's so clever around goal. Get 2 in a row here, the Suns.
Clearance 6-3 in the Suns' favour this quarter.
Game on the line without a couple of soldiers. The Suns back in the middle. Power couldn't get a kick away. Neither could Sheasel. Spills to Berry. Hand pass to Flanders. Suns going forward again to the hot spot. Touched on the way through to King. North player went flying over the top up. Says keep going. Core hands it to Scott. Bangs it up to the wing. Larky spoils. Hits the deck. Little fumble from Phillips. Ball comes out. Rao wins it. Kicks inside the forward arc for the Suns.
Going up, Mac Andrew, unable to mark. Tucker attacks it for the Roos, gets a handball away to Scott. He'll go again, Tucker. Coming through Humphrey, though. Wins it for the Suns. Forward pocket. Handball to Andrew. Runs into Archer. Poor Cole holding the ball.
Mac hasn't spent a lot of time forward, has he?
So he's playing that second ruck,
pushed forward there. Yeah. He was in he was at plenty of space. As the ball came in, you back him into market there.
North by 4 points. Archer kicks to fullback and Comben plays on, gives it to Core. Back to Archer. Runs at the top of the goal square. He'll kick long. Out in the direction of Curtis Taylor. Outpointed by Jeffrey. And the Suns have it again. 60 out from goal.
Got to do better there, Taylor. Yep. Fresh legs onto the ground. Just got to find a way to compete. At least bring that ball to ground.
Gets beaten in that contest. McAndrew, the target at 2 metres tall. Jeffrey lays it up on his head, spills down towards Powell. Hand pass to Sheasel, and then just is round on the way through. Whistle stays away. Berry kicks to the hot spot. Ainsworth, the target, knocked away from him. Dawson, hand pass to Curtis. Handball to McKercher, short kick. Target was Zerha, no mark. Roos by just 4 points. Ball spits out to Closey. Hand pass out further wide to Swallow. The experienced vet kicks the Suns to the hot spot, and Sheasel got his hands around it, and the mature 19-year-old takes the mark at fullback to try and calm it down for the Roos. 16 gone, final quarter. Roos by just 4 points.
Oh, same thing. Ben King needs to be better there. Needs to be stronger. That ball's got to come to ground. Jeez, how was that not a free kick to? Was it Matthew Rowell?
Yeah.
He had his head taken off.
Scott up to the wing, looking for Teakle. Slips through his fingers. Now Jeffrey picks it up, stands up in the tackle, emerges with the footy. Low kick. Scott has to win it for the Roos. He does. Dumps it on the boot. Kicks towards centre half forward. Bouncing ball. Zerha trying to keep it moving forward. Yulin dives after it. Pink dives after it. Larky arrives. It spits out. Simpkin can't gather. Loose footy on the wing. Phillips fumbles. Scott goes in. Handball away to Sheasel. Handball to Curtis Taylor. Roos on the wing. Looks inside 50. Paul Curtis! The Curtises combine.
Well, it took the class of Sheasel around the contest. So where everyone else was fumbling, Sheasel was clean with the ball and then was able just to see the space around him. Give that handball out to Curtis.
Bailey, Ram. Yeah, Bailey Scott was huge too.
At the back here at half back. He won a really hard ball, contest ball.
They need this. The mark, 45 metres out. 30-degree angle, right side for a left footer. He's physically strong. Needs to be mentally tough. And he holds his nerve. Paul Curtis kicks the goal. A steadier for the Roos. They're out by 10 points. 13-8, 86. Plays 11-10, 76. 18 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, great call, Rammer. The young guns, Bailey Scott had a couple of massive moments here. The clearing kick when they were right under the pump. The Gold Coast were just upping the ball back in, and then he follows up and wins a hard ball here. Terrific hard ball win. And Sheasel, you're right, with a bit of class and composure over the top to Curtis, the sub, who had a poor effort earlier. Takes his moment there and finds his namesake, who goes back and slots it. Geez, they needed that, didn't they? North, just holding up, and the young guns find a way to deliver.
Of course, Paul Curtis and Curtis Taylor, no relation.
No.
North by 10 points.
Perfect overlap in the Venn diagram of two first names, though.
19 minutes into the final term, just as we thought the Suns were coming to swallow up the Roos. Davies Uniacke to Powell, hand pass to Sheasel. They're going forward again, the Kangas. Yulin leaves the ground, crash landing, but got the spoil. Holman takes it out in front of Scott. We'll have a boundary throw in. 70 out from the Roos goal. Have not won in Melbourne, the Kangaroos, since round 1, 2023. That was 18 months ago. And the depth of winter the following year. They have won 3 games in between, 2 in Perth, 1 in Hobart. And the North fans that are here, they want to see their Roo boys win. What have the Shinboners got? Up by 10, boundary throw-in, we'll have another stoppage. Meanwhile, 5 minutes to go in Adelaide, the Power by 53, so all over the Bulldogs there. Game on the line here as we tick into time on in the last. Kangaroos by 10.
Sherry slaps it down. Davies Uniacke rows the tap, runs away with it, gets past one, gets past a second. Don't argue. LDU with a miss to the left. Very, very nearly.
Very nearly goal of the year.
Oh, it had it all bar the finish.
Powell on the kick out comes very wide, and Yulin marks just inside the boundary line. What a moment that would have been for Davies Uniacke, ascending to the very elite in the game. He's on the cusp at the moment. More moments like that as Flanders marks, still defensive side of the wing, kicks beyond it. Sherry puts his fist through it. Roos by 11 points. Live footy on the wing. Holman, hot hand pass. Too hot in the end for Lukosius. Roos win it back. Powell to Scott. To Davies-Uniacke. Steps around Yulin. Cuts back inboard. Davies-Uniacke hits Sheasel, who takes the mark. And Humphrey, a little clip to Davies-Uniacke on the way through. Across the ground he goes, and Sheasel's kick finds Phillips. Middle of Docklands. Roos by 11 points. Time on final turn.
Will Phillips. Aruza Wilson Phillips at the moment. They're holding on. He kicks to full forward. No mark taken. Spills down at ground level. And a free kick picked out in amongst all of that.
It should have been a free kick earlier than that. Well, Eddie Ford, it's an unrealistic attempt.
So Sexton takes the free kick at fullback for the Suns. Off to Anderson, going for a little gallop. 3 bounces, kicks for King. He marks high half forward for the Suns.
He pokes the pass inside the forward 50. McDonald arriving late. Breaks it up with Berry. Ball spits out to Core. Kicks off the back flank down the wing. Yulin courageous. Can't hang on to it. Spills out to Ford for the Roos. Hand pass to Taylor. Back to Ford. Start your engines. Takes 2 bounces. Eddie Ford. Centering kick. Turnover. Diving back, and the mark taken by Swallow in front of Zerha. Fullback for the Suns. North by 11 points. Time on final quarter. Jess Webster on the boundary.
The North fans, the last couple of times they've gone inside 50, have been out of their seats, ready to go bananas if they kick a goal. I reckon if they kick one more, this place is going to go ballistic.
There might only be 15,000 of them in here, but headers got loud in here. Ball up on the wing, city side of the ground.
Right on cue, Ben.
17,781. 22 minutes into the fourth. North Melbourne leading by 11 points over the Suns. Short down to Sherry, and Sherry winning the tap down close, and Phillips will win a free kick on the logo.
Ordinarily, I'd give you that, and I'd say the others must be the away fans, but I'm not sure there's 2,780 Suns fans in the house. A very, very small pocket behind the goals at the Coventry end, and they look very nervous at the moment. The other team's got the footy, and the other team's up by 11 points. That is North Melbourne, looking for their second win of the season. The kick down to half forward. Pack collapses in front. There's a reason for that. Larkey got a shove, and he's getting the footy. 60 out at left half forward. The Roos fans can sense it now as the kick goes across the ground to Simpkin. Loads up, kicks long to the hot spot, bounces off Sherry's chest, no mark. Spills down to Scott. Hand pass to Taylor. He scraps for it at ground level, and the ump says ball up. 25 minutes out. 25 metres out, rather. 23 minutes into this final term. North by 11.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Roos. Moyle down. Anderson a quick clearance. Out towards half-back for the Suns. Bouncing ball. King paddles it on. Core picks it up for the Roos. Handball errant. Misses Scott. On the wing. Handball for Sheasel. Drops it at first. Goes back and gets it. Dumps it on the boot. Kicks inside 50. Punched away there from Ford. Down at ground level. Simpkin. He can't pick it up. Half forward again for the Kangas. Going in Davies-Uniacke. Not extracting it. Pretty content to keep it in. Rao trying to. Umpire lets them rumble. Still they go. Good for North. Time just peeling off the clock. They lead by 11. We've got 3.5 to go in the fourth.
No Miller wrist injury. No Dave foot injury.
I was just going to say, just winning the key one-on-ones at the moment. That's what this last couple of minutes is going to be about. A little bit more desperate North.
Still time for the Suns if they can hold their nerve. Davies-Uniacke, enormous down the stretch. Stands up in the tackle. Hand pass releases. Simpkin kicks into the forward pocket. Swallow goes back one-handed. Controls it. Doesn't mark it. Hands it to Powell off the back flank. Kicks in front of the interchange. And one bounce to Andrew. He's shoved out of bounds. And he's straight into Condon. A little bit of feeling.
So what happens now is North Melbourne want to make the ground really small. Just contest. Damien Hardwick's gone down to the boundary line. He's trying to make the ground as big as he possibly can. He wants to push all his forwards back to create space so his mids can burst through.
Throwing on the wing. Laying it down, Sherry. Straight out after it, Rao wrapped up immediately. And the Roos will be happy with that. They're white-knuckling at the moment. Moyle slaps it down. Simpkin pinches it. Turns and kicks quickly inside 50 for the Roos. Collins marks. Knows he needs the ball in motion for the Suns. Gives it off to Yulin. Kick to the wing.
Trying to trap a half volley. Ainsworth keeps it in front of him. Dishes off the hand pass to Jeffrey. They are on through the corridor. Loops a hand pass over the top to Sexton. Extra handball give to Closey. 60 out. Kicks inside 50. Links up in with Powell, who drifted forward, and Will Powell has the footy right half forward for the Suns.
Yeah, good kick. Now take your time, Will. There's just under 3 minutes to go, so no point in rushing and kicking you behind here. Plenty of time if he goes back and kicks this. We go back to the centre bounce. As you said, Rammer Hardwick on the bench.
Still 2+ minutes on the game clock. Does he have the willpower? Willpower moves in, right-footed drop punt, the biggest one of his career, and he jams it straight through the middle. 2 minutes to play and there's less than a kick in it. And the Suns will not go down in this game. 12-10 to a 13-9. It is North by 5 points. Game on, 2 minutes to play.
Well, this is what you practice, Paulie, at training.
2 minute drill.
Yeah, the hours after hours of training, pre-season, in season. You know, in the game simulation when you're at training, where to set up, what you need to do with the ball, how you position yourself. It all comes down to a final 2 minutes of the game. You're exhausted now. Every player on this ground is exhausted, but the perfect example there. So Gold Coast are able to win the ball back with an intercept mark, and then you just see the spread. And North Melbourne simply couldn't keep up with them. So, you know, like I said, Gold Coast are going to try and make this ground as big as possible with space.
I think North still need to try and score here. Mac Andrew into the ruck.
North by 5 points. Andrew wins the tap. Straight down for Rao. Stands up in the tackle.
Strong.
Handball away to Mac Andrew. He'll kick the Suns inside 50. And the mark's taken by Ainsworth.
How good was Matthew Rao?
He had Tom Powell and Luke Davies-Uniacke trying to tackle him to bring him down, but so strong in the hips. Matty Rao able to get the handball to Mac Andrew. Then a perfect delivery inside forward 50 to Ainsworth.
Big time play from a big time player.
Kicked the winning goal last week. 40 out, directly in front. To put the Suns in front. Ainsworth tugs it. Misses left. Lightning doesn't strike twice.
Full-time in Adelaide, Power by 48 points, full-time over the Bulldogs.
They lead by 4 points, the Roos. 27.5 minutes into the final term.
Put 1 minute 21 on the game clock, and this is it right here. McKercher short to Comben.
Well, got to load up down the line here, North. Comben, sink your boot. Oh, well done. Like another, the Kirch is the one.
McKercher marks here against the boundary line, right back pocket.
Needs to go back now and kick it 60 metres, get it as far out of the zone as possible. Suns, big ball to win here on the wing.
McKercher, long to the wing. Sherry and Larkey in the pack. Ball spills out the back, Roos onto it. Curtis kicks outside of the right boot. Bounces away down to half forward. Suns a long way from home. Swallow first one there for Gold Coast. Hand pass to Ballard. Shakes the Simpkin tackle at half back. He goes short to Anderson. Roos by 4 points. Suns with the footy. 38
Oh, Sheasel. Handball knocked down by Sheasel. Gets the handball away towards Davies-Uniacke. Left foot. His kick goes to full forward and Ballard marks.
30 seconds.
Hurry, Charlie. Torp down the middle.
Come on, go.
Oh, Charlie.
Ballard at fullback. Pokes it to the pocket. Mark taken by Anderson. He knows what's required. Drives it up the middle for Moyle. The big fella juggles it. Doesn't mark. Ball hits the deck. They pile on top of it. Davies-Uniacke wants to keep it in. And we will get a ball up in the middle. Game on the line. Time on the clock for the Gold Coast Suns.
Seconds ticking down, North by 4 from the restart. Davies-Uniacke knocks it out to Sheasel. Hand pass to Zerha, kicks forward, Curtis marks. Siren! And for the first time since round 1 last year, the Victorian bass bands get to join in the chorus. North Melbourne winners by 4 points.
And sing it one and all. Join in the chorus. North Melbourne's on the ball. Good old North Melbourne, they're champions, you'll agree. North Melbourne is the team that plays to win for you and me.
It's just their 4th win since the start of last year. 2 of them in Perth, 1 in Hobart. And now today they take down the Gold Coast Suns. One of the teams in the mid-table treadmill competing for a spot in the 8. But they let an opportunity slip away from home. And for North, they climb off the bottom of the table. And who knows, with all this talent, how long it'll be until they're there again. North by 4 points.
Good old North Melbourne, they're champions, you'll agree. North Melbourne is the team that plays to win for you and me.
Opportunity goes begging for the Suns. They lose again on the road. 8 wins at home, 8 losses on the road. Well, for North Melbourne, they are off the bottom of the table. 2 wins for the season. Colby McKercher tasting his first victory at AFL level. And North Melbourne hold on by 4 points. The Suns falling short. What a game of footy. Gold Coast by 12 points at quarter time. North by 6 at the half. It was the Kangaroos by 13 points at three-quarter time. And in the finish, the Kangaroos by 4 points. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport as the Kangaroos record their second win in 2024.
Yeah, and it was hard fought, but I thought just today around contest, North Melbourne were much better, much better and much cleaner than what the Gold Coast Suns were, and it was no more evident in that last passage of play where they had to hold the ball in a contest to not allow Gold Coast Suns to go forward. And it was just a couple of the younger guns. Sheasel, I thought, was terrific in that last quarter. Bailey Scott had a terrific last quarter. McKercher had a terrific last quarter. So, that's the future right there of the North Melbourne Football Club. And allowing those players in those big moments to stand up should be great encouragement for where this football club can go. You look on the other hand, Gold Coast, disappointing. They come to Melbourne or come away from home again and they fail. They had that opportunity at the last moment there where Sheasel intercepts that handball from Noah Anderson. They were away through the middle of the ground and just couldn't execute just those skills under pressure. So they'll rue this one. The Gold Coast Suns, Damien Hardwick was on the bench for the last 5 minutes. And you could see once that siren went, he was fuming. He stood on the boundary line, didn't say a word, but you could see the steam coming out of the ears of how disappointed he is with that final play.
Yeah, well, Ben Ainsworth has an opportunity to put them in front, 40 metres out. Okay, late in the game, but that's what you're paid to do, mate. And if you're going to put your name up now, I'm not saying he has, but if you're going to put your name up and in lights for a big contract, free agency, etc., you've got to go back and kick those goals. We know he's not a high possession player. He didn't have a great day. Not many of their forwards did. But he had the opportunity to turn an average day into a moment where you could steal the points and didn't take it. So, but I think I think North absolutely deserved the win. You're right, Ram. It was a combination of young and old. I thought Luke McDonald was super today. I liked Simpkins' game, so the leaders stood up. Comben was terrific, and Aidan Core, playing one of his best games for the year as well. So thoroughly deserved it. You just got the sense of that last 10 minutes that enough of them said, no, we're not losing this one. And that was a key 50-50 contest that went their way in the end. And it felt like they just wanted it a little bit more.
They're not ready yet, are they, the Suns?
No, I said that before the game. I mean, fancy thinking that Dustin Martin wouldn't help this team out, Mick. I mean, come on. Seriously. They're nowhere near ready. I think everyone wants them to be. Everyone's willing the Suns to be. I think we all want them to be. There's no doubt about that. But they're not. They're nowhere near ready. Let's be honest.
Just to tidy up the goal kickers, 10 each for North Melbourne, 3 for Larkey, 2 for Teakle, and then 1 each for Sheasel, Davies, Uniac, Shields, Curtis, Pink, Sherry, Dawson and Zerha. Meanwhile for Gold Coast, 2 each for Long and for Day, 1 each for Flanders, Ainsworth, Lukosius, Anderson, Graham, Powell, Andrew and King. It'd come at a cost for Gold Coast, not just the fact they left the 4 points behind. A wrist injury for Took Miller. He was subbed out early in the third quarter, and Sam Day with a foot complaint.
I feel like 90% of the North Melbourne fans that were here today have hung around. And Corbin, you called it on the siren. First time the Victorian fans will sing the song since round 1 2023. It was a cool moment after they'd done it the first time. The Suns had left the ground, and the ground announcer had them all G'd up, singing along, and it was an almighty sing-along of hearts to hearts and hands to hands.
Well, McKercher's had 37, Sheasel's had 35. Sheasel's had 35 and 10 clearances and a goal. Luke Davies-Uniacke, 30 possessions, 9 clearances and a goal. They've had big games, so really good performance by those younger players. Like, McKercher had a few kickouts, but I still thought he was outstanding today. Just his setup, his run and carry, and just his aggression with his kicking. North Melbourne need that from their back half. I hope he does eventually play up on the ball, but he'll probably have to wait his turn a little bit there. I thought Bailey Scott was huge in the last quarter. He's ended up with 23 possessions, but it was his work around the contest, which we're probably not used to seeing from Bailey Scott. But he was clean at one grab with some hard ball gets that he just had to win, and he won those. And big Tristan Cherry, I thought, was really good in the ruck. It was a good battle with Ned Moyle. I thought Aiden Core comfortably beat Ben King today. Luke McDonald had a really good game. A lot of their defenders had good games. Dawson, I thought, was rock solid. Jackson Archer did a terrific job on Lukosius, who only had the 6 possessions. So they lacked winners in their forward half, the Gold Coast Suns, but credit to the Gold Coast, credit to the North Melbourne defenders.
Geelong are running out at Cardinia Park, so they're in their white premiership shorts with the navy blue and white hoops. That's our next stop, up against the Hawks, so that is coming up next. There is a late change for the Cats. Mitch Nevitt is out, Jai Clark is in, Ollie Henry's the sub, while the sub for Hawthorn is Harry Morrison. We're getting live pictures from the Gold Coast rooms. They look a pretty dejected bunch. They now have 8 wins at home, undefeated either in the Northern Territory or their home base on the Gold Coast, and they have 8 losses when they've been on the road, so winless away from home. They let one slip today against the previously bottom place Roos. I mentioned it on the siren. They're off the bottom of the table, Rammer. They go past Richmond with their victory here, and you get the feeling with all this talent that they've got, might be a long time until they're on the bottom of the table again. I wonder sort of how far before North Melbourne are last again on the premiership table.
Well, I think from a supporter point of view, they hope it's for a very long time. So, yeah, look, you do look at, we're hearing the crowd now just cheering their team off the ground. We'll get the song. We'll get to the song shortly, I'm sure.
I hope we do. We're fast running out of time. Do you want to just give us the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year?
1 to Luke Davies-Uniacke.
Yep.
2 to Colby McKercher, and 3 to Harry Sheasel.
3 to Sheasel. Understandably, the boys are taking a little bit of time getting off the ground. The other game, Port Adelaide by 8 goals over the Western Bulldogs, so 48 points the final margin. Here it was North by 4 over the Gold Coast, a thrilling fixture as round 17 continues. For many of you, the Cats and the Hawks next. If you're on the ACT or the Gold Coast, you'll be off to NRL action. It is all even, actually, 12 apiece, with 20 to play between Canterbury and the New Zealand Warriors. And Brisbane News Radio, you're going back to the network. We're not going to get all of this, unfortunately, Jess, but a little scene set up from the rooms.
Yep, they're linked arms. They're ready to go. I think they're all just soaking it up. I think it's not only a couple of players' first win, but maybe some staff members as well. So here they are. They're in the circle. Let's have a listen.
Hearts to hearts and heads to heads. Beneath the blue and white we step. We shack off, bless our native land. North Melbourne, North Melbourne. Out we come, out we come, out we come to play. Just for recreation, take past our way. Lost by each one, enjoy yourselves today. North Melbourne boys are hard to beat when they come out to play. So, join in the chorus and sing it one and all. Join in the chorus, North Melbourne's on the ball. Good old North Melbourne, the champions you'll agree. North Melbourne will be premiers, just you wait and see. Hey!
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.